number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel
not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today's a very special day. For those of you who don't know, it's a very, very special day. That's right. And you might be thinking to yourself, Hassan, is it a special day because you hit some weights earlier in the morning and you feel pretty good? Is it a special day because you got a brilliant guest coming on later onto the broadcast, someone that has been someone that's been in high demand? Is that the reason? No, those are some reasons, but that's not the reason. It's a special day because it's always a special day every time this day comes, every week, because it's Friday. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen,
it's Friday.
That's right.
It's Saturday, Sunday,
It's Friday, folks. A sense of autonomy, a sense of purpose, a sense of humanity is restored every Friday when people remember that we are human beings, that we can actually take some time off for ourselves and live our lives to the fullest. If you like the weekend, think a union. If you like the weekend, think socialism. If you like having some semblance of rights and liberties that remain, thank the left. That's why we here at the Hasanabi broadcast celebrate the Friday with immaculate vibes every single time. Ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. Boys, girls, and MBs, is Friday, but we call it Friday. Also, my 37th birthday today. Woohoo! Congratulations, happy birthday to you, sir. That's right. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, you already know what it is. Comedy is legal now. Comedy is legal now. You already know what it is. You say you're a socialist, but you have YouTube Premium. I say I'm a socialist, but I also have a nice car, nice house. You already know what it is. I'm fake. I'm phony. How are you not aware of this by now? It's a fake socialism time, baby. Champagne socialism. Champagne for all. Anyway, where was I? This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'm gonna do. Did you see the David car chase yesterday? That wasn't David, bro. I don't think that was David. Was it? Was that David? I mean, we watched the car chase, but I don't think it was David. I don't, it'd be shocking if he gained so much weight in such a short period of time. But where did I get this shirt? The Guinness Anti-Fascist Action Ireland shirt? I don't remember. Someone sent it to me in my P.O. box. Some Irish terror enjoyer sent it. But I used to have a P.O. box, and I'm going to bring it back too, so don't worry about that. That's going to happen. Bro, you got to talk to nephew. He's out here supporting David. No, he's not, brother. Oh, God. How are y'all so fast, so easily duped? How are y'all so easily duped? Especially if you're in this community, the time and place and different clips that that are from a different time is going to be used, be weaponized, okay? Devoid of context. Any clip that you see of nephew talking about David is either before there was additional information that came out, or from way back in the day when there was no like body that was even recovered from his car, you know? If you're assigned to an Antifa bunker this weekend, the new passcode has been posted in the Signal group. I go back and forth on this. Like, you know, I'm obviously going to keep memeing about the Antifa CEO stuff, but like, low key, I do think that they're just going to use all of that for, like, they are going to process us for jokes, I think, like, for sure. Anyway. But yeah, personal news wise, I'm diving right into the news because you guys are, it's Friday, but y'all are excited, huh? Personal news wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. Another banger episode of the Fear M podcast recorded after the stream ended. You already know. Be on the lookout Monday. So much. Be on the lookout. You'll see it on Monday when it comes out, 9 a.m. Pacific time. Also, aside from that, I didn't really do much. I just slammed a beam and then went to bed. Woke up early. Got a lift in, upper body day. You already know what it is. No big business deals today. No interviews today. Didn't do any of that stuff. Just straight up just lifting, getting the lift in, you know? What's a bean? No, beam. It's like one of our hashtag ads on the Fear M broadcast, on the Fear M podcast. Beam. It's like melatonin. But yeah, get those reps in. Get those reps in, chat. Are you going to talk about the trans Antifa designation? Yes. Modest crotch shot? Yeah, modest. Anyway, so infuriating, the Hasanabi shadow banned that you got to search him up on the app law. Easily most watched streamer, and it never the stream that pops up. I don't think I'm shadow banned on this application. I think a lot of people say that, and I don't know why. It's most likely because like the Twitch app is wonky and it's inconsistent. But I don't think I'm shadow banned. The reason why I say I'm not is because I'm literally usually the largest streamer on the platform at any given moment, or the second largest. So I don't think that's the case. Every media appearance Hasan has, they introduce him as a controversial figure being targeted by the president, and he's sitting there like this. It's true. It's true. I do be sitting like that. But yeah. I know you touched on this yesterday, but how do you get in the mood to get up and work out when shit is so dire? What do you mean? I fucking love working out. It's the best thing to do. It's like when shit is dire, it's perhaps the best thing that you can do. When things go wrong, when things go bad, when things seem like they're totally out of your control, routine is good. And also improving your body, improving your mind is good. Improving your soul, if that's something you care about. You know what I mean? I treat the gym like it's all three. Every time my dog's at other people's houses, I put your videos up on YouTube to try to change their algorithm. Nice. But yeah, it's my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing to do. And the reason why it's my favorite thing to do is because it's just like it helps my brain. It's a nice thing that I can focus on. It's a thing that I can focus on that gets me off my this is you know the awful shit that I normally experience on a day-to-day basis. All right. You watch Long Story Short? No. This is why I've always been every leftist needs to work out and have some discipline in their lives type leftist, and not like working out and even focusing on aesthetics is body fascism type leftist. I've never been that guy. Right? I hike for 3 miles in the woods, and look, to each according to their own ability, of course. It's not about like everybody weightlifting. That's not what I'm saying either, you know? Some people do pickleball. Some people enjoy walking. I hate walking. I play basketball and I weightlift. So, what is this? I am an anti-fascist. Okay. This administration is a fascist one. I am an anti-fascist. What the f are we doing? What's next? Are they going to openly go, nope, we are a fascist government now? They're going to just say that? Is that what we're doing? Because anti-fascism is just fascism. Bro, don't say that right now. Oh, what the f? Get out of here, dude. Listen, you need to understand something, okay? These people are not strong. They're fucking weak. They fear you being united, okay? We have the numbers. There are Americans of good conscience everywhere. And because they're so fearful that if the people stand united, that they'll be defeated, they try to pick apart. They try to divide the masses. They try to make an example out of people. And when institutions don't actually respond in defense of the citizens, in a country like the United States of America especially, if institutions don't respond, if people don't respond, if they actually obey in advance, then regardless of how weak they are, regardless of how fearful they are, they win. And it doesn't stop. When they get a victory, they do not stop. That just emboldens them to dig deeper. This is how it fucking works. There is a lot of discontent against this administration. They do not have the numbers. They can't even get the fucking National Guard to be deployed everywhere. They can't do that. And even if they were to do that, there is no guarantee of success, because the National Guard is also comprised of your fucking neighbors. There's no guarantee that those guys are going to be like, all right, well, we're loyal servants of fascism now. I've seen it. I saw the fucking 29 Palms Marines when I went out there at the ICE protests in LA. They didn't want to fucking be there. They were just fucking around. They were sleeping on concrete floors because the administration is so goddamn fucking stupid. I know Trump says he will designate Antifa as a terrorist organization and launch a probe into it. I need you to understand, they are weak. These are the actions of a weak administration. These are not the actions of a strong administration. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to stamp out any sort of discontent. If they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to try to put the fear of God in your hearts, in your minds, in your soul, to stop you, to make you think twice before you engage in any sort of anti-fascist action, before you engage in any sort of demonstration, because they are afraid. It is upon all of us to make sure that we don't stand down. I am an anti-fascist. Damn, I popped off on that one. That's crazy. Anti-fascism isn't a political stance, it's a moral imperative. Exactly. Like, I guess, like, one of the worst aspects of this, one of the scariest aspects of this this attitude change from the administration, is that they're like leaning more comfortably in the fascist direction, or at least like openly recognizing that they are fascist, because that's what comes next. Dude, this has been the most like I told you so for years week in my career, I think. Whether it be all of my warnings towards liberals and their lack of anger and lack of discontent against censorship when it was like annoying pro-Palestine campus activism, or whether it be all of the centrist political content creators that I kept saying were aligning themselves with right-wingers in an effort to deplatform people like myself. I kept telling them it's not going to stop with me. It will eventually come for you as well. Because the goal here isn't just to eradicate the radicals. And also, make no mistake, nothing I'm saying is radical anyway. I think it's more radical to be a fascist. I think it's more insane to be an administration that ran on mass deportation in a country that is comprised entirely of migrants. We are a nation of migrants. No one here, with the exception of Native Americans, who withstood the genocide of the from the initial pilgrims, the settlers. No one here is a Native American. You know, everyone's an immigrant. We're descendants of settlers and then descendants of immigrants. So the notion that we're going to do mass deportations in the country is so fucking insane. It is un-American. It is anti-American, right? So my point is, opposing that, resisting that is a moral imperative. It's not just a political stance or a political ideology. It's the right thing to do. No matter how much these guys try to stamp it out, no matter how much these guys try to attack it. And those who actually tried to present a centrist position for the longest time, those who sat on the fence for the longest time, are now suffering the repercussions themselves. I've seen it. One example that I will obviously get to, one example that I'll talk about is the whole, hold on, is the Destiny stuff that's taking place right now. You know, this guy used malicious smears and clips out of context and even aligned himself with right-wing shitheads for the longest time to try to actively deplatform me. And now those right-wing shitheads are coming after him too and are successfully deplatforming him. And it's just like, and the same goes for a lot of liberals who just stood idly by and watched as this administration and the administration prior to it was going after campus protesters, arresting them, actively coming after pro-Palestine content creators. A clip of you defending his free speech went semi-viral. Wish that went both ways. Yeah, and using Dan Seltman's dumbass website as a reference. Bro, I don't think you guys understand. It's not even just Dan Seltman. Like, Destiny has an entire Wikipedia page designed to literally tar and feather every single fucking prominent leftist account. They literally compile opposition research that the free press has used. Okay? They straight up compiled opposition research on me and every other person to the left of Destiny for years and years, and now the right-wingers are fucking using that shit. But it's ironic because they're also going after Destiny as well. If he had any fucking decency beyond, you know, the CSAM distribution and whatnot, he would delete all that shit. But he won't. Anyway. But yeah, I saw the whole, like, he's announcing he's retiring from politics stuff. He's not going to do that, but like, but again, this is something that I warned about for so long. It's something that I warned about over and over again to people in my community. It's something that I warned about as like a broader trend, a broader problem, if left unaddressed. And the chickens are coming home to roost right now, and it's not good. Let me tell you, it's not good. All right. Well, there is some good happening here, though. Of course, we got Tim Heidecker coming in later. So what is this? Always flexing your wealth, bro? Hold on. Just let me blast off real quick, okay? Antifa plus trans people designated He still believes you should be deplatformed so I don't have sympathy. That is insane. So in this moment, in this very moment, when all of the fucking right-wingers are up his ass and have successfully gotten him to be demonetized on YouTube, this dumb motherfucker is still thinking I'm the problem. Oh my God, brother. I cannot believe it. I mean, hey, have fun. Have fun with your dumbass, dude. Wait till they find out about all the pedophilia shit that you've done. Wait till they find out about, like, I don't know, a million other instances where you've said unimaginably violent shit. He got only a fucking fraction of the return that he has tried to deal my direction for years and years at this point. God damn, dude. He doesn't think you're the problem. The dude is jaded and a jealous boyfriend. What point will his community understand, like, because his community is not that big, but his community is like very, very dedicated, right? They love doing troll ops. They love doing like smear operations. They can do a sophisticated smear campaign, right? They can do a sophisticated smear campaign. So the very fact that they're not actually using all of their effort and all of those initiatives against the right, even in this very moment, and still at the mercy, at the whims of their fucking cult leader who just despises me, is crazy. Okay, it doesn't make any sense. Anyway, let me blast off and then let's keep going. It's the same with fucking Ethan Klein. Like, it's so obvious. If you are at this very moment when fascism is at our fucking doorstep, or okay, when it's here, and it's not only like, you know, knocking on your door, it's knocking down your neighbor's doors, and your only fucking opinion as a super wealthy guy living in a fucking Bel Air mansion is like, you know who's really at fault here? This guy that I personally hate. Your audience needs to fucking snap out of it, dude. You gotta snap out of it. You gotta snap out of it. I know those guys won't because they're just fucking petty, narcissistic morons. They're deeply unserious people. Australia Sky News had a take. Had some words for your 7:30 interview. Hell yeah, we'll talk about all that. Hold on. Far left radical Hassan Piker giving a spot on evening news. Fuck yeah. Antifa trans people designated as terrorists. Legalize comedy with Tim Heidecker. Is Tim Heidecker even in? Oh, he has a locked account. They had your greatest hits? Hell yeah. Anyway, Antifa plus trans people designated as terrorists. First Amendment war wages on. Daily Show, Jon Stewart. Up on Thursday. Jon Stewart's take on Kimmel firing was great. Dude, I really hope these liberals also recognize that it's not just about Jimmy Kimmel. You know what I mean? They need to understand that. If they don't understand that, we're cooked. If they don't understand that, they can't be productive, okay? Because, like, it's obvious. It's obvious that this is something that began way before, okay? It's something that began, and Jon Stewart was already not in favor of like deporting critics of Israel. Obviously, I'm just saying that like the broader issue here, and I'm gonna get to it I'm gonna get to that as well. Don't worry. The broader issue here is that like liberals kind of don't understand that like this is a unconditional and uncompromising position that we must advocate for. Because like the fact that people are still not talking about, you know, Mahmoud Khalil in the same conversation as Jimmy Kimmel is very clearly a problem, because it's not just like Jimmy Kimmel that's the issue. It's not Jimmy Kimmel's content that's the issue. It's any kind of discontent or displeasure that you express that is the issue, whether it be against this administration or whether it be against Israel, okay? In any case, Antifa plus trans people designated as terrorists. First Amendment war wages on. Daily Show, Jon Stewart up on Thursday. Legalize comedy with Tim Heidecker. There's a bunch of stuff that we're going to be talking about beyond that, but that's just like the broad scopes of it. And we'll get to all of that and more. Get in now. Twitch.tv/Hasanabi. Tim Heidecker is later in the afternoon, chatters. I have a theory. The show was already dying because no one watches, so Disney uses time to shut it down while putting it on the right, because as far as I know, Disney is left-leaning, so it doesn't make sense for them to just drop Jimmy. I mean, all late night is dying, okay? But this is, you don't have late night television for clicks at this point. That's not a calculation that they make. The reason why they do this kind of stuff is for prestige. Disney is also not left-leaning, chatter. You're out of your mind. There is no company that is left-leaning. That's not a thing. There is no liberal. Like, Tim Apple is probably the wokest of the CEOs. He's gay as hell, and he's also kept up like the DEI initiatives uncompromisingly at Apple. But Tim Apple still straight up fillets Donald Trump. Right? Like you got, okay, you got Lush, you got Ben & Jerry's. Look at what's going on with Unilever and Ben & Jerry's, right? Like when you have companies that are even like actually with these causes, like they still end up arriving at the same issues. Like Lush is a great example because Lush Lush straight up was like, we're pro-Palestine. We're shutting off our stores. Like that was a cool move that they did, right? But as far as like mega corporations and conglomerates, if you think that they care about anything beyond more media mergers and acquisitions and developing a larger market share and therefore control the flows of information while simultaneously increasing their profit margins, you're delusional. Okay, there are co-ops out there, and there are companies that have more labor power and labor control and labor influence out there, and those companies oftentimes will be more liberal or left-leaning. Okay, but they are incredibly rare, right? They are incredibly rare. That's not the common thing. So like looking at a company like Disney, for example, is just not and assuming that they're left-leaning is crazy. Will they actually have some leftist work in their output? Of course. I'm an Amazon employee. Think about that. I am an employee of the Amazon Corporation. Do you think Amazon is a leftist or liberal company at all? Of course it's not. But I make money for Amazon. I give Amazon prestige, right? I give Twitch prestige by its association with me. Think about that. Do you have a Gudetama? Yeah, I do. Look, right here. Ultimately, that's what they care about. Bro, you are shadow banned on Twitter now. I have notifications activated for you and didn't receive a notification and couldn't see that tweet up until I went to your page to look for it. Guys, I don't think so. You are stretching it too far. Stretching what too far? Stretching this anti-fascist t-shirt with my muscles, maybe. That's what you mean? Reddit is left-leaning? No, man. None of these companies are left-leaning. They're not. At most, they can have, to a certain degree, they can have a consideration, a real consideration for free speech, right? I can see that. I can totally see that. But when push comes to shove, finances are what matters, okay? When push comes to shove, the financial imperative is the only thing that matters. Profits is the only thing that matters. That is how companies work under capitalism. And I don't think Reddit is even remotely a liberal or leftist company. I think that people say that because there are a lot of subreddits that are super active that are somewhat liberal. But the company itself, I do not believe is even remotely, like, there are workers there that are leftist or liberal or whatever, but like I don't think that the company's output is leftist or liberal at all. Anyway, so that is where we're at. That's what's going on. And before I get into like the far left, the far left radical Hasan Pike giving a spot on the evening news with Australia's right-wing broadcaster Sky News getting their panties in a bunch. And I know I'm going to talk about Kat getting brutalized by ICE as well. Shouts out to Kat Abu Ghazalig. That's our girl. She's also, you know, putting her body on the line. Respect. But anyway, what is this? Yugopnik said.
New media dominating old media one day at a time. Yes.
Zoran and Como.
They are afraid of the streamer class, chat. That is why they want to ban us. They are using all signs of mainstream political violence as a tool to fight the true class that matters in the new media landscape, and that is people in front of microphones and people in front of chat. They are not only afraid of us, the microphone people, they are afraid of the chatters.
I mean, low key, this sounds like kind of silly, but and I would have said this exact same thing in a sarcastic tone until recently, but it does seem to me like, especially after this past election cycle, it does kind of feel like those in positions of power do look to independent media as a much more significant entry point to mass communication. Like I think that mainstream outlets still have a lot of prestige. Mainstream outlets still have the capacity to reach out to the masses, especially when they are united, especially when they can present like a united front on issues that pertain to like the American State Department, for example, like American State Department policy and things of that nature. But having said that, in this very moment, I do think that independent media has a tremendous opportunity. You literally have the same ratings as CNN. When you watch CNN, you double the viewership. Yeah, I think we're at a stage right now where independent media absolutely has a lot of mileage, and I think that's the reason why they want to enforce control to the best of their ability. Okay, that's why they want to clamp down. That's why they want to silence dissent. That is precisely what's going on here. That is what I see happening, and it's going to get. I think it's going to get worse too. That's what I think. Anyway.
Or what is a streamer without chat, and what is chat without a streamer? The first they came for the streamer and I said nothing, for I was not a streamer. Then they came for chat and I said nothing because...
Okay. All jokes aside. All right. I saw this. This was an incredible... My haters are excellent, okay? Remember this one? Remember the move to Israel, lolicon, neo-Nazi, Zionist, YouTuber, VTuber? Yeah, he came out and basically said what we've already known. He said, "Hi, Jew here. I uniquely get shit from the far right and certainly the far left. And I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-hiling anti-Semitic Jews control the universe Nick Guentes Groiper named Kill Rape Jews Groiper 42069 over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrate Charlie Kirk's assassination." That's how bad it is. Like, okay, man. Good luck with that, I guess. I don't know. It is pretty funny, though. It is pretty funny that he's just like, yeah, I think neo-Nazis are better than moderate leftists because moderate leftists have a more sincere anti-Zionist position than fucking neo-Nazis do. Neo-Nazis that are anti-Semitic and anti-Israel are fascist just like he is. He's fascist for Israel, okay? And he understands that those guys are fascists against Israel, but they're, you know, white nationalist fascists. Isn't he trolling? That's a joke, right? I don't know if this is a joke. Okay? I think this is unironically what he thinks, unironically what he believes. It sounds incredibly stupid, so it's understandable that you assume that it is a joke. But no, it's not. Just like it's not a joke when people say, I just wanted to say the R word and that's why I voted for Trump. Like, you might assume that that is a position held by an absolute dumbass, and you're not wrong for thinking that. It is an incredibly dumb and childish position to hold, except those petty grievances absolutely have played a formative role in the decision-making process for a lot of people, okay? I mean, look, I tweeted about this earlier. Rudy Giuliani, update, Starbucks employees must write Charlie Kirk's name. An update from Starbucks. I said, I promise you, if we get a crumb of power, we are not doing this shit. It's going to be more worker control, free healthcare, education, high-speed rail, public housing, and a jobs program. I hate these fucking losers, man. Because, like, think about it. These guys are dominating the country right now. And what are they hyper-focusing on? Sanitizing television. Making late night watchable again. It's like, dude, you are a fucking loser, okay? And this kind of behavior is exactly why you're never going to be able to reach, like, mass popularity. Because this is an entire grievance-based movement that has nothing, okay? That has no interest in genuinely improving people's material realities. That is just about constantly fucking crying to the mods because nobody likes you, because you pissed and shit your fucking pants, and you just now have to sit there in that piss and shit, and you want everyone to smell that piss and shit, and you want everyone to say, smells like roses. That's it. That's what it is. That's what this is. You're like a patently unlikable, annoying fucking person, and that is your major gripe, right? Yes, this was a great tweet. I fucking bookmarked it. Key to understanding the American right for me was realizing this stuff isn't a bit. They're not trolling you. They genuinely think this, and their 90,000 other hyper-specific pop culture fixations represent a civilizational life or death struggle between real America and woke. This is what happens when you straight up warp your consciousness collectively over culture war agenda items, okay? When all is culture war, then there is no need for class war. You have the entire dumbfuck fascist movement built around cultural resentments. It was about how my grandchildren don't call me anymore, okay? And then it was about how you couldn't say, like, unhinged shit on Facebook or whatever, right? And now it's about Starbucks won't actually venerate Charlie Kirk. Like, who the fuck goes to Starbucks and demands that Charlie Kirk get written on the fucking cup? And who cares? Who cares? It's just so ridiculous. They have no interest in real material harm at all. You have this childish vendetta, and that's the only thing you care about. These demands are so ridiculous, okay? It's so stupid. That's why this kind of stuff works so well when they talk about like, you know, the war on Christmas or whatever the fuck. It's just like completely made up petty grievances that they must be that must get addressed at any given moment. Okay, remember the 2016-2020 era of right-wingers calling everything culture war bullshit and trashing it all? Funny how the turntables. No, but they were doing that back then too. They were just much better at pointing the finger at blame at the seemingly hysterical campus warriors. Okay, seemingly hysterical social justice warriors. Like, that's how they did it. Okay, I talked about it. I ironically even debated Charlie Kirk about this at Politicon all the way back in like 2017, 2016. One of the things that I kept mentioning was the fact that Republicans, very organized, okay, would go to Congress and bully like Facebook and all these other social media platforms to say, you're not giving us enough popularity in the algorithm. You are suppressing us in the algo. But if you actually looked at the data that was readily available at the time, these companies were already working with like Heritage Foundation consultants that were sitting on the boards, okay? Facebook literally all the way back in 2016 had a Heritage Foundation consultant sitting on the fucking board, all right? And guess what? They were already not being suppressed. It was the exact opposite. They were quite literally getting platformed. Ben Shapiro was the most popular guy. Ben Shapiro was more popular than CNN on Facebook all the way back in 2016, but that didn't stop them from hyping up this narrative, developing this hysteria-focused, petty grievance-centered narrative that Republicans were actually not popular enough on these social media platforms. And the only reason why they were able to get away with this was because Republican policies are unpopular. So when Republican policies are unpopular and you run around and you go, hey, this is what I want. Hey, I think the civil rights the civil rights struggle was bad. I think that, you know, we should go back to segregation or something, okay? Most people look at that and go, ew, no, you're a fucking loser. That's the real issue. That is the real issue for Republicans. It's not that they get to say what they believe. It's that they don't want any pushback against it. And worse than that, they want celebration for those beliefs. But there is a hidden recognition that those beliefs are obviously unsustainable with the concept of democracy in many circumstances and the concepts of liberalism in many circumstances, like the notion that, you know, everyone is equal, right? Everyone must be protected. These are things that we have already signed on to as a part of the social contract. And Republicans oftentimes know that that is untenable and unsustainable within the framework of liberalism. Therefore, they get really fucking ass mad when you actually call them out. When you say, that doesn't make sense, I don't like that, they get really fucking mad. They can't stand it. That is the same exact reason why, for example, with Charlie Kirk, Republicans were mad at people who were posting Charlie Kirk quotes. They were mad at people posting the things that Charlie Kirk was saying. Why would you be mad? You loved it when he was saying it. Why are you fucking mad now? They're mad because they understand that if there's any sort of sunlight on these kinds of attitudes, most people are going to go, wait a minute, this is the guy that you guys are venerating? I don't know about that. This is the guy that we're supposed to be like mourning, doing a national day of grief over? Yeah, I mean, it's totally fucked up that he got shot. It's completely unacceptable, but like, I'm not going to fucking mourn that guy, is what they're going to say if they know what his actual point of view is, which is why they've been punishing people for literally fucking presenting his point of view. Okay, direct quotes.
One more thing.
You know, if you put Charlie Kirk's own statements out there, you get clapped. The Onion had a good piece on this, actually. The Onion had a joke about this that I really liked. It's just, you know, hopefully before they get destroyed by this administration, because, you know, comedy is legal now. Charlie Kirk, not in his own words, we honor the right-wing activists by making up quotes that sound much better given the moment. That's where we're at. It's like, hey, if you want to truly honor this person who is a political operative, you have to lie about what his positions were, okay? Lie in the direction that is more appropriate for the masses to consume. And they don't even want to say what any of his positions are, because they know that like even a moderate assessment of his positions require you to still reveal what his worldview looks like. And his worldview is right-wing, reactionary, extreme, radical. So you have to straight up defend it. You can't even just like say what his position is. You have to defend his positions as well. That's what they demand from you, because that's what this is always about. Republicans recognize that their policies are deeply fucking unpopular, especially when implemented. Okay? And for that reason, you can't actually say what these positions are. You have, and you can't even express discontent with these positions. You have to love these positions. That's what it's about. Okay? It's antithetical to free speech. Obviously, it's the opposite, where it's like, no discourse from you, please. No discontent from you, please. How dare you push back against me? You're supposed to say you love my opinion. That's just it. It is the lamest version of fascism to date. It's not only monstrous, it's not only violent as fascism is, but it's also incredibly fucking weak, incredibly fucking lame.
Thing that's on my mind tonight, and conservatives everywhere. The idea that people are saying, well, he was an extremist, or he was a racist, or he was a Nazi, or a misogynist, whatever. Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative Republican.
Yeah, mainstream conservative Republicanism, if you are, obvious, if you're honest about it, is that, okay? It's those things. Why the fuck are you mad? You're mad because you recognize those things are supposed to be, we're supposed to learn that those things are bad. Okay, it hasn't reached a level. It has not reached a level in our collective consciousness that like misogyny is seen as like a good thing. Vice still to this day is not seen as a virtue. These are things that people actually reflect on negatively, which is precisely the reason why they still push back. It's like when a Nazi says they're not a Nazi, okay, when they're in public, because if they're branded with that moniker, it makes it a lot harder for them to reach a broader audience. Of course, that can change if the collective consciousness moved in that direction to such a degree that like fascism was seen as a positive thing. Okay, they would just openly say they're fascist. It's that simple.
Had views that are held by tens of millions of people, including more than half the country in the last election.
And the reason why I'm mentioning this, okay, the reason why I'm mentioning this is so that you understand that there are still a fuck ton of Americans with good conscience, okay? There are still so many people that have discontent. There are so many people that actually might experience some of these opinions that you might consider to be bigoted, but they can be convinced, and you should never give up on them. I never do, and you shouldn't either. That's why I've, for years, maintained this position that you always have to be kind to people and be aggressive against the institutions, just like Michael Jamal Brooks, rest in power, used to say, okay? Be kind to individuals, be ruthless to systems. And that's what we have to do. Would you stop yapping? I love when people say that. It's like, no, this is what I do, man.
If I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified. It begs the question, when you see a black pilot, you wonder, you say, I hope they are qualified. And in the spirit of affirmative action, we have Ramon and Cadillac are your two pilots. They've never flown before, but they are black. If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know you do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
The war on white people continues.
You had to go steal a white person's slot to go be taken somewhat seriously.
We are raising a generation of weak people like Simone Biles.
LeBron James is a self-interested, narcissistic,
and we know he's not very smart.
You're representing your nation. You're selfish sociopath.
Not very bright, not wise, not somebody of good character.
She is a shame to the country.
Blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today. Data shows they were actually better in the 1940s.
Let's get loud for Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm also going to offer some context and some nuance about the death of George Floyd that no one dares to say out loud, which is that this guy was a scumbag.
Remember what BLM stands for? Burn, loot, and murder.
Now, does that mean it deserves to die? That's two totally different things. Of course not.
Prowling blacks go around for fun.
You know what's crazy about that is like that right there. If you speak about Charlie Kirk in that way, oh my Lord, you are getting fired. You're you know, people are posting your address online. Okay. They're coming after you. Maybe you go to jail. You know, the administration is doing that. There was no point where the fucking liberals, like, can you imagine there was a point where like Joe Brandon was coming out and being like, you talk shit about George Floyd, I'm coming after you, Jack. You know what I mean? Like the administration was just like, that's right. We are going to make it illegal to say mean things about George Floyd. No, but that is the hysteria that these guys actually believed. On the one hand, they did this shit. On the other hand, like while they were saying this stuff, on the other hand, they would turn around and be like, and they're coming after us for saying this. The administration is woke. They want to kill us for saying the truth. Okay? And it's so crazy. You're a fucking terrorist piece of shit. Brother, this administration is literally terrorizing you. Okay? They are terrorizing you. I know you don't give a fuck about Jimmy Kimmel, and neither do I. But I promise you, you are not getting a better deal here. Okay? Bullshit. Okay. Explain to me. Is your life more affordable? Are you capable of purchasing a home? Do you feel like things are getting better now that trans people are no longer able to compete in athletic endeavors at the collegiate level? Did that actually materially improve your life in any meaningful capacity? You could, in the past, you could at least make this argument that like, well, I'm a Trump merchandise salesman. This is what I do. So obviously the Trump administration has been fantastic for me. Now you can't even say that because he put fucking tariffs on the Trump merchandise because all of it was coming from Bangladesh. It's awesome. Motherfuckers would be like, you're a terrorist. You're a terrorist. It's like, meanwhile, everything around you is fucking on fire. What does that have to do with anything at all? What do you mean? That's what politics is, dumb fuck. You are no different than the liberals who don't understand this because you also analyze this from the lens of team sport. My team is winning, so I guess my shit's better overall. That's what liberals do too, and I get very frustrated with them over this, where it's like, you have to wake up. That's the entire point of politics. You are supposed to make demands from your party, from your elected representatives, and they have to actually follow through on those demands. And if the only thing that they're promising to you is no improvements to your material reality whatsoever, but simply punishing your fucking enemies that they have designed as the singular evil in society, whether it be undocumented migrants that are just simply trying to fucking make an honest living, okay, toiling every goddamn day in 100-degree heat out in the fucking fields, and they get punished for it instead of getting the proper documentation, which is that simple, for the record. It's that easy for them to just like literally become documented workers in this country. All right. If you think that those guys are your actual enemies, and it's not the fact that like your boss will never give you an honest day of work's wages that you fucking deserve, and that your landlord is going to consistently keep increasing your fucking rent prices, and you're never going to be able to actually own a home, and you're never going to be able to retire, like those are the real problems in your life. It's not the fucking random Guatemalans. Wake up! Wake up. Do you understand? That is the entire point. Donald Trump didn't win because he said he's going to dominate random Mexican migrants. He won because he said he was going to fix the cost of living, and he tied it back to Mexican migrants, and now he's punishing the Mexican migrants and the Guatemalan migrant workers. And guess what? Cost of living hasn't improved at all. Wake up. Stop focusing on irrelevant bullshit. Stop focusing on your fucking neighbors. Stop focusing on people that have the exact same class position as you. Okay? This is how they get away with robbing you blind. Also, I don't even know why you are saying I'm a terrorist. I guess maybe because I say I'm an anti-fascist. Is that what it is? Yeah, voting is about voters extracting concessions. Voting is about voters extracting concessions from politicians in exchange for your
Voters were
vote.
being open that they would not vote for Biden if he continued the genocide. Yet many diehard liberal blue waivers and resistance libs suggest that those voters threatening to withhold their vote should be voting for Biden unconditionally due to the threat of a second Trump presidency. Many were saying some form of, you need to unconditionally vote for the Democrats because you're voting to save democracy. And, well, I'm not sure if they know this, but the basis of democracy is literally about extracting concessions from politicians in exchange.
You know this is a Hasanabi head, full slack. You know this is a Hasanabi head because he's verbatim repeating what I say all the time.
For your vote. That's the name of the game. It's a fucking cornerstone. When they tell you you need to unconditionally vote for the Democrats because we're voting to save democracy, well, what...
Always remember two fundamental truths. Politics is about the distribution of resources and power, including violence. Who gets to do it? Who is the recipient of it? Structural violence, direct violence, state violence, and the like. And democracy is about extracting concessions from your elected representatives. Okay? Democracy under liberal capitalism is seen as a pressure valve to make people feel as though they have an option to at least change, to at least make people feel as though they have a say in this process. But it's very obvious that a bourgeois democracy never yields those outcomes. And that's why there's so much discontent. And in the absence of any sort of real structural pushback in the form of labor unions, in the form of organizing and activism, in the form of like direct action, this duopoly that we exist under keeps doing the same shit. Profit over people every single time. Okay? Every single time. Meanwhile, you still got motherfuckers in this chat going, "Oh, you're a terrorist." You are blinded by your hatred. You're blinded because someone deluded you into thinking that I'm your fucking enemy because I want you to get free healthcare. I want you and your children, if you ever have them in the future, to have a better future. Okay? I want you to get a free education. I want you to get free healthcare. I want you to have fucking decent wages. I want you to have more power in the workplace. How the fuck is that bad for you? That's it. Think about that. These motherfuckers run around thinking that, like, I'm the enemy, thinking that we are the enemy. They try to invent new realities, invent alternative realities where they go, nah, you're violent, you're bad, you're bad, you're bad, you're violent, you're bad, you're bad. You want something worse for me. Huh.
To go target white people. That's a fact.
There's no such thing as white privilege or racism. So
Black people are allowed to talk about black culture in a way that white culture cannot. Black people can go up and say that there's a baby mama problem in black America, and white people are not allowed to say that. Oh, I just did. So what are you gonna do, cancel me? Black people are allowed to say, I'm
a grown man, I got way too
black
much to
people
worry
are allowed.
about.
Skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. Thomas Sowell and Justice Clarence Thomas are far better black role models to celebrate than Martin Luther King. This guy is not worthy of a national holiday.
there's a mythology around MLK that does not warrant the reverence that he gets treated with in America.
We have a federal holiday to a guy that talked about race all the time. Kirk describes King as, quote, a bad guy. It's true. We celebrate the Civil Rights Act more than the American founding. The country made a mistake when it passed the Civil Rights Act. Also true. The Democrats are not lifting a finger to remember the well over one.
Yeah, when you bring this stuff up, by the way, especially about MLK, and the reason why, so I'll tell you something, okay? There have always been conservatives who obviously were alive during the MLK period that despised MLK, and a lot of conservatives that never gave up on that. But because of the way that MLK's legacy was whitewashed by liberals for the most part and became like a much more palatable figure by American consciousness, in the last 20 years or so, shitting on Martin Luther King became a big no-no. Okay? Post-Reagan, I would say, shitting on MLK, especially in the last 20 years, became a major no-no, okay? Republicans would be branded as racist if they were to do so. Charlie Kirk was bringing that back, that old-school conservatism back. By the way, old-school conservatism kind of feels a lot like you're just being a fucking racist, right? But the reason why people still get very upset when you bring this up about Charlie Kirk's position on Martin Luther King, the reason why they get mad is because, again, a lot of people would look at you funny if you were to say these things out loud. What Charlie Kirk was saying it out loud, and he was defending them vociferously. He believed it. Okay? This was his position. But obviously it reflects poorly on him and his movement, and therefore now conservatives don't want you to bring it. They don't want you to bring it up.
100 people that have died in Texas Hill Country. The death toll likely would not have been as high if it wasn't for DEI.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is what your country looks like on critical race theory.
You're gonna remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian.
Ketanji Brown Jackson is an embodiment of the tyranny.
Like, when people say this is out of context, you have to remember something, okay? As someone who is the recipient of out of context smears, you have to listen to directionally where this ideology is going, okay? Because there are instances where, for example, I'm taken out of context and I mean the exact opposite thing, right? It happens all the time. Or there are instances that people regularly use, quotes that people regularly use, like when I said, sexual violence taking place on October 7 does not change the dynamic for me even one bit. I'm obviously referencing genocide. I'm saying nothing justifies genocide, including sexual violence that took place on October 7th, okay? But people will say, oh, dude, you're saying that, like, these guys are doing rape for resistance or whatever the fuck. Like, they try to shelter the public from the actual assessment because they recognize that if they were to say the entire quote out loud, most people will go, yeah, that's right. It is that doesn't actually justify genocide, right? But in this circumstance, when people say, oh, you're taking him out of context as far as like the MLK quote, for example, right? It's not like Charlie Kirk is actually saying like MLK was bad at being a bad guy. You know what I mean? The rest of the context isn't like changing his perspective. The rest of the context is just more defense of that position. Do you understand? Like, he's not sitting there and being like, MLK's bad, and then people clip that, but then when you see the extended quote, it actually turns into MLK's bad at being a bad person. He's actually a really good person. Like, that would be something that is taken out of context, right? David is arrested, will be live after hours on Fox News. Wait, David got arrested? The numbers on your blast off make no sense. Elon is messing with you. I think I am being a little not base boosted, but like I'm getting hit with the algorithm a little bit, I think. Oh yeah. Like, look at this. Like, the fact that he shit on MLK is now being compared to him by the right. Yeah. I'm being treble boosted. He's still talking about you. What is that? Extremely troubling. Fully endorsed by Amazon and Jeff Bezos. That's so funny, man. Ay. Okay. I think Twitter's a little buggy today. Lost my notifications delayed. Okay. I told you were shadow banned. Okay, shut up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Twitter is a broken platform. Obviously, the person who owns the platform, the wealthiest billionaire on the planet, has a personal vendetta. He has it out for me. He is not the biggest fan of me, and therefore, maybe he'll do some shit. Who cares? Okay, who gives a fuck? Just let him chirp. Let him chirp into the wind. Okay,
that we currently live on. She's an ideological, unintelligent, yet confident fanatic.
Why does Kirk believe passing the Civil Rights Act was a mistake? Now, again, apparently they don't listen to the show because we do that at least once a week, right?
So she wants to be the first ever black woman on the Supreme Court, yet she won't even admit that she's a woman.
The transgender.
bro, why do you think he hates you so much? Dude, it's because I had his baby mama on, Grimes, on the broadcast, and she said, "Why are you so buff?" That's it. That literally is the turning point. That is unironic. It sounds so stupid. It sounds so fucking stupid, but that is straight up the major reason. Okay? Elon Musk, I know for a fact, has hated me since that moment. Okay? And he's never really let go of that anger and resentment, and he has taken pot shots against me over the years, but he has become a lot more active in his vengeance quest in the last month or so. I would say in the last couple of months, but especially in this last week. Yeah, it's this.
And not media trained enough. Why are you so buff? Is it necessary?
I don't know. I like working out.
And not media trained enough. Why are you?
This is it. This is why he will just never stop trying to punish me. But it also makes sense. Viral TikTok explains why Elon hates
you're
you.
Not slick. We know why you don't like Hassan He became enemy #1 the second Grimes sat on that stream talking about how muscular he was. And then he had Vivian on to top it off. We know.
Yeah.
Maybe pull that face card out.
That is what it is, though. Straight up.
I was a baby left.
Wait, where did the fucking clip go? I lost the clip. I was gonna retweet it. I was gonna repost it. Having the richest guy on earth be your op is a flex. I know, but like, it's not though. It's not. It's not because like, it is an environment that is not very safe. Okay. Yes, Vivian also is the reason, but I'm saying that like the starting point for this anger was Grimes. Of course. Vivian is another reason as well, but like he has hated me since that moment. It is crazy. Like, yeah, I have my own fucking Lex Luthor, man. It is messed up.
Movement is an introductory phase.
These doctors need to be put in prison
To get you to strip yourself of your humanity,
a Nuremberg-style trial.
to mesh with machines. Interestingly, I think there is an argument to bring back the MRS degree.
Reject feminism.
Young women need to get married at a younger age and start having kids.
Like, don't like, I'm studying sociology. No, you're not. We know why you're here.
Submit to your husband, Taylor. You're not in charge.
You will find a husband if you have the intent to find a husband.
You got to change your name. If not, you don't really mean it.
Democrat women want to die alone without children.
A lot of them are on birth control too, and birth control like really screws up female brains, by the way.
That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Every single one of you need to make sure that your loved ones are not on birth control.
So materially insane to think that 1 in 5 American women will be raped in their life.
It is. I agree.
No, meaning that they're lying about being raped. That
You're comparing abortion to the Holocaust.
Absolutely, I am. In fact, it's worse. It's worse. Because Jewish donors have been the #1 funding mechanism.
Sure, he said black women are a problem. A YouTuber said your dad is a billionaire, so you're richer than Elon Musk. He only has $500 million. Good one. Sure, he said black women are a problem, but you didn't watch the full context. Come on, true. Yeah. He actually meant black women have a problem, which is that they don't run every aspect of the country, and they should. That's what he was actually implying. It's just that it's out of context to make it seem like he was anti black women being in any role in society. Yes, he has said abortions are worse than the Holocaust over and over again. He has said that. Of course, that's like another extremely radical position. Extremely radical position from the moderate conservative. The reason why they have to keep up this notion that this is a moderate conservative position without revealing what it actually is because most people understand, like the Joe Rogans of the world. If you go to Joe Rogan and you say abortion is evil and wrong and barbaric and it's worse than the Holocaust, Joe Rogan's gonna be like, what the fuck are you saying? And I know for a fact that he would say that because it has happened. If you recall, the Babylon Bee guy, one of those Babylon Bee guys, went on the Joe Rogan Experience, and Joe Rogan and the Babylon Bee guy had a conversation about how abortion is murder. Joe said, I don't think it's murder. There are certain instances where it's valid. Okay? And the Babylon Bee guy straight up defended the notion, defended on principle that abortion is murder, that if a 5-year-old was like, if a 12-year-old was raped, that he would force that 12-year-old to carry a pregnancy to term. Joe said, my daughter is like 12. You know what I mean? And he, obviously, in that moment, it became very real for him. Okay? Because the reason why I'm bringing up Joe Rogan is because, like, he is closer to, like, his positions, not his like material realities, obviously, but his positions, his brain processing capability is quite literally closer to like a normie than myself or anyone in this community, right? Regardless of your working class background. And you know this already because you talk to your coworkers. If you talk to your coworkers, then you've already heard them repeat and regurgitate Joe Rogan style takes. This is a major aspect of conservatism. On the one hand, you want to be able to advance these positions. You want to be able to get other people on board with these positions. But on the other hand, you kind of recognize that even coworkers who are normally much more open-minded to these like fucking ridiculous positions, there is a level of reactionary sentiment that they won't go beyond, where they'll say, that's too much for me.
Mechanism of radical, open border, neoliberal, quasi-Marxist policies. By the way, this is my other problem with death penalty. It takes too long, too many appeals. Expensive. It should be public, it should be quick, it should be televised. Well, at what age should you start to see public execution?
16.
I think you could do it earlier. I think you maybe at age 12.
I want to watch that execution. That'll make
chicken ooh jockey. Sure, your brain processing capability is so much better. I never said that. I'm a dumb guy, man. Okay, I say it all the time. I say it all the fucking time. The difference is I know I'm dumb, and I think that's like a superpower as opposed to the dumb guys who don't know they're dumb. Do you see what I mean? I know my limitations, right? I think a lot of people don't, and that is a major issue with a lot of people. They don't know what their limitations are. They think they have none, and they just fucking keep chirping. And we exist in a society where people who chirp without any knowledge whatsoever are rewarded for it by other dumb guys. And that is a big issue. Okay, Dunning-Kruger. Entitlement. The notion that you are a unique snowflake, and by virtue of you coming up with any position, no matter how fucking stupid it is, other people must respect it. Other people must listen to it, and other people must believe it and defend it. You know what I mean? What are your limitations according to you as self-reflection exercise? My strong suit, I would say, is foreign policy. I'm not the most skilled orator, even though a lot of chatters will disagree with me. I don't have the level of confidence that many others do when they're doing public speaking. Okay? my limitations are when it comes to finance related stuff. Okay, for sure. Feminist theory is another one, certainly, but I don't think that is as big as a limitation as you think it is. Like, even when it comes to like queer theory, feminist theory, there's a lot of stuff that I think allows me to be a better, more appeal, there's a lot of stuff that allows me to have more broad appeal. Because like, if I was, like, I will say that is a weakness for sure, but I don't think that's, but that's one that is like making me a worse commentator. I think that makes me a better commentator. And the reason why I think so is because a lot of people are not even at my position when it comes to a lot of these issues. And I try to pull them into that. I try to pull them towards a journey where they're more empathetic to people that people whose backgrounds are different than theirs. You do know a lot about queer culture. I mean, yeah, but that doesn't mean that I fully understand, I don't know, queer theory or whatever. Anyways,
my day better a lot. I mean, Joe Biden is a bumbling, dementia-filled Alzheimer's.
If your strong point is foreign policy, then why not cover Indonesia, Nepal, Myanmar, Sudan, and Congo? I don't know, man. Because just because I said my strong suit is foreign policy doesn't mean that I have full knowledge of like over the historical developments that are taking place in all of these fucking countries at all times. That doesn't mean that, you fucking moron. When I say foreign policy, I'm talking about American foreign policy. And sure, American foreign policy factors into all of those countries because of the global hegemon. But that doesn't mean I know everything about every fucking country that has ever developed. Jesus fucking Christ. You guys are so stupid. Shut the fuck up. Shut up. There's another weakness. I get very fucking mad when people go, oh, you claim to know about foreign policy? Name every foreign country. That's what this is. Wow.
Corrupt tyrant who should honestly be put in prison and or given the death penalty for his crimes against America.
The Democrat Party believes everything that God hates.
Like, we're dealing with maggots, vermin, and swine here. These are not good people. They're not even a little bit good. In fact, I know people that went to Haiti passively as like agnostic atheists, and they came back searching for Jesus because they saw like legit demonic activity. Kamala Harris wants to see the elimination of the United States of America.
Democrat Party supports everything that God hates.
There's not much you can do, folks. You have a government that hates you. You have a traitor as a president. Buy weapons. I keep on saying that.
As top Republicans reject any link between GOP rhetoric and Paul Pelosi assault. If some amazing patriot out there in San Francisco wants to really be a midterm hero, someone should go and bail this guy out. Native-born Americans, you better buy weapons, everybody. Have a lot of guns at your disposal. I would never leave your home without a weapon. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
We actually need looser gun laws because I think that
gun laws.
Oh yeah, they said we have more guns at the Turning Point HQ than you could imagine. Yeah, if anyone ever tries to come, that will not end well.
Oh no! Imagine the world without Joy Reid. Imagine the world without Sheila Jackson Lee or Michelle Obama or Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I am channeling the emotions of millions of conservatives who are angry. They knew Charlie. They loved Charlie. They viewed Charlie as a mainstream conservative.
The saddest part about it is that this is true. Okay? He is by virtue of his job position. Charlie Kirk is a mainstream conservative. That was his role. Okay? And as mainstream conservatism became more Trumpian, which is the dog whistles coming off, right? And turning into direct statements about exactly what they mean, okay? He did become a mainstream I mean, he was always a mainstream figure. And he kept being a mainstream figure. That's it. I miss the old Conservative Party. No, the old Conservative Party always was this as well. They were just more restrained in their commentary. I need you to understand. Make no mistake. This is what Republicans have always represented. This is what the right flank has always represented in this country. Why? Why? Because they have to hold on to some kind of political polarization. They have to hold on to some kind of political polarization because they are aligned on broad economic issues, and they have become more aligned since the Reagan era. Okay? Once Reagan came in and neoliberalism was fully implemented, Republicans and Democrats aligned on and found broad consensus on a lot of the economic policies. Okay? And therefore, they had to find things that they were arguing over so that people could choose one party over the other every time the elections came around. You really lost me? You really lost it at me because I gently encourage you to at least mention other aligned struggles and movements happening in the rest of the world right now? Man, shut up. I don't care, okay? Shut up. I am one person. If you think that I am capable of covering every single conflict happening all around the world, including ones that I already have for the record, that you cynically came in here and was like, oh, I'm just simply making a suggestion. Like, half of the fucking countries that you actually mentioned, I have done broad coverage on, okay? You're just fucking annoying. Go look it up on your own instead of fucking coming in here and being like, what about my own personal issues here? How'd you find that chatter twice? I see everything in the chat, and it pisses me off. Was a mainstream conservative voice. But mainstream conservative voices do not want you to discuss what those positions actually are. Because they also realize these ideals are inconsistent. Way most Americans see liberal. Most Americans. These ideals are inconsistent with the way most Americans think American liberal democracy is supposed to work. What is this? Yesterday on NBC when you said you aren't the CEO of Antifa, did you mean that you are... You could say what those voices are actually saying to keep that consistent with the initial sentence? I'm saying Charlie Kirk was a mainstream conservative voice, but mainstream conservative voices do not want you to discuss what those positions actually are because they also realize these ideals are inconsistent with the way most Americans think American liberal democracy is supposed to work. I think that's fine. It makes sense with the way liberal democracy is supposed to work. My coworker won't give you a chance because, as he explains it, he's already given up and only sees you as a voice box for today's latest catastrophe and suffering. If you see everything in the chat, you saved my life and keep me going as an activist in Chicagoland. Love you. Hell yeah. Anyway. Also, the GOP is cheering the Kimmel suspension and felt it was a long time coming. 71% think of the GOP. 71% of the GOP think the mainstream media is biased and should be punished. And being upset by government influence, 64% of GOP already felt U.S. media was influenced a great deal by government interests. I think this is a crisis in misinformation. The reason why is because 90% on the mainstream side, 90% of conservatives get their news from a singular resource, Fox News. And this is the Fox News narrative and has been the Fox News narrative. The media is biased. Mainstream media is biased. Mainstream media is liberal, right? And there's a lot of government interference already. This is something that they've hallucinated. That doesn't mean it's real. Now, what's important here is that because this isn't real, you can have a conversation with people and explain to them why it's not real. And you should, okay? You should. A big chunk of conservative grievances stem from not recognizing that their ideas are not broadly popular, okay? And they want to punish people for not saying that their ideas are popular because they think that if they actually silence the opposition, they'll be able to get more people on board. They'll be able to live in this fantasy land where everybody goes, no, you know what? These opinions are great, actually. Fascists. Thank you, Austin. He's right.
Yeah, there are rare points in which I see a piece of data and it just sort of jumps off the screen at me. And this is one of them because I really just think it tells the entire story. And this is among Republicans. The media is biased and should be punished. Look at this. 71% of Republicans agree with the idea that the media is biased and should be punished. Republicans are absolutely loving what is happening right now to Jimmy Kimmel. Absolutely love the words that are coming out of Brendan Carr's mouth. The bottom line is that they believe that the media is biased and should be punished. So taking Jimmy Kimmel off the air, if there's government influence there, they're absolutely enjoying it.
Well, but punished by whom, I guess, is the question. How are Republicans, and how much are Republicans, as you're pointing out here, likely to, or what are they going to think about that this decision was made with government influence?
Yes, exactly right. So, you know, it's one thing if the idea is, okay, Jimmy Kimmel's being punished by his own company, right? Being punished by ABC, being punished by Disney. But the idea that the government is influencing it, I don't think that Republicans are going to have much of a problem with it because take a look here. Republicans already think that the U.S. media and U.S. news organizations are in fact influenced by government interests. Look at this, again, amongst Republicans.
The irony is, this is correct, just not in the way that Republicans think it is. When Republicans say like, oh, the media is biased or the U.S. media is influenced by government interests, yeah, on Israel, on American foreign policy, and yes, liberal media does actually present an antagonistic viewpoint to like their left flank, for example. We saw that with Bernie Sanders. But I think a lot of people see that, a lot of people feel that, and then they think the media being antagonistic towards any figure whatsoever implies that those figures are actually presenting good ideas, anti-establishment ideas. And that's how you arrive at Donald Trump. Okay? That's why there are so many Americans that go, I love Donald Trump and I love Bernie Sanders.
Look at this, 64%. This is, again, even before the Kimmel news broke, 64% of Republicans.
You are the reason Twitch is being dragged to Congress. You are going to get dragged through the mud, just as you should be after doing nothing but inciting hate and violence for years. I truly hope that the rotten douchebag you are gets permabanned from all socials. This is what I mean, brother. You have made up this power that I hold in your mind. You have decided to not understand what I represent. Okay? And it's fine. It's good to have some villains. But I always say, recognize who the real villains are. Okay? Like, do you really think that a fucking Twitch streamer has this much power over your life? Do you really think that in a world where I am silenced and suppressed on all fucking social media platforms, let's say it happens, right? Let's say the government kicks in and they're like, we need to make sure that this one guy is fucking done with, okay? He's dealt with. Do you feel like that is going to materially improve your life in any capacity? You're going to forget about it. Shit's still going to suck. And I'll give you an example, one that I use all the time. Donald Trump spent very little time fixing the prices. Donald Trump spent very little time trying to fix the housing crisis. Houses are more unaffordable than at any other point in American history right now. Okay? That's the real issue. Healthcare and the price of healthcare keeps going up in this goddamn country. That's the real problem. The cost of education keeps going up in this goddamn country. That's the real problem. Donald Trump is not addressing any of those problems. He's not addressing it at all. What he has addressed so far is the 49 trans athletes that were participating at the collegiate level have been barred from athletic competition. He did that. Did that fix your life? Is it cheaper now to purchase groceries? Is it actually easier for you to get health care? Do you think that you won't get saddled with medical debt that will carry over for the rest of your life and haunt you if, God forbid, something awful happens to you? This is small-minded shit. And I'll take it one step further, okay? Charlie Kirk was an advisor to the president, okay? Charlie Kirk's positions were broadly reflected by the administration. You're mad at a guy who doesn't even have any fucking crumb of power on the left flank of politics. Okay? This guy thinks he knows what everyday people go through, lol. Well, not until that long ago, I was also going through the same shit that everyday people go through, and you also did not fucking say that I was wrong. Is shit sweet? Are you doing great? Here's the thing, and I said this with the Brandon, with the Brandon administration, right? When push comes to shove, you can't just vibe session your way out of this. You can't just simply say, nah, everyone's doing much better right now. Okay? If your pocketbook is hurting, no amount of "no, your pocketbook is fine" coming from the administration is going to make you feel more comfortable about your finances. You can't just lie and propagandize your way out of it. You can actually offer distractions, red meat to the base. We banned Jimmy Kimmel. We banned Hasanabi, right? Like that might make some people excited for a brief moment, but you're back to square one once you forget that that even took place. You can't hold that as a W for months, for years, especially when you're still hurting financially. Do you understand? Wait, are you actually going to get banned? Who knows? Maybe. It's very clear that there's a lot of appetite for this. This is what they want. It's very clear that like Republicans have deluded themselves into thinking that like regular Republicans, I don't mean like the administration, regular Republicans, especially online, especially on Twitter, have decided that like their lives will be materially improved if The View is banned, if I'm banned, if a bunch of other fucking people that they're annoyed by are banned, not realizing that that's not going to make their lives any better. Not realizing that, especially someone like myself, like I'm advocating for their material conditions to improve as well. They just don't see it. They don't understand it. They think that I am on a vengeance quest towards the right. I never have been, and I never will be. That is precisely the reason why That is precisely the reason why I always advocate for universality, for universal programs. I always say, this guy loves me, and but also hates me at the same time. He loves the hate. Yeah, pretty much everyone hates you for good reason. Yeah, for great reasons. Exactly. Totally. This is also a falsehood. Pretty much everyone hates you for good reason is idiotic. Most people don't fucking know who I am. And there are a lot more people who like me than there are who despise me. It's like chronically online shit, except obviously chronically online shit is becoming more and more a permanent fixture of real life shit as well. Is it you radicalize the youth, they will know? Yeah, radicalize the youth in the direction that it's actually moneyed interests that fucking harm their futures instead of their goddamn neighbors that came from a different country, or their fucking neighbors who have a different sexual orientation. I know, real scary stuff. Radicalizing them to what? Have empathy for one another? I know. Radical empathy. Very scary. How much have you raised for Antifa? Come on, man. You've been in here long enough that you are not this illiterate. Stop LARPing as a fucking illiterate car guy, okay?
Believe that the U.S. media is influenced by government interests a great deal. We're talking 2/3 of Republicans. And then you get another 26% who say are somewhat influenced by government interests. That totals up to nearly 90%, when, of course, you're not just rounding, as if you would, you'd be 90%. But we're talking about 89% of the public, of Republicans, excuse me, who say that the U.S. media is influenced by government interests. So no, Republicans, A, they like the idea that Jimmy Kimmel's being punished, and B, they're not at all going to be against the idea that the government might be influencing it, because they already think, 2/3 already think that the government is influencing U.S. media organizations a great deal in this country.
I mean, or just turn off the channel.
They could do that.
What is there is a big question about what Jimmy Kimmel's next move is. There's reporting from within, sources saying that ABC is trying to find a way potentially to bring him back on air. What's the conventional wisdom around this?
Yeah, what's the conventional wisdom? Well, I'll go to the prediction markets here. A chance that Jimmy Kimmel Live returns by the end of 2025. It's just a little bit more than 50%, 56% at the last reading that I was able to get. By the end of this month, it's 20%, about a 1 in 5. So at this point, the prediction markets basically have it as a coin flip that Kimmel.
This is terrible commentary. I'm gonna be honest. I will keep saying that. Like, who gives a fuck about the prediction markets, man? Anyway, Senator Ted Cruz says the FCC chairman Brendan Carr's statements about Jimmy Kimmel were dangerous as hell and compares them to the kind of rhetoric a mafia boss would use. Cruz says that while he likes Carr a lot and is happy that Kimmel's show got shelved by ABC, he believes Republicans will come to regret using government power this way.
No. Look, I like Brendan Carr. He's a good guy. He's the chairman of the FCC. I work closely with him. But what he said there is dangerous as hell.
For people that are listening, because this is going to be, quote, controversial, so I want to make sure we explain it clearly. When you say no and it's dangerous, explain and run this out, the slippery slope that this can open, so that people understand why we're saying it.
So the Federal Communication Commission is in charge of granting broadcast licenses. So ABC, NBC, CBS, they have licenses from the FCC. It is true that under statute, they're required to be in the public interest.
Yep.
What he is saying is Jimmy Kimmel was lying. That's true. He was lying. And his lying to the American people is not in the public interest. And so he threatens explicitly, we're going to cancel ABC's license. We're going to take him.
This also makes no sense. Because, like, this balancing act doesn't make any sense, right? It doesn't. Because then your position is you should let people lie, right? And a lot of like normies are going to look to what you're saying and go, actually, I don't think that people should be able to lie, especially about my big, beautiful president. It's also incorrect. Like, Jimmy Kimmel didn't fucking say anything that was even remotely controversial or a lie, okay? It is true that the Republicans desperately were pointing the finger of blame without even knowing who the suspect was at the notion that it was not one of their guys. And it's true. They did do that. They did do that. He didn't even openly say the shooter was MAGA. And even if he did, it still is not something that you can punish by the FCC regardless. That's not within the purview of the FCC. That's not, the FCC does not have power to dictate content on its airwaves beyond censorship over like certain pre-established curse words, slurs, things of that nature. Okay?
Off the air, so ABC cannot broadcast anymore. And I gotta say, he threatens it. He says, we can do this the easy way, or we can do this the hard way.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, that's right out of Goodfellas. That's right out of a mafioso coming into a bar going, nice bar you have here. It'd be a shame if something happened to it.
Oh, God. Ted Cruz is a podcaster also doing accents. What the fuck? This medium has devolved.
And I got to say, look, I understand. Jimmy Kimmel has mocked me so many times I cannot count. The corporate media, they are dishonest. They are liars. I hate what Jimmy Kimmel said. I am thrilled that he was fired. But let me tell you, if the government gets in the business of saying,
what you
we
can and
don't
can't
like
say,
what you, the media, have said, we're going to ban you from the airwaves if you don't say what we like. That will end up bad for conservatives. It reminds me of, you and I are both fans of The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
J.R.R. Tolkien. It reminds me of like the Ring of Power. And it is so attractive. It's sort of like conservatives are saying, wait, if we have government, we have power. Yeah. We can ban the media. Let me tell you what will happen. Going down this road, there will come a time when a Democrat wins again. Wins the White House.
They will get rid of every
Democrat
talk show host in America that's a conservative. They'll get rid of every podcast. They'll get rid of everybody on YouTube.
They will silence us. They will use this power, and they will use it ruthlessly. I think it is unbelievably dangerous for government to put itself in the position of saying, we're going to decide what speech we like and what we don't, and we're going to threaten to take you off air if we don't like what you're saying. And it might feel good right now to threaten Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah.
But when it is used to silence every conservative in America, we will regret it. And so, again, I like Brendan Carr, but we should not be in this business.
I like that the Democrats are going to do that, except they're not. They never have, and they never will. The notion that the Democrats would, if they ever get back into power, utilize the federal government in this way is a hysterical position. Okay, it's just an utterly hysterical position. Democrats never have and never will do that. Okay. There was another thing that I wanted to cover here. Oh, here it is. In 1983, 50 media companies controlled 90% of the U.S. media market. That number in 2025 is now down to 5. The Telecom Act of 1996 reduced the FCC regulations on cross-ownership, leading directly to this rapid consolidation. All of your media, just like all of your groceries, are unironically owned by like 5 to 6 mega corporations. Okay? Every single aspect of your life where you feel like you have the diversity of choice is built on a lie, a mountain of lies. Okay? The United States government, I used to say, is like 50 companies in one trench coat. Now it's like 5 companies in a trench coat. Okay? This corporate consolidation exists in every facet of our lives. But the way they hide it is by keeping the different brands under one umbrella, of course, directed by a singular group of people. And directionally, they're always on board because no matter if there are 50 companies or 5, there's still always going to be capital accumulation in mind. But that's not enough. It's not enough because when you got 50 different companies, all of which want higher profit margins, they obviously are still going to compete with one another. Okay? But that market consolidation has made it much easier to give less and demand more in return year over year. This is it. The natural predisposition for a company under capitalism is to monopolize, is to engage in vertical expansion and vertical integration and horizontal integration. Mergers and acquisitions are even a further developed, even worse version of that. And on the independent media side, you have people who are very clearly also invested in massaging whatever kind of narrative you hear. The question for you, for all of you in this community, even the haters and the lovers alike, is that really what you want to live under? Do you want to live in a world where you don't realize that the government is controlling all flows of information, but they're still doing that regardless? Because that's where we're headed. That's where we're at right now. These are, I would say, the last few years, if not months, of being able to hear any kind of real dissenting, earnest opinion. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it doesn't matter. And the only way we were able to get to this position is because the internet was the Wild West for the longest time, where the interest of capital accumulation from social media companies actually aligned with the endless, unlimited flow of information and even misinformation as well. But that is shifting. That is changing. These old fucks are beginning to realize that the stuff that's going on online actually has a lot of influential power over the collective consciousness of Americans. So now they're putting the clamps on the internet as well. They don't need to do that for mainstream news because mainstream news demonstrates the same exact bipartisan consensus that exists in American politics. Things that everybody takes for granted and you never hear discontent on, whether it be any sort of anti-capitalist initiative, all the way from maybe abolishing the paywall structure that exists for healthcare, whether it be even demanding that we have public housing, whether it be a jobs guarantee by the federal government. These are things that are not discussed in the mainstream at all. There are certain places where these sorts of opinions are discussed freely online. Israel is another example of this as well, of course. There is almost complete capitulation to America's foreign policy goals and foreign policy desires, okay? Especially as it pertains to our unlimited loyalty and support for Israel, no matter how insane or violent Israel gets. And you're losing that on the internet as well. That is where we're at. It's here. It's here. I know Cardinal Dolan said the church would make Charlie Kirk a saint. I know. I know. Here's another example of the Trump administration doing business as usual, just transparent corruption. 3 major white-collar criminals were convicted in fraud schemes in order to pay back over $800 million. Then Trump pardoned their criminal offenses. Now the SEC is dropping enforcement, and they won't have to pay the money back. Devin Archer, Trevor Milton, and Carlos Watson each stole vast amounts of money. Archer targeted pension funds and a Native American tribal entity and was ordered to pay nearly $60 million. Milton was found guilty of lying about the supposed technical achievements of his electronic truck maker, Nikola. Prosecutors recommended that he pay more than $660 million back to shareholders. Watson was convicted of defrauding investors in his digital media company, Aussie Media, and was assessed penalties of nearly $97 million. This, by the way, is like a woke guy, too. Remember, it doesn't matter. Because Aussie Media was like supposed to be woke. So this is yet another perfect example. This is yet another perfect example that like these guys care about capital more than anything else. It doesn't matter how you're making the money. Each cozied up to the Trump world in seeking pardons. Archer's pardon application highlighted the assistance he provided the prosecutors and congressional GOP about his former business partner, Hunter Biden. Milton hired Brad Bondi, brother of Attorney General Pam Bondi, to help handle the criminal case and the SEC complaint. Watson cultivated Trump allies, including the White House pardon czar, Alice Mary Johnson, and lawyers with connection to the president. The dismissals of the civil cases further underscore how Mr. Trump used the levers of power to help affluent allies who have found themselves crosswise with the federal government he now leads. According to a June 2025 review by Democrats on the House Judiciary Committee, former President Donald Trump's pardons and commutations in his second administration have voided over $1.3 billion in legal obligations for convicted fraudsters, including some involved in schemes approaching or exceeding $800 million. These pardons have absolved criminals of financial restitution, fines, and in some cases, prison sentences. Here's another example. Philip Esformes, a Florida healthcare executive whose 2019 conviction for a $1.3 billion Medicare and Medicaid fraud scheme was met with a commuted sentence from Trump in his first term. He served only 14 months of a 20-year sentence. Jason Galanis, a serial fraudster and a con man, sentenced to 15 years for an $80 million scheme. After providing testimony for a Republican impeachment investigation, he was pardoned by Trump, which wiped out his obligation to pay $84 million in restitution. Ross Ulbricht, the creator of the dark web marketplace Silk Road, who was sentenced to life in prison. This is one of those where it's like, this is one that's like, you know, maybe a little bit more, of a controversial one, not in the bad way, to be fair. But the ways in which this stuff happens is totally, openly, transparently corrupt. Todd and Julie Chrisley, the reality TV couple, was convicted of bank fraud and tax evasion with outstanding restitution of over $22 million. They were pardoned by Donald Trump. This shit is just the mob. Pay fealty and penance to the Godfather and you're good. Ted Cruz saying, chill, we are sounding like the mafia. One must ask, does this help you? Dear Elon Musk, sir, Hasan Piker calls the death of Senator Tom Cotton, a tweet on X. Senator Rick Scott, landlords, fascists. He made 5+ videos on YouTube calling you a Nazi, by the way. Zionists, he means Jews. Says someone's got to do it regarding Trump. Literally, none of this is true. But it doesn't matter. He also plays terrorist propaganda videos stated upon support for terrorist groups, Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. Ironically enough, he's talking to Elon Musk, where the videos are on Elon Musk's platform, for the record. He would support an IRA-style terrorist organization in the USA to fatigue the population regarding support for Israel. He's clearly protected due to his constant violation of TOS punishments. And then it's like all petty fucking made-up grievances. I have evidence for each point if you'd like to see more. Maybe you can do something because no one else will. God bless. This is the same guy that said this. The reason why we're looking at this is because where's the... Oh, here it is. That same guy said this. And by the way, it might not surprise you to find out that this person is a VTuber who, of course, has engaged with lolicon, drawn pornographic material of children. Okay. And he is super pro-Israel. He apparently stalked Jaden Animation for a while as well. And yeah, he is a pro-Israel lolicon who defended Dr. Disrespect as well. He said, "Hi, Jew here. I uniquely get shit from the far right and the far left, and I can say with 100% certainty, I would entrust my life to a Hitler-hiling, anti-Semitic, Jews-controlled the universe Nick Fuentes Groiper named Kill Rape Jews Groiper 42069 over a moderately leftist college student that goes to overwhelmingly peaceful protests and celebrates Charlie Kirk's assassination." That's how bad it is. Isn't this loser Canadian? Yes. But apparently post October 7 he moved to Israel is what people were saying. I am from Israel and this is my politique. Yeah. He said, I hate moderate college campus leftists who are anti-Israel so much that I would rather entrust my life to a guy who, one, denies the Holocaust, and two, demands more of it. Okay? That's, I mean, at that point, you have to understand, like, this is just an out and about. This is just an out and about admission of your own mental illness.
Like the government
takes so bad, even his allies posted it as an L. Yeah. And also, speaking of people who are aligned with one another, of course, there is Sex Pestiny, right? He has, alongside Nooks Taku and numerous other, like, supposedly apolitical slop tubers and VTubers alike, have found himself in a little bit of trouble. Okay? Here's how it is. Some of you know this. Many of you might not know this. Maybe you saw like clip slam dunk compilations of Sex Pestiny for the longest time and you don't fully understand what his worldview is. The easiest summarization of this, of course, is that he just despises me with his entire soul and will go to any length to try to either deplatform me or have me killed. I mean, he has actually issued death threats against me in the past, only a month ago, as a matter of fact. And he has aligned himself with pedophile neo-Nazis such as Sam Hyde. When he was doing his whole, like, I'm going to kill you, Hassan Piker shtick, again, another pedophile neo-Nazi. He has aligned himself with Nick Fuentes in the past as well, openly talking about how he actually gave Nick Fuentes a platform and how Nick Fuentes, who is also a neo-Nazi and has talked about how he wants to marry 16-year-olds. So make up your own mind on that. And has gone on dates with cat boys and things of that nature. So, you know, another... He's a furry neo-Nazi, kind of. I don't even understand how that works, but whatever. Just so you understand, the alignment is all over the place. But Destiny himself also obviously is currently engaging in a legal battle against his numerous victims, some of which he filmed without consent, some of which he did film with consent in sexual acts, but he distributed that footage to another minor that he was trying to actively have sex with. That guy, he also hates me. Anyway, he has been a major advocate to try and deplatform me for years. He has overtaken major subreddits like Livestream Fails, and has been launching this conquest against me. And despite the fact that he doesn't have like a massive audience or anything, he does have a very loyal following. A lot of jobless motherfuckers who sit around and basically make websites full of clips out of context. So if you see like a lot of clips out of context flying around and you're like, how do I deal with this? Where is this coming from? A lot of that has come from his community. And in the process of their deplatforming initiatives over the course of the last 2 years, post October 7, they built another website where they would try to get me deplatformed with false smears of me being an anti-Semite. And they found some groups, some advocacy groups with a little bit of institutional prowess and a little bit of institutional persuasive capabilities. The Anti-Defamation League, I like to call them the Apartheid Defense League, and numerous other Israel advocacy groups. They aligned themselves with these advocacy groups to try and actively deplatform me and many other pro-Palestinian content creators. They even went so far as to align with my former podcast co-host, Ethan Klein. You already know all of this stuff. But now, the leopards are eating Sex Pestini's face. Because the very same groups that he and his podcast co-host, Dan Stalkman, also known as Dan Saltman, are now coming after Destiny. And there have been numerous updates on this front, and it has actually backfired on him spectacularly. I'm going to start off with this point here really quickly. What? What is this? Hasan's haters are so stupid. This website about Hasan's anti-Semitism uses an image of a little girl lighting lamps. This is the image has nothing to do with Judaism. The makers of this website don't give a fuck about anti-Semitism. Yeah, Hamas Piker Fund for Israel. Fight back against the anti-Semitism of Hamas Piker and his friends. Make a donation in honor of Hamas Piker today. Stock photo of a girl making rangoli and decorating oil lamps for Diwali. So if you want to understand, like, these guys don't give a shit about Judaism anyway. But yeah, they made entire websites with dedicated clips out of context, all this stuff. They have been engaging in this deplatforming. They are incredibly committed to this deplatforming initiative and this smearing initiative for many, many years. And it only actually expanded after October 7. Okay? And they found a unique partner in this with the Israel lobby. They found a unique partner in this with the Israel lobby because those guys are the only ones crazy enough to continue trying to actively engage in this deplatforming initiative, because I'm one of the most prominent critics of Israel on the internet and perhaps even in North America. And these guys have all the smoke. So in that endless initiative, Destiny's podcast co-host, Dan Saltman, went to Washington, D.C. on numerous occasions. Okay? He did. By his own admission, he went to Washington, D.C. and lobbied Republican Congress members because he realized that Republicans would be the only people that were insane enough to try and engage in this deplatforming initiative. Remember, these people bill themselves as liberals, okay?
You want to talk about the mission?
What's your progress going forward with Twitch?
I have congressional meetings set up. Okay? That's like with more than one dude. Republicans, obviously, shifted.
What's a congressional meeting?
Well, I guess it's when there's with multiple congressmen, and it's like a fact-finding mission for them, where they go and they. Oh, stop the video. Sorry.
Super hard right now.
Okay. All right. So a congressional video is where not a congressional video. A congressional meeting is where there's multiple of them, and they have their aides with them, their chiefs of staffs with them. And then they're trying to find out, like, okay, explain this to us, everything from start to finish. Mm-hmm. And they're taking notes, and then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that, based on the information of what you give. What would you like to talk about?
So, those very same Republican groups, of course, got very mad at Destiny. Because Destiny never holds back and has No interest whatsoever. He wears it like a badge of honor to say some of the most unhinged things you've ever heard. Okay? And that he keeps the same energy when he's talking about people to his left flank. And it obviously makes things a lot easier when he does that. But he also keeps that same energy and the interest in dying on any hill, no matter how fucking unhinged it is, when he's attacking the Republicans. So he started, obviously, shitting on the Republicans in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk assassination, including saying things such as, the Republicans need to be in an environment of fear. Some of the things he actually said that people are yelling at him over weren't even unreasonable. He talked about how the president should be lowering the temperature. I agree with that. But of course, Republicans don't agree with that. So they've been coming after him and using at least some of the clips. Many of it accrued over his almost 15-year broadcasting career against him now. But now Dan has backed away, even though he kept repeatedly making calls for my deplatforming over and over again, every single day over the past 2 years, as a matter of fact, tagging fucking Leo Terrell, tagging Laura Loomer, tagging prominent Republicans in Congress over and over again, where he said, Dan Saltman just told Hassan Piker he played no role in lobbying Congress to enact censorship on Twitch. Here's Dan Saltman talking to Lonerbox about how he set up a meeting with multiple Republican congressmen to talk about cracking down on Twitch. I am not sure if Hassan is trying to blame myself or, in parentheses, Jews for this, but for clarity's sake, I have not talked, emailed, DM'd, or had any communication with anyone involved with this directly or indirectly. They chose to investigate Twitch all by themselves. I had no idea this was coming or even in the works until it hit the news. Here he is crying that the clip was from 10 months ago, but here's where he explains his motivation and takes credit for creating the circumstances for the crackdown. I may have pushed this snowball to the top of the hill, but the avalanche is out of my hands. Now, what's really interesting about this statement is that this has happened in the past as well, like when Twitch banned the word Zionist. That was also at his direction. That is something that he petitioned for. That is something that he campaigned for. That is something that he worked alongside the ADL with to accomplish. And when it happened and people got mad, he said, oh, I didn't do this. I don't even think it's a good idea. He says, this is on 2025 9/15, okay? I have no control over it, meow, but the avalanche is out of my hands. Gulag, I may have pushed this snowball to the top. I laughing, I just woke up, lol. My single issue, TTD, which means total Twitch death. I'm a single issue voter. I can focus on my one thing. Other people are focused on very important things. Kaiser, one enemy at the time. I have a different view on effectiveness than Destiny on this. Look, I understand the pushback. The more we ignore it, the more we lose. My plan is an accelerationist view that the faster the mainstream media can eject far-left radicals, the stronger and better the Democratic Party will be to win. And if our shoelaces are tied together, we are fucked from the start. But it's like we need to get dressed and put our boxing gloves to do it. And I want to fight it. I'm not R-worded. I understand who's in charge right now and what's going on. Yes, this person is also 50 years old. I know I read it in the wrong order. It actually is bottom to up. Okay, this is in the private chat room that they have that is DGG. They're probably watching right now, as a matter of fact. They watch my stream probably more than they watch Destiny's own stream, as a matter of fact. All right, anyway. Here he is, also trying to reveal, also trying to, again, defend his position after actively agitating and actively demanding that this happens. Okay? Here he is. I want to explain why I'm particularly focused on Twitch and its promotion of extremist left voices, even as other pressing issues demand attention. While there is substantial work being done to combat fascist rhetoric from the far right, where is that, by the way? Where is that happening? I haven't seen it. I'm doing that. You're focused on me. I believe that extremist leftists, tankies, and Marxists pose one of the greatest threats to the Democratic Party's ability to unify and govern effectively. Their influence, though not backed by significant democratic power, has been corrosive, alienating average citizens by prioritizing ideology over practical solutions. What's ironic is it's actually the opposite. It's the Democratic Party's inability to actually lean into their left flank and boldly and proudly proclaim progressive policy positions that would be real prescriptions to the issues that average Americans feel that has caused them to fucking lose. The Liz Cheney dynamic is the perfect example of this. You run around with Liz Cheney, you lose the fucking election. It's that simple. So he is, I don't even think that he is being, I'm going to entertain charitably that Dan Saltman literally believes this, okay? I'm going to entertain the notion that he actually subscribes to this policy, this principle, the notion that, like, it's actually the tankies that are the reason for the Democratic Party's demise, right? Maybe he genuinely believes it. Maybe he genuinely believes it, okay? The irony, of course, is that it's wrong. And the past election has proven this to be wrong. Zohran Mamdani has proven this to be wrong over and over and over again. This is the reason why the party has failed. This is the reason why there's so much discontent at a time when the Democratic Party, as the left flank, as the counterbalance to the growing discontent against the Republicans that are in charge, should be super popular, but they're not. And it's because of this, like, centrist presentation that they're not. For Democrats to successfully unify and fight against the rising tide of right-wing extremism, we cannot afford to have our own efforts sabotaged by agitators within our ranks. These individuals are not interested in compromise or success. They seek only to see the party fail so they can smugly say, I told you so. If that was the case, I would not be actively working within the Democratic Party in ways that are infinitely more meaningful than whatever the fuck this dipshit is doing, where he aligns with Republicans to deplatform me. I'm the one who's going out and trying to get people to door knock for Democrats. He's the motherfucker who is, again, aligning with Republicans to deplatform me. These guys love talking about how much work they want to put in to fight the far right, but then they align with the far right. How the fuck does that work? Twitch plays a uniquely harmful role in this dynamic. Unlike platforms such as Twitter or Reddit, where multiple viewpoints can circulate, Twitch disproportionately amplifies far-left voices while suppressing others. This is also incorrect, and this is the reason why they have coped themselves into aligning with Asmongold and even Tectone. Okay? That's it. They know that there are far-right voices on Twitch. Okay? They know that. Actually, as a matter of fact, they have designed it so that there is at least a lot of pressure on Twitch to amplify right-wing voices. Asmongold hasn't been streaming because his dad recently passed away. But Asmongold, until he stopped streaming for the past month or so, was literally the biggest political commentator in North America, and he very much had a right-wing position. He was pro-Trump. Yes, rest in peace to Asmon Dad, of course. Twitch disproportionately amplifies far-left voices. They let the troubling incidents, such as silently blocking Israeli signups for a year. He still keeps fucking bringing up this false, fake bullshit. And hosting anti-Semitic content at official events. He won't say what it is. He's talking about the Sabra hummus tier list. That's what he's saying is an anti-Semitic event, an anti-Semitic incident. Of course, he'll never openly say that, because if he were to openly reveal that that's what he was pushing for, then people are going to be like, that's a laughable notion. Shut the fuck up. The platform's influence among young audiences makes this even more concerning, especially given the CEO's stated goal of reaching children as young as 8. When extremist voices are elevated for clicks and moderate voices are ignored, it creates a deeply unhealthy and dangerous environment. This is the same fucking dumbass right-wing perspective, which is, why are our voices not popular? Why is Hutch not a more popular voice? Okay? I don't know. But I think you should probably think about that on your own time instead of actively trying to silence dissent against that position. Okay? Maybe it's because he's wrong all the fucking time. And people go, I don't really want to take my notes from a guy who's wrong all the fucking time. I respect and trust the ongoing efforts to combat the far right. He doesn't. But I believe it's equally critical to address harm caused by our size extremists. If we do not remove these voices from positions of influence within the Democratic Party, we will severely undermine our ability to tackle larger political challenges. We cannot go into 2026 with candidates campaigning on unrealistic policies like forced gun buybacks or universal health care. Universal health care is an unrealistic policy. These unattainable goals only solidify our losses. At the moment, the right is targeting far-left influences like Hasan Piker. If their efforts render these extremist policy politically toxic, I see no reason to intervene. As Napoleon famously said, never interrupt when your enemy, when he is making a mistake. Every day, puff pieces are published celebrating these extremists and pushing them as the left Joe Rogan. This is a mistake. They should form their own party and leave Democrats free to focus on achievable pragmatic goals. We need social Democrats, not democratic socialists. He literally just said universal health care is an unrealistic policy, then claims that he's a social Democrat. What the fuck are you talking about? It's the most pivotal achievement of social democracy, and it exists everywhere. Anyway, half the time it feels as though we are arguing with fucking morons, and that is because we are, okay? I'm starting to suspect he isn't very smart. He's not, exactly. He does this every time his campaign to bash the left backfires and inadvertently furthers right-wing causes. He pretends that he had nothing to do with it and cries that people are blaming him. Yes, they have done this over and over again. Whenever their active deplatforming initiatives actually successfully roll back some semblance of free speech and free discourse, and it actually harms left creators and even liberal creators, as a matter of fact, like queer creators and whatnot, he turns around and goes, oh, I didn't want this to happen. You did. What policies does he want? What the fuck are his politics? His policies are just anti-left. His goals are just anti-left. That's all it is. Okay? And for the record, this is what actually ended up happening. So, a lot of Destiny's old clips and new clips about Charlie Kirk and about Donald Trump and about political violence was then highlighted by the same Republicans that Dan Saltman had aligned himself with to try to deplatform me. Okay? And lo and behold, those guys obviously got excited to attack Destiny as well because they see him as a liberal voice. I mean, he's been on CNN, right? As like the heel to Charlie Kirk, right? They even went so far as to bring his name up in the congressional record, claiming Destiny, a week prior to Charlie Kirk's assassination, said Charlie Kirk's a demonic entity. And even, it was such an idiotic thing to put in the congressional record that even fucking Jim Jordan turned around and said, well, tough titties, that's the First Amendment. Which is true, by the way. It is such a stupid fucking take. It blows my mind that people would get mad at that. Like, what are you talking about? We can't fucking say that our political opposition is bad? What are we doing here? Which is, of course, the goal of the Republican Party, the goal of a fascist administration. Oh, sorry, Jim Jordan didn't say that. Jerry Nadler did. Sorry. I thought it was Jim Jordan that said that, but in any case, in that environment, in this misinformation environment, Destiny, who is a rapacious troll, turned around and brought up his former Twitch ban. He was banned from Twitch a very long time ago, in like 2022 or something, okay? He posted that and said, oh no, your cancellation efforts have actually harmed me. I've lost my platform on Twitch. And what's ironic is that because Republicans are so fucking stupid, they thought that was a major victory without actually fact-checking whether or not he was actually banned. And that was even talked about on Fox News. Jesse Waters did a news hit on it. Said this fucking far-left violent man got banned off Twitch. But I suspect because that happened and because there was a lot more pressure, it seems that Destiny was actually demonetized on YouTube. Okay? So what ended up happening is what he was trying to do to me for years and years and years has, with his own allies, as a matter of fact, partially because of his own fucking allies and their endless interest in aligning with fucking fascist Republicans who want to take out any kind of opposition, any kind of discontent, no matter how liberal, no matter how moderate those voices may be. They ended up targeting him successfully and taking away his one of his revenue streams. That is where we're at. And that's the reason why Dan Saltman has been talking about how he had nothing to do with this. He said the Yaz 2027, Trump is on life support, but still wheeled out for TV appearances. The U.S. has been in civil war for 60 months. Food is scarce, medicine and ammunition hard to come by. Dan is a bitch tweeting about Hasan. He's even shitting on Dan. The only other community we had a bridge with torches it because Ethan's a spineless hack fuck as well. Just such pathetic state of affairs of everyone over here. Adam Mockler is the only exception to what I said. Everyone else is a fucking loser. See ya all in the camps. He also revealed that he no longer wants to do politics, which he's not going to do. Destiny announces he's retiring from politics and focusing on gaming. He says, look at how they stick together. Unreal. I think I might do this event and retire to gaming 6 months. For 6 months or indefinitely. I think it should just be a conservative fascist government. People like Hutch, Pisco, CNN, etc. can do their thing. It's just way too many pussies with zero fucking spine. There is no point. To which this subreddit apparently called DGG Snark. I didn't even know that there was a fucking snark for DGG of former Destiny fans. Destiny has been harassing and stalking Hasan and other pro-Palestinian streamers for 2 years to bring attention to himself. Now he's received 1% of the vitriol they have received and immediately gives up and succumbs to fascism. This is liberalism in a nutshell. Yeah, I mean, look, they're going. Alex Jones is doing full clip compilations about Destiny. Shocking violence. Watch leftist mouthpiece Destiny brag about planning to murder a family. Blame President Trump for Charlie Kirk's assassination. Call for more conservative deaths at rallies. Wish for the death of Devin Nunes. We are live breaking it down. Now, of course, he's not a leftist at all, but it doesn't fucking matter to these guys. Just like I've always said, they say Nancy Pelosi's a communist. You guys are fucking stupid. If you're a liberal and if you hate the Republican Party, okay, if you hate what the Republicans are doing to this country, if you hate the erosion of civil liberties, any moment that you spend attacking your fucking left flank, many of which are actually out in the streets before and after the takeover of the fascists, is idiotic. It's unproductive, and there needs to be a recognition that maybe you were fucking wrong. Okay? Maybe you were wrong. The highlighting of your left flank as the real scary enemies that are at the doorstep is directly a consequence of your own petty grievances. That's all this was, always and forever. I would go so far as to fucking say that his fucking pro-genocide position was directly tailored off of my anti-genocide position. Like, it's all spite-based. It doesn't make any sense. It's just so incredibly fucking dumb. Here he is, the moment of recognition where he's been demonetized off YouTube.
I feel like my YouTube is gonna get permaban soon because I got like broad demonetized yesterday for they didn't even cite a video. So I don't know. I'll appeal it. We'll see what happens. But I mean, if Kimmel is getting canceled from ABC, I don't know.
I said this for fucking years. Here's Dan bragging he took 7 figures from you. October 1 to January 1 should be 50% of all revenue for the year. Lamau, you are such a Hasan dick rider. Remember that even if you got hit by a truck today and died, your daddy Hasan has lost his 7 figures in ad revenue because of me, and you can't do shit about it. Remember to let Hasan know that he lost 7+ figures of revenue from me, which is ironic because once again, the only reason why I ever ran ads was because I had a contract from Twitch. Twitch doesn't offer those contracts any longer, and therefore I don't run any ads any longer. And even after that, that wasn't enough, of course. They still tried to attack the platform. So Twitch made a decision to create a new category, a political content category, which I'm on, right? So therefore, you don't see ads. My revenue stream is not off of ads. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. Your voluntary subscriptions keep me editorially independent. That's it. They only ended up hurting a bunch of small streamers in the long run. Okay? It's that simple. Knowing full well that because my political perspective is not broadly reflected by any mainstream party, I have always relied on my community. Okay? It's grassroots. It's always been grassroots. You cannot be a leftist and demand contributions from billionaires and millionaires. You just can't do that. The more right-wing you are on this political spectrum, the easier it is for you to get money from shadow donors and very wealthy people. A liberal has an easier time getting big donors to defend them and getting big institutions to defend them and getting big donors to give them money than a leftist does. And a right-winger has a much easier time getting those shadow donors than a liberal does. This is how it works. This is how it works. No billionaire is going to fund a prominent content creator who says billionaires should not exist. It is that simple. You stopped ads a month or two before October, pre-cock Piker? Yep. What? A few seconds following the clip from earlier, he explains how justice works and, of course, is anti-Semitic.
And then they're issuing subpoenas and shit like that after that, based on the information of what you give, essentially. That's how justice works. Some fucking Jew in Miami Beach gives a PowerPoint, and then a company gets brought to its knees.
So you're the one who's presenting your case against Twitch?
Yeah.
Yeah. If your worldview is entirely around petty grievances that one streamer has over another, of course you're going to end up doing some idiotic shit in the process. Idiotic shit that ends up harming you in the long run. This is where we're at. And it's ironic because I always mention this. I mentioned this for the longest fucking time. I said, look, if apolitical and liberal adjacent content creators are consistently focusing on their left flank and attacking their left flank and smearing their left flank, then obviously there's going to be a lot of people who associate the left flank with those smears, and you might find a little bit of success in that process. You might actually humiliate leftists and Marxists or present them as these like scary people, but what you're doing in that process is you're legitimizing the people to your right flank, because now the people to the right who might despise you in other circumstances are now aligned with you in attacking the left. So even if you actually achieved success in that process, even if you've completely eradicated the left, okay? Even if you completely eradicated the left, then the right is going to come after you. And we are there now. The left is not actually successfully defeated, but it doesn't matter. You're still attacking the left. These people present themselves as like these brilliant people, these skilled political beings, but they focus on petty fucking grievances. It's all about ego. That's all this is. He felt, this man right here, who has done a fuck ton of awful nonsense, attacking anyone to his marginally leftist position for daring to ever criticize him, has spent most of his career in the last 6 years actively going after the left. And at times he goes after the right as well, but mostly he spent his time opposing people like myself. That hasn't actually given him any sort of prominence whatsoever. Because there is no world view. There is no real future that you want. There is no perfect society, a perfect design that you have in mind. It's just pure reactionary bullshit. This is a problem with centrism in general. Okay? This is why centrists lose to the right all the time. Because the right, even if we disagree with them, and I certainly do, have a worldview. They have a grand design. And they are constantly advocating for said grand design. They are not directionless. They are moving the country towards that project. It is a fascist project, and they are successfully moving this country in that direction. And we're there now. But centrists look to that and say, you know, extreme right and the extreme left are just the same. I am the moderate here, not realizing that year over year, the right gets more reactionary, more radical, and pushes the Overton window further and further to the right. So the centrist position becomes more and more right-wing. This is the issue.
Actually caring about deplatforming, or do you think, I mean, I'm going to be honest, your community, your podcast host, Dan Saltman, has been involved in mass letter campaigns to people like Richie Torres to get people deplatformed, and I'm obviously referring to Hasan. I agree with you on some things, I agree with Hasan on some things, I'm kind of in the middle on that progressive end. However, I do feel like there's been some content creators, Asmongold, H3H3, all those kind of fuckers.
This is the thing that I never understand, by the way, because it's like, when people say I agree with Hasan on some things and I agree with Destiny on some things, I will never understand it because, like, the things that you agree with me on, like, if you're progressive, you probably just agree with me and that's it, right? Like, what could you possibly agree with Destiny on? Because everything that he has designed when he has tried to create this, like, unique space in the progressive side of politics is just anti-me. Like what? To be able to say the slurs or something? I don't know. I don't really get it.
Who have all been involved in this push to deplatform people, and I feel like it's now coming back to bite you in the butt, for example. I mean, your name's being mentioned in congressional hearings now. I'm just wondering, do you feel any responsibility for that?
I think there's a huge difference between deplatforming somebody by pressuring a platform to take action on something versus like the FCC and
yeah, except he also mentioned Richie Torres. Dan Saltman didn't just try to do a deplatforming initiative by using the ADL, which is ridiculous, because the moment that you use the ADL, you're not pressuring the platform directly. You're pressuring a advocacy group that has a lot of institutional persuasive power because they have congresspersons that they can rely on. So that in and of itself is a redirection that does not make sense.
Trump pressuring organizations to do things.
We agree on that, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I think people have a right to have their voices heard on things. People have had to be deplatformed from things, you know, whether I agree or disagree. Sometimes, it is what it is, but I think it's fundamentally a different conversation than what we saw happen just recently with Kimmel and the entirety of the Conservative Party supporting it. I think is a very scary thing. Yeah, but I mean, like. There are some things that people think they have like an absolutist position on, but their position is a lot more malleable. They just haven't seen it like tested yet. Like all of us agree in some level of deplatforming, right? Like if some guy were to go live on a YouTube stream and he was just abusing dogs all day, just like, you know, punch him in the head, I think everybody would be like, well, this guy should probably be banned. Like, like there's going to be some level where we're all like, well, this is probably not.
Yeah, except you're talking about someone who has an anti-Israel position. I agree with that. That's my position as well. Okay. Also, one is a criminal act, for the record. It's an illegal criminal act for good reason. What's crazy is I'm not doing that, and you're equivocating my commentary that is now the popular commentary, that is now the popular position for the record. You said the term top speak the other day. Could you define that? I have no idea what that is. I don't think I've ever said that unless I misspoke or you misheard me. What the fuck is top speak? You think cop speak? Is that what you did say it? Why? Why is it that you immediately go, you did say it? I think you misheard me. I said cop speak, probably. When referencing the Tyler Robinson text messages where he says like, where he calls the police vehicle a squad car, or even refers to his own car as a vehicle, like saying things along. Why is it always us mishearing and you never misspeaking? Well, considering that I also first said I probably misspoke, you are literally mishearing. And this guy also misheard the other chatter. Yes, cop speak. I didn't hear what the chatter said. I thought he wrote cop speak. So maybe both of these instances is an unfortunate byproduct of mishearing, including but not limited to the fact that I already factored in that I might have misspoken first. That's the first thing I did. Ask yourself why immediately you take this this antagonistic tone. Where is that coming from? Oh, baby, a triple. Yeah. Let's continue.
Okay, like watching Hasan, clap and cheer with his chat when Houthis are hijacking ships in the ocean and saying that they're based in Awesome, I think is an insanely unhinged thing to watch on.
Oh, is it? Is it? That's interesting. As opposed to what you do, which is watching Israel do a genocide and go, it's based and awesome. I think the anti-genocide position, which is, luckily I don't even have to say that this is like just not only the moral position, but now I can say it's the popular position as well. The anti-genocide position is the popular position. Yes, the only foreign nation in the region that is actively trying to penalize Israel for doing a genocide is on the right side of history. It's that simple. It's that simple. The biggest problem here for Sex Pestany, aside from his proclivity towards engaging in really horrible actions on that front in his own personal life, is that he chose the wrong horse to back. He thought that he could just maintain the pro-Israel position, the pro-genocide position, and he would never actually arrive at a unique moment in time where the large majorities of the public would say, hey, that's really fucked up. He thought he could gesture vaguely at pre-established American foreign policy positions and say, Israel is doing the right thing, it's not a genocide, and anyone that actually is trying to fight back against Israel's genocide is actually morally not in the right, but in the wrong, and they're all terrorists, and they should be evaporated. Lamo, we got one? No, he's joking. He's being sarcastic. He says, counter-argument, you're strawmanning so hard right now. As a D-fan, you're wildly misrepresenting his point. You're supposed to hear it from a secondary source, not from his mouth, you disinfo agent. He backed himself into a corner, and in the past, instead of offering like a nuanced perspective on any given issue that pertains to American foreign policy, and be able to bastardize his opposition's position, mine, like when it came to Ukraine, and falsely claim that I was actually against Ukraine or I was pro-Russia, all these different things. He was able to get a lot of mileage out of that. So I think he did that with Israel as well, thinking that he would have the same kind of support. Of course, not only was that a bastardization of my viewpoint on Ukraine, even though he did get a lot of mileage out of that, and a lot of people still to this day, especially on Reddit, think I'm like pro-Russia, which is so fucking insane, but what are you gonna do? But genocide is so black and white that his perspective on Israel, the unconditional support to Israel, became unimaginably unpopular. And now here we are.
A media platform, especially by their own rules, that say you can't champion terrorist violence. So, yeah, I mean, there's going to be some level of, like, obviously disagreement that people should be allowed to have across social media platforms, but I think it's gotten really extreme on a lot of them right now.
So,
yeah, he said, my contextualization of the Ansar Allah movement in Yemen's actions against the genocidal state of Israel is akin to animal abuse. Okay? That is what he just tied this argument up with. At some point, people have to recognize that this is not good argumentation whatsoever. Okay? Just because the speaker is confident doesn't mean that the contents of the things that he's saying is actually appropriate. You should be able to think and reflect and think critically on what he is actually saying. That's it. It's just debate, bro, fuckery through and through. That's why I've always said he's like the left's Ben Shapiro. Well, not even the left, but like a liberal, centrist Ben Shapiro. And apparently they were heckling him pretty hard. I saw the CSAM distributor himself, Dom Lucre, also making fun of another CSAM distributor or CSAM recipient, Pedstany here. Because so many people that hate me have this strange obsession with pedophilia, that oftentimes when they're fighting amongst themselves, it turns into, you know, pedo on pedo violence, pedophile infighting. Very strange. Anyway, here are some hecklers when he was trying to do this change my mind thing.
Not half as many as you, sir.
It's interesting because he said, I assume he's coming at this from a far right angle, right? Like the person who's heckling him, I suspect is probably far right. He's using the F slur, maybe right wing, right? But if he's right wing, then if he's right wing and he's saying that, doesn't he realize that one of the cocks he sucked may or may not have been Nick Fuentes' penis? At least by Destiny's own admission. So you're kind of doing friendly fire there big time. That's the other thing about, you know, pedo on pedo violence in general. Yeah, they're just friendly firing. It's just a bro job. It doesn't count. Okay, well, I don't know about all that. So, moving on from this endeavor and getting back to, yeah, you hate to see the right not have solidarity. Yeah, this kind of discontent is really messed up. Yeah, judge me by my enemies is a perfect quote once again. All right. Having said that, there was one other thing that I wanted to show you. What's that one account that always she had a good take on the Starbucks coffee issue. She's somewhat more controversial on left circles, where she will have like a lot of libbed up takes. But she also talked about the Rudy Giuliani Starbucks thing, and I'm trying to find it. It's not Liv Agar, dude. What the fuck? Also, Liv Agar is no longer Liv Agar. She is now Liv Aga. Okay? Liv A. Yeah, she is officially a Turk. She's an honorary Turk. So, fuck, I can't find, what is it, like Cassidy or something? Cassandra, maybe? Is that her name? The person I'm thinking of. I wonder if we can find it, because she had I think a really good take on the Republican policy. Cassie Pritchard, is it Cassandra? Cassie Pritchard? Is it? Oh yeah, it is. It is her. Okay, you got it. So here it is. Where is it? It was the Starbucks thing. She often has like a silly, she sometimes every now and then will have like a silly libbed up take, but I think she absolutely nailed it with the discontent surrounding Starbucks. Okay. Here's what she said. The right understands this as a humiliation ritual, as a form of effigy politics in which they deploy Charlie Kirk as a cynic doge. I don't even know what this word means. For the politics of subjugation he practiced, and the barista as a stand-in for the groups they want to dominate. I'm gonna just say stand-in, okay? Because that's what it is. Charlie Kirk is a stand-in for the politics of subjugation he practiced, and the barista as a stand-in for the groups they want to dominate: young, queer, non-white, female, etc. Like a metaphor. We live in a time where popular democracy is so atrophied and civic institutions so gutted that even the ascended far right doesn't know how to vent their spleen except through expressive consumption, through symbolic Judas burnings of non-compliant workers. Trump is a master of effigy politics, always finding a salient exemplar to castigate, at whom to direct the screaming hate of millions. Kilmar Brega Garcia, Mahmoud Khalil, Zohran Mamdani, Tyler Robinson, all stand-ins, all effigies for the other to be subjugated and destroyed. Trump speaks to the impotent millions, the workers and petite bourgeoisie adrift in the vortex of an elite-governed technocratic capitalism, raising up effigies for them, totemic vessels for their hate to destroy. He gives them all anyone hopes for anymore: symbolic destruction. Okay? That is precisely the case. I think this absolutely nails this, okay? She's basically saying that all of this is aesthetic red meat, as I like to call it, okay? It's just red meat for the base, because he will never offer real material solutions to their problems, and instead will turn around and find a stand-in for all of the resentments that right-wingers have that perfectly symbolizes this out-group that must be destroyed, okay? And all of that is still ultimately based around this unimaginably childish, idiotic, unproductive assessment of consumption. The Sartre quote: "If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would create him." Yeah. But that's precisely what this is, right? Because this is so insane. Like, you took time out of your day and you act as though you are truly hot, okay? You are truly frustrated. You're mourning. You're in your grief. And what do? You go to Starbucks and you're like, you do this act of consumption, which is the only way that you can get your message across, or the only way that you can champion a cause. You go to Starbucks and you demand that they write Charlie Kirk. Maybe they actually do write it, maybe they don't, but it doesn't matter. Do you not see the irony in being on the side that is market cornered in virtue, that has the market cornered in virtue signaling? Brother, you need to understand something, okay? These are the things I fucking believe. Virtue signaling implies that I don't actually believe them. I'm just simply saying them because I want clout. This is just something I believe. Maybe some other people engage in this act, but ultimately I would definitely say that virtue signaling is still better than vice signaling, which is what the Republicans are doing. This comes, even the notion of like claiming that something is a virtue signaling moment, unironically comes with the underlying premise that you recognize that your interlocutor, your opposition, your ideological enemy is actually saying or doing something virtuous. You are taking an L on that regard. When I say don't be mean to gay people and you go, that's virtue signaling, you quite literally recognize that that is actually a virtuous position. Are you a villain? Do you define yourself as a villainous person? Do you look to your actions and your belief and say, I'm a bad guy. I love being a fucking bad guy. Don't worry. Republicans have actually decided that they are vice signaling. Okay? This is yet another example of this. My point is, if you were truly grieving, you would not engage in this fucking idiotic act. Okay? Like, it's like liberals, it's like Black Lives Matter. Instead of taking protests to the street because it's yet another graphic instance of police brutality and the way that policing works in this country under an objectively, systematically racist criminal justice system, okay? Another horrifying reminder of this in the unjustifiable murder of George Floyd. Instead of taking it to the streets, they just went to Starbucks and were like, why won't you write George Floyd on this Starbucks cup? That's fucking stupid. Write George Floyd on the Starbucks cup now. It's the Instagram black square of the right-wing movement. And there's a lot more on the right-wing side that happens. Overall, this is also directionless. Do you understand? Because there is an objective goal here. There is a discernible goal with BLM. It was not achieved because liberals obviously immediately cut it, either co-opted it or co-opted it in an effort to basically neuter it, okay? Or stood directly in opposition to it, right? They did do that, the Black Square. I know, but ultimately, I'm not saying that decentralized protest movements that get together in and develop a grassroots initiative are not always going to be demonstrating perfect messaging discipline or perfect tactics, right? There are going to be instances where people do dumb shit. The Black Square is a great example. At the time I said, don't post the Black Square, you're being a fucking idiot, and people yelled at me. Liberals yelled at me for that, okay? They said I was racist. They said I wasn't sufficiently talking about Black Lives Matter at a time when I was, covering this stuff every day and had been for years at that point. So, but it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter. Listen, directionally speaking, BLM had a discernible goal, a goal that you can associate with changing the way that the criminal justice system works in order to have more just outcomes for black and brown people, okay? Criminal justice reform, policing reform, these were demands that were being made overall. What is the goal with this Starbucks initiative? What do the Republicans want right now? think. Can you explain to me what the Republican move is here? Because the only thing that I can associate with the anger that they have demonstrated against the assassination of Charlie Kirk is still owning the fucking libs and demanding fealty from the liberals. That's all it is. It's all vengeance. It's a vengeance quest. And the systematic solutions that they want is basically to bring liberals to heel, to demand that like random baristas get fired, to demand that the guy at Jiffy Lube get fired for not sufficiently demonstrating grief about the president's favorite podcaster. That is a psychotic thing. And it's not only psychotic, but it was the violent hallucinations of the right when the liberals were in charge. They literally were saying, this is what the liberals want. Joe Biden never did anything like this, okay? And I hate the guy, but he never did nothing like this.
I want to thank.
But of course, it's good when Trump does it, right? It's good when your side does it. It's bad only if you fantasize that your ideological enemies are doing it to you, even when they're not, and you fucking tune yourself up. You tune yourself up. Also, open mocking is not synonymous with sufficient grief. Half of the fucking people are not even open mocking. Half of the people are actually just simply not demonstrating sufficient grief. That is 100% what is going on here. Have you seen half the people that got fired, like the Ball State person that got fired? Half the people that are getting fired are just simply posting Charlie Kirk quotes. Oh my God, I keep saying Quirk. Charlie Kirk quotes while simultaneously saying political violence is abhorrent. Also, understand that open mocking is also perfectly permissible. What the fuck are we talking about? That's what the Republicans did for fucking years with no penalties whatsoever to George Floyd, including Charlie fucking Kirk. The fuck? Republicans still, after years and years, every fucking day on George Floyd's birthday will post, oh, George Floyd is like, or on the day that he was assassinated, okay, the day that he was killed publicly by Derek Chauvin, okay, they will say 5 years sober now. George Floyd is 5 years sober now. They do it every year. They do it every fucking year. What is that? Why can't you just admit you want to be out and about with whatever you want to say, okay? You want to be able to shit on whoever the fuck you want to, and you don't want your opposition to do the same, because that's what it comes down to. If it's no holds barred, then you should be able to make fun of Charlie Kirk as well, in the same way that Charlie Kirk made fun of George Floyd, for example. So why do you get up in your fucking fifis?
Of the stories.
Anyway, let's listen to this guy.
The networks are bad, or whatever it may be, whether it's 89, doesn't matter. It's a tremendous number. You know it, you report it all the time, and it changes. But when you have that kind of a negative reporting, fake negative reporting, when they take a great story and they make it into a bad story constantly, that's what they do. Look, 60 Minutes took Kamala's answer, and they threw it out and they gave her a different answer so that she sounded competent. When things like that happen, George Slopadopoulos from your network, right? George Slopadopoulos had to pay $16 million to me because of what he said. And that's ABC. You had to pay more than that. Your network had to pay more than that. So I think it's very sad. But I think that reporting has to be at least accurate to an extent. Again, when somebody is given 97% of the stories are bad about a person, that's no longer free speech, that's no longer anything, that's just cheating. And they cheat. And they become really members of the Democrat National Committee. That's what they are, the networks, in my opinion. They're just offshoots of the Democrat National Committee.
Mr. President,
Go ahead.
People are still anticipating who your pick for national security advisor will be. They're worried Marco Rubio is a little overworked, and one of the reported front runners is Michael Anton from the State Department.
He's good.
He's just authored the national security strategy. Also in the mix is Mike Flynn and
Good.
Steve Witkoff. Can you give us an indication?
Well, they're all good. No, we'll make a decision soon. but we're doing very well. You know, I settled 7 wars, more than that, I think. But actually, we settled 7 wars. I have working on Gaza, tough one, but we'll get it done somehow. And we're also working with Russia and Ukraine. They hate each other so much you wouldn't believe it. President Putin and President Zelensky, they hate each other to a level that you wouldn't believe. So we're having a little bit of a problem with that.
Are you considering Stephen Moran for Fed chair?
I hadn't thought of it too much. He's doing a great job. Just got approved. His vote was a very good one. The Fed should have done more. You know, too late. Powell is terrible. He's a terrible chair. I think he's just terrible. But despite that, we're powering through it. We have another record stock market today. We're very, very high levels, and we're at the highest levels. So we're setting records. Many, many days during my administration, we've set records, and we'll see what happens with 50,000. 50,000 is a pretty big number. Never come close. We're not so far away from it. So that's because they see what's happening. Not so much what's happening exactly right now, but they see all the plants that are being built. They see the kind of investment that's going to be made. When you take $17 trillion, so Biden had $250 billion, okay? Or putting a simpler way, they had much less than $1 trillion, but they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. I have $17 trillion for 8 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I think they're looking at that and they're saying when those plants open, right now they're being built, a lot of them, and some are starting over the next year. It takes a while, but we're getting fast permits. And when those plants get built, I don't think there'll be anything like what we're going to experience yet.
Mr. President, if I can, on the tough subject of free speech, Ted Cruz compared Brendan Carr to a mob boss, the way he's threatening television stations and saying it's absolutely dangerous for the government to determine which speech is okay and which is not. What's your reaction to Ted Cruz?
I think Brendan Carr is an incredible American patriot with courage. You know, it used to be, I remember in the old days that networks would have to get licensed, relicensed, and it was always a big deal. You know, they had to show honesty and integrity. When you have a network, again, I'll use the same numbers, whether it's 90 or 94 or 97, all different numbers, but when you have networks that give somebody 97% bad publicity or 94% bad publicity, I think that's dishonesty. And you know, they're getting free airwaves, right? You know that, right? You get them for nothing. These airwaves, they make millions and millions of dollars. The news makes millions of dollars. ABC, your network. I mean, your network wrote very badly about me, and they had to pay me $16 million.
So do you think
I wasn't looking for that.
Brendan Carr has a right to...
No, I think Brendan Carr is a patriot. I think Brendan Carr is a courageous person. I think Brendan Carr doesn't like to see the airwaves be used illegally and incorrectly and purposely horribly. Doesn't like to see a person that won the election in a landslide get 97% bad publicity before the election. I mean, it's amazing that I won the election with that, but here's what happened. The people have given your networks no credibility. They don't give them any credibility, John. If they did, they wouldn't vote for me. They wouldn't have voted for me. When you look at, I mean, you could also say the liberal media, the liberal left, when you look at these stories and papers, but we're not talking about that. We're talking about, I assume you're talking mostly about the networks, but they have a licensing procedure, and you can read it as well. They have to show honesty and integrity. And when they take a good, well, I think the people decide. That's why I'm president. When they take a great success, like you often do, and you make it into like it's a loser, or you put a negative spin on it, I don't think that's right. So I think Brendan Carr is a great American patriot. So I disagree with Ted Cruz on that.
Will you be at the UN next week? You're going to the UN?
I'll be at the UN. I'll be making a speech, yes.
And are you meeting any other world leaders?
Many of them.
Can you tell me?
Well, I'm meeting many of them. They're being set up.
What is your goal from attending that meeting?
World peace. Nobody's done a better job than I've done in world peace. Nobody's settled so many wars as I have. You know, I've been here probably a little bit more than 8 months, and I've settled 7, and that doesn't include the destruction of a vast potential nuclear disaster in Iran, which we wiped out totally, as I say, obliterated. We obliterated it. It's been turned right with this beautiful plane right here. We just ordered some more of them, by the way. The B-2 bomber. Just ordered some more. The more updated version. Not that we needed that. We just need the plane because it was so flawless. These pilots flew 37 hours flawlessly. Not an engine problem, not a screw, not a bolt. It was an amazing.
I stopped 10 wars, more wars that I even began. I sometimes begin wars to stop them.
Helicopters and
Nobel Peace Prize, please. The way things are
what a
going,
mess.
because these fucking like esteemed institutions have no worth whatsoever, and every single one of them is caving to Donald Trump's fascist policies, I could see him getting a fucking Nobel Peace Prize eventually, okay? In an effort to keep up the appearances that this is the new normal, with the hopes that he won't come after them eventually. You know what I mean? None of this shit matters anymore.
Catastrophic war. So, so I think that nobody has ever done anywhere near that. Now, on top of that, we're working very hard to get Russia, Ukraine settled. We'll see what's going to happen there. I hope we're going to get it done. President Xi and I spoke to him about it, and I believe that he really would like to see it done also, and I think he's going to work with us to help.
What was your message to President Xi on the war in Ukraine? What do you ask?
Well, it's the same as his message to me. He would like to see it done. He would like to see it. I believe he would like to see it ended. Yes, I do believe.
These 2 wars that you were talking about, Gaza and Ukraine, I studied at the same time. We're going to take this stage and we're going back this stage after these years. Do you plan to setting any kind of red lines for the super countries in the 74?
Well, we're going to see.
Yeah.
We have a long time to go before I get up and speak at the UN, because every day is a long time when it comes to Gaza, when it comes to Israel and the Middle East. So we have a long time to go, but you know a lot of my opinions, and remember this, you can't forget October 7th either. People are forgetting October 7th. They forget it too quickly. That was one of the worst days in world history. It was the most evil attack that I think you could really say babies were involved, little babies were involved, and having their heads chopped off and all of the things that took place. You can't forget that. I don't forget that. A lot of people do, but I don't. Yeah, please.
Brandon, it's Joe Brandon time. It's Joe Brandon time. He's Brandonizing. Hell yeah, baby. That is
we'll see what happens with Bagram.
typical Brandon. Welcome back, Joe Brandon. Welcome back, Joe Brandon.
Been given up. It was the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. There was no reason to give it up. I was leaving Afghanistan. I was leaving. I was the one that got it down to 5,000 soldiers, but we were going to keep Bagram, the air base. I said it yesterday, and we had an incredible trip, as you know, to UK, and I said it during the press conference. It's one of the most powerful runways ever built in terms of weight, length, and load, what it could take, and we just gave it up for nothing. We gave it up for nothing. There was no reason to give it up. We weren't going to leave Bagram. Joe Biden didn't know what he was doing. We had a man that didn't know what he was doing. We had a man, by the way, that didn't approve. If you take a look at what's happening in Congress, we had a man that signed everything with almost everything with an auto pen, and he didn't tell the
Whereas
people from
I
the auto
signed it
pen
with a
who
real
were-
Sharpie, not an auto pen.
Said that
except for the Jeffrey Epstein letter, that was auto pen. That was auto pen. Even I would never sign that. That was auto pen. But
Freud
everything
and
else I
deleted
signed myself.
All the information from J6, they deleted everything because it turned out that they were wrong. It turned out that I offered 10,000 National Guard or soldiers, whatever they wanted, and you wouldn't have had a problem. And they turned it down. Nancy Pelosi turned it down, and the mayor of Washington, D.C. turned it down. They deleted everything, and they destroyed it, illegally destroyed it. And Biden gave them a pardon. And Biden gave a lot of other people pardons that, frankly, would be in jail if it wasn't for those pardons. But those pardons now are illegal. according to just about everybody.
On Letitia James, are you disappointed that the U.S. Attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia has not prosecuted Letitia James? Do you intend to fire him?
Well, we're going to see what happens. I am not following it very closely. It looks to me like she's very guilty of something, but I really don't know. I know that the U.S. Attorney from the Eastern District, or from that district in Virginia, that he was approved by 2 Democrat senators who, in my opinion, are among the worst. And when I learned that 2 senators, Democrats, because as you know, it's very hard with the blue slip, it's very hard for a Republican to get somebody approved if you have 1 senator that's a Democrat because of an old custom. It's not a law, it's a custom. It's a ridiculous custom. But if you have a Democrat senator, you have to get that senator approved. Well, in this case, we had 2. When I saw that he got 2 senators, 2 gentlemen that are bad news as far as I'm concerned, when I saw that he got approved by those 2 men, I said, pull it, because he can't be any good.
So you want him fired? You want him out?
Yeah, I want him out, yeah. When I learned that he was blue-slipped through by 2 Democrat senators in Virginia, people that would never vote for it, that people that haven't voted for us for probably years, okay, probably years. 2, in my opinion, 2 bad guys. You know, they are Warner and Kane. 2 bad guys, bad senators too. They do a terrible job for the people of Virginia. But when I saw that he got approved by these 2 terrible people that haven't voted, they just don't vote, no matter what it is. We could give them the greatest deal ever, and they still wouldn't vote. And they voted for this guy. And I have other people, judges, and I have U.S. attorneys from other states where I have the same situation, and they can't get approved. So when I learned that they voted for him, I said, I don't really want him. Okay. No, behind you, please.
Have you seen the polling, the Gallup poll out of Ukraine that shows 23%, less than a quarter of Ukrainians actually support continuing the war against Putin? We saw the European leaders come here and try to say the world is united for the war effort, but Ukrainians have war fatigue themselves.
Well, I don't blame them.
Your thoughts on it?
I don't blame them. It's a war that never should have started. It's a war that never would have happened. If I were president, that war never would have happened, ever. That's a disgrace that that war happened. And they're losing anywhere from 5,000 to 8,000 people a week on that war, which is the worst since the Second World War. That's a war that should have never happened.
And if you consider
Would have never happened. And it didn't happen for 4 years. When I was here, it didn't happen. Go ahead.
Have you considered cutting funding, even promises made by the Biden administration?
Well, we're not spending any money on the war. You know, we're being paid for everything we said. Unlike Biden, he gave them $350 billion, and it was shocking. We're not spending any money on the war. The war is being funded by NATO. NATO is buying our equipment. In fact, I don't want to make money on that war. I don't want to, but we are actually making money on that war because they're buying our equipment, as you know. But NATO, as you know, and very important, is funding the entire thing. They're paying for the missiles, for the tanks. They're paying for anything that's sent over there. It goes to NATO, and then NATO does what they want with it. In this case, I guess they give it to Ukraine. It's a very sad war. It's a war that never should have happened.
Mr. President.
Go ahead, please.
Trump gold card is a $1 million way to enter the country, or 5? Is it 1 million or 5?
Well, we're going to announce that. Are you talking about TikTok? Yeah, we're going to announce it. But it's a great deal for our
$5
country.
million,
It's a great
and you can
deal
become
for all of the
you can
young
get a
people
gold
in the
card to be a
country that wanted
citizen.
it, and people generally. I was happy with it. Look, I wasn't a fan of TikTok, and then I got to use it, and I became a fan, and it helped me win the election.
5 mil is tax-free? Wait.
I think that it's a deal that's going to be great, and it's also controlled by very powerful and very
TikTok. By the way,
American
TikTok is
people.
actively going after anyone that has ever said anything about Israel. For the record, already, it's already cooked. They already brought like an anti-Semitism czar on, former IDF anti-Semitism czar, and no outlet is safe. You will never be able to do discontent. You will never be able to fucking oppose Israel, for example. It's cooked. It's over. Good luck. Good luck to America. Good luck to politics. Good luck to fucking any sort of discourse. They are going to greatly try to cut away any kind of initiative to organize, any kind of broad awareness initiative as well. they are going to try to make it as difficult as fucking possible to, with censorship to make it so that you can't even fucking say things suck. Okay, game over, baby.
So it's you're gonna have a lot of jobs. The jobs are being created.
There-
right
it's
now.
like the same
And
billionaires that own
the
every
tariffs
media
are
company,
protecting
too.
Our country, and we didn't use. Tariffs were used against us, but we didn't use them against others. But we're really better at it than anybody else, and we've taken
Fantastic
We will
stuff.
have taken
Love
in
it.
trillions of dollars. Nobody's ever seen anything. Even people that were against the tariffs, now they see the way they're working. And by the way, with no inflation, with no problem, we're just building up cash, and we're using that cash to reduce taxes, reduce debt, and other things. It's a great thing to watch. And your honest reporters are saying they've never seen anything like what's happening. Our country is becoming very rich again only
This
because
is part of the
that.
reason why I said
If we
he's
didn't
like
have
he's
it-
talking
if we
like a
didn't
man who
have it, if I
doesn't
didn't
think
get
he's
elected,
ever going to
this
stop
country
being
would be-
the leader of this country.
It was a dead country. Look, we were a dead country a year
He
ago, and now we're the
talks
most
like a
successful,
man
most vibrant
who
country
does not
anywhere in the
fear
world.
an upcoming election.
Hello, Sean.
Do you
You
understand?
look good on television. Good.
Tonight, in a few minutes, Steve Bannon will appear on my show.
Good.
He floats the idea that you should dual hat Secretary of Treasury Scott Bessent, not only as Treasury Secretary, but as
Just something to consider.
Are you willing to entertain that?
In other words, you like Scott.
Yes, sir, very much.
So do I. And I like Steve, too. Yeah.
Would you like to see that?
Well, it's certainly an interesting tool. We could save a little bit on salary. I think I could maybe make a deal where we just give him one salary. I have a couple of them.
I don't think you need
I have Marco. No, I don't think so. And we have Marco's got about 3 positions, right? He's doing great also. No, I don't think that's going to be necessary. Actually, I went to Scott and I talked to him about that position, and he loves what he's doing right now. So he's not in the mix because he loves being Secretary of the Treasury.
Quick follow-up. Today is the first day of early voting in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Are you planning on campaigning for Winsome Sears, John Reed, or Jason Mayaris?
Well, I'm going to have to look at some of them. As you know, it's sort of a semi-local election. I've been watching it. I've been seeing the ads.
I would appreciate it as a Virginia voter.
Who do you like of the group? Who do you like?
The whole ticket, sir.
All of them? You like them? All right. Well, I'll take a very strong look. Okay. For you, I'm going to look.
Secretary Kennedy's panel on vaccine changed its broad recommendations on COVID-19 vaccines today. Are you comfortable with that change, or would you like to see Americans take the vaccines that were developed under your tenure?
Yeah. Well, the vaccines, according to a lot of people, and if you look at charts, have had a tremendous, Operation Warp Speed. It was, just according to just about everybody, was one of the greatest things that any president has ever done in this country. So we're very proud of it. I'm very proud of it. I'm also very proud of Regeneron and some of the things that came out of, all of the labs and all of the research that we've done. So I don't know exactly what the final determination is, but I had the vaccine. I was very happy with it. Here I am, right? Here I am.
Bobby Kennedy seems to be undoing what you did. With,
No, I put him in. I put him in there because I want to have opposite views. That's okay. I think we're going to have something very, very big coming up soon on autism. Autism is totally out of control, and one of the biggest, one of the most important things that, in my opinion, I had to do is to see what's going on with autism. And we're going to have a news conference early next week on autism, and I think you're going to see some things that are amazing that we've learned that somebody else wouldn't have learned. It's out of control, autism, out of control. And I think we maybe have the reason why.
But is Bobby Kennedy going too far and unwinding?
Well, I don't know.
vaccines?
He's saying for older
About your
people.
vaccine?
Yeah, he's saying for older people. A lot of people agree with that. And but I can tell you this: Operation Warp Speed, one of the greatest things a president has ever done for this country. And you can say the world, because when we came up with that vaccine, the whole world opened up. But I put Bobby there as somebody that will go either way. And I want, I want the facts, but I also look at facts from Pfizer, where they spent a lot of money, and the other drug companies, they spent a lot of money on finding out the results after the fact, and the results were amazingly good.
Mr.
Yeah, please.
I'm wondering if you've seen the video put out by former Israeli hostages addressed to you. One is a widow of one that died, and these are people who were freed thanks to you. But they're actually encouraging you to force a ceasefire, force Netanyahu to a ceasefire. And they didn't address it to him because they think you're the one who might actually listen to them and get it done. They're worried that the hostages who are still there are more at risk if the war continues.
Well, they might be. They also, maybe they'll be freed because of that. You know, you never know how it's going to look. War, I was saying, yes, war, a lot of strange things happen. A lot of results take place that you would never think were going to happen. As you know, I was able to get most of the hostages out. We're down to 20, and we have 32 dead people. You know that. We have 32, maybe more, 38, but between 32 and 38 people that were dead, mostly young people. And I've dealt with some of the parents, and we got all our Americans out, as you know, but now we're talking about mostly Israelis. But I dealt with parents, I spoke to parents, and they want the body of their son, I believe in almost all cases sons, but they want the body of their cherished, beautiful son. They want the body back as much as though he were alive. It's so sad to see. But I've dealt with the mothers and fathers. Please, sir, please, the body of my son. They know he's dead, and they want him back as much as though he's alive. I mean, it's very terrible, and you know we have very close to 40 bodies that are included in the whole thing. But we have 20, probably 20 that are living. It might be a little bit less because a couple of things. Look, young people don't die, okay? They just don't die. And they can take a lot, but a lot of people died in these horrible tunnels. They're mostly in the tunnels. I know a lot about it. I got them out. But I always said the last 20, when you get down to the last 10 or 20, it's going to be very tough. It's a nasty situation. You can't forget October 7th, but it's a nasty situation, terrible. It's a terrible
on
thing.
Gaza, the UN concluded this week that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I haven't seen that. I'm looking at it, but did anybody commit genocide on October 7th? What do you think about that?
He's so bad at this
genocide
because he doesn't give a shit about
at the highest
anything.
level.
So he can't even like get the proper counter narrative across.
But little babies were chopped in half. Arms were cut off.
He's trying to do the October 7th thing. Like, is October 7th not a genocide?
Genocide
Which is so crazy to say. If October 7th is a genocide, we need a different term for what Israel has done since October 7th.
Well, it hasn't been
Talking about
fully
babies being chopped in
negotiated, but
half.
We'll get something from the standpoint that we worked hard. We put up a lot. We spent a lot of money on letting this come and letting this. You know, it's a very, very big deal. It's a very powerful deal, and the United States really. I see it. I mean, people were saying, "Save TikTok, save TikTok." So many people. It's a big thing. And, you know, China can be very proud that they were able to get that started. And so I very much appreciate President Xi's working with us on that. Very much. Well, we have others that we're going to designate too, but we're going to look at the people that funded Antifa, see who they are, where they came from, and why they did. Have you seen Portland at all? Have you taken a look at what's happening in Portland?
Yes, Ellison is involved in the TikTok deal. That's why he loves it.
For years.
And Ellison obviously is another
People
fucking
out of
super
control.
pro-Israel freak.
Crazy. We're going to stop that very soon. We have to get rid of a couple of other problems first. We're going to get rid of
By the way,
problems in Memphis where you
Antifa.
can't even walk a block
Literally,
without getting
Antifa.
shot.
That is anti-fascist action. That is a heroic depiction of anti-fascist action right above his stupid fucking face as he's talking about Antifa, Antifa, we're going to go after Antifa. It's like, okay, that quite literally is a depiction of anti-fascist action, okay?
Meaningful to me. It was like terrible. In a way, it was terrible. Save Chicago. You know, who would ever think that we'd be sitting here talking about saving Chicago? Chicago's a great city. They have a terrible mayor. Terrible. He's at like 5% approval rating. He's an incompetent person. They have an incompetent governor, in my opinion. He's incompetent. 11 people get shot, and he says crime isn't a good shot. I mean, they're losing 4, 5, 6 people a week, getting killed by bullets, by knives. And then he says how wonderful it is, Chicago. So, well, it might be wonderful for him. I think they're afraid. Look, he's not a stupid guy. I really believe they're afraid to say, politically, I guess, from an ideology standpoint, from a democratic standpoint, he is afraid to say the fact that they have a very unsafe, very dangerous city. He should say, I'm going to call President Donald Trump, and I'm going to ask him to send in the troops, to send in the National Guard and clean this hellhole up. Because Chicago can be a great city again. I'll tell you what, Washington, D.C. is a great place again. It's booming, and the restaurants are booming. And 6 months ago, 7 months ago, nobody could go outside. And even just walking around the White House, people here are thanking me for what I've done. They're thanking me. They're saying thank you. And I almost know what they mean, because they can walk to work. And even when they took Uber and they took other forms of transportation, they felt unsafe because the car was hijacked while they're in there. They take a car, and it's being hijacked as they get into the car. And they did that for safety. And now we have a safe place. You know, we've taken 1,500 people out of career criminals have been taken out of Washington, D.C. And we weren't very nice about it. And you can't.
What do you think about rail merger? Did you discuss it with the Union Pacific?
I did discuss it, and I don't want to make a comment on it, but Union Pacific is a great railroad, and they want to add a railroad that had a mistake at a place very close to my heart. You know, a lot of people say that that was a place where I got off to a very good start. It was a rough thing that happened. Well, they're trying to buy that railroad that had the problem.
How do I edit
Sounds
this?
good to me, to be honest with you.
Do I have to open it in
me. I'm
Paint?
a very big fan of the head of the railroad, the head of the Union Pacific. He started as a very low on the totem pole, started his job very low and became the chairman of the company over a 45-year period. But I asked him about different cities. He said, St. Louis is tough. You know, he sort of stops at many of them. New Orleans.
Shut up.
We have to save New Orleans.
Mr. President, when are you going to get
We're going to be going into New York too. Yeah.
Mr. President,
And we're going to be going
Boom, boom, boom.
Wyatt,
Easy peasy,
you're
baby. Look at
really
that.
Obnoxious.
I'm not obnoxious, but I'm
Trump talking about anti-fascism being a terrorist designation right in front of the Iwo Jima statue that depicts the American military engaging in an anti-fascist action against fascist imperialist Japan. World War II is a perfect demonstration of how stupid this entire thing is.
So, who else? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to sell this free speech question, because you've said that you restored free speech in America.
Yeah.
Is that free speech including for people who are harshly critical of you, for your political opponents, for people who say things you don't like?
I've become immune
treat
to it.
you unfairly?
I've become immune to it. There's never been a person that's had more unfair publicity than me, and that's why your network paid me $15 million, or $16 million, I believe, to be exact, George Slopadopoulos. And that's why CBS paid me a lot of money, too. And that's why I sued the New York Times 2 days ago for a lot of money. Because I'm winning. I mean, I'm winning the cases. And the reason I'm winning is because you're guilty, John. You're guilty. ABC is a terrible network, a very unfair network, and you should be ashamed of yourself. NBC is equally bad. I don't know who's worse. I think they're equally bad. And, you know, for you to stand there and act so innocent and ask me a question like that. But look, you paid a big price because you were dishonest, John. The reason I won that lawsuit was because you were dishonest. You were proven to be dishonest. And so you can't sit back and just say, oh, well, what do you think? You know, like you're
The New York case you just mentioned was thrown out today? I know.
Frankly, you're a terrible
Maybe they didn't tell him that yet.
You know it, and so do I. Okay, here's what we're going to do. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about something that's going to reduce our taxes greatly, that's going to hopefully bring some great people into our country. You know, as you know, right now nobody's coming in because we've succeeded in closing. We've closed the border very successfully. I think you will agree. We had nobody come in for the last few months. I mean, it was actually said 0. Even I can't believe 0, but the numbers are put out by very impartial people or people that have a tendency to be on the left. And they actually said for the last 3 months, nobody came in. We have a very strong border. It's a closed border. People are coming into our country, but they're coming in legally. It's a beautiful thing to watch. But we are doing something where rather than coming into the border, 25 million people came into our country during Biden. One of the saddest things. The worst thing.
One of the saddest
He was
things.
horrible in inflation. He was horrible in just about everything you could be. I don't think he was good on. He wasn't even fair on anything. It was a horrible administration. He was the worst president in the history of our country.
Sad.
And we have to mop it up.
Horrible.
The
Sad.
hardest thing that we have to do is to get rid of the criminals that he allowed into our country from prisons, from mental institutions, gang members, drug dealers. And we're getting them out, and we're getting them out fast, and we're making America safe again. Great again, but we're making America safe again. And it's an honor to do it. But this is something, this is an unforced error. What they've done is this is just an unforced error. So I'm going to ask Howard to speak. Howard's done a fantastic job, as you know, Secretary of Commerce. And I'm going to ask Howard and Will. Will, could you just give a quick description of what we're doing and
Why are the
what we're
pod
signing,
Johns like
et cetera?
this?
And I will do that. Go ahead.
We have 2 items for your attention today, sir. A major focus of your administration has been shifting the conversation and shifting the policy dynamics around the issue of immigration, closing the border, preventing illegal immigration, but also, as is the case with the executive order in front of you, opening new pathways for truly extraordinary people to come contribute to America instead of taking away from it. So this executive order is entitled the Gold Card. It will set up a new pathway, a new visa pathway for foreigners of extraordinary ability who are committed to supporting the United States for a payment of $1 million to the U.S. Treasury, or if a corporation is sponsoring them, $2 million by that corporation, and that will give them access to expedited visa treatment as part of this new Gold Card program.
And one of the biggest problems we have is that people, they go to the best schools and they do great and they get great marks, and then they're thrown out of the country. You're not allowed to stay. This way, a corporation will be able, sort of like a signing bonus in baseball or football, a corporation will be able to get them to stay in the country. And I think it's going to be tremendously successful. Howard, would you say a few words about it, please?
Sure. So historically, the employment-based Green Card program let in 281,000 people a year. And those people, on average, earned $66,000 a year
Not
on
enough.
average.
We
And they
need
were
to make sure
5
the
times
migrants
more
are rich.
likely to go on assistance programs of the government. So we were taking in the bottom quartile.
Oh my God.
below the
Oh my God. I
average
can't believe they're saying this.
It was
That is so
illogical.
nutty,
the only
bro.
country in the world that was taking in the bottom quartile. So what we are doing now is we are going to stop doing that. We're going to only
Bro, those
take
are people. They literally end up becoming insanely important, prominent fucking people. Their children end up becoming insanely important, prominent people. Steve Jobs is one of those people, right? Syrian refugee Steve motherfucking Jobs. Like, what are you talking about? You don't know. You don't know the unlimited potential that people have. That's why immigration is good. Holy fuck.
Having people come in.
And the irony is 66,000 when he's like talking about like the financial status
coming in,
of
they're
people
gonna spend
coming into the
a lot of
country.
money to
And
come in.
I will tell you this as someone who grew up in Turkey, okay? When he's talking about the finance of the people that are able to get the green cards, people that are coming into the country, he doesn't realize that those are the top 1% of wealth in those respective countries, because America is a much wealthier nation as opposed to every other nation on the planet, which is precisely why those immigrants that are coming in also tend to have a much higher educational attainment. Okay? The top 1% of wealth in Nigeria, which, again, the reason why I'm using Nigeria is because out of all of the nationalities that come to the United States of America, they have the highest educational attainment, okay? Far higher than white people as a whole on U.S. soil. For example, the thing is, their living standards and their wealth, okay? Their living standards and their wealth back home, when adjusted to the United States of America, is of course going to be significantly lower. But that doesn't mean that they are not like, you know, they're not like incredibly successful people. Not only that, but also your level of success should not be determined by your earning potential anyway. These are fucking human beings.
Prisons, from jails, from mental institutions, and even insane asylums, people that are crazy. We're taking them out of the country. We're getting them out of the country because you can't have a country like that. And I tell you, Christie and Tom Holman and all of the people that have worked so hard on this, they've done an unbelievable job. And I think we're getting great marks for it. People feel safe. Washington, D.C. is just the beginning. We brought the numbers down in Chicago a little bit by having the FBI in there for the last 5 months. We brought the numbers down in Memphis a little bit, but now we're going for the big one. Now we're going to go for the big one. But we set ourselves up very well in Chicago, Memphis, New Orleans a little bit, going in early just to see what was happening. We study it. We're studying the site. It's sort of like war. I mean, I hate to tell you, it's like war. Some of these people are really bad. They're really, really sick people. They're dangerous people. They're killers. They're murderers, drug dealers, and you can't have it. You can't have a country like that. It's so beautiful to see in Washington, D.C., that people are walking down the middle of the street, and they're going to restaurants, and you are too. And half of you were mugged. I mean, I don't know if she's here now. I don't see her, but some people were badly mugged that were reporters. Two of the people right standing in the back of the room were mugged, and not going to have that anymore. And if you look at the crime stats in Washington, D.C., you have a safe place again. They were afraid to go to a restaurant because the restaurant would be held up while they're having dinner. And so they'd be mugged going there, and assuming they escaped the mugging, they go to the restaurant and then they're held up. This is how bad it's been. Yeah.
Follow up on the visa question. I think it's maybe the next thing that you're signing, but for the H-1B visa action.
Yeah, that's going to be next. We'll talk about that.
You're very close to the technology CEOs. Are they concerned about that?
I think they're going to be very happy. Everyone's going to be happy.
The income stated green card holders earn is equal, if not more, than the median income in citizens. They just unintentionally admit how poor our average citizens are, and that we need more social assistance programs if those immigrants making as much or more than the average citizen truly need public assistance. Yeah, but don't you realize it's bad? Anyone receiving any sort of social assistance is bad. That implies that there's a moral rot, because poverty is associated with some kind of moral failing.
It's phase one.
And it's extra moral rot if it's a black or brown person that, God forbid, is receiving social safety
Thank you, Mr. President.
help.
One of the most abused visa systems in our current immigration system has been the H-1B non-immigrant visa program. This is supposed to allow highly skilled laborers who work in fields that Americans don't work in to come into the United States of America. What this proclamation will do is raise the fee that companies pay to sponsor H-1B applicants to $100,000. This will ensure that the people they're bringing in are actually very highly skilled and that they're not replaceable by American workers. So it'll protect American workers, but ensure that companies have a pathway to hire truly extraordinary people and bring them to the United States.
We need workers. We need workers. We need great workers.
I thought we had workers. What happened?
Much ensures that that's what's going to happen. I think, Sean, do you agree with that?
Well, they're $100,000 per year. So the whole idea is no more will these big tech companies or other big companies train foreign workers. They have to pay the government $100,000, then they have to pay the employee. So it's just not economic. If you're going to train somebody, you're going to train one of the recent graduates from one of the great universities across our land, train Americans, stop bringing in people to take our jobs. That's the policy here. $100,000 a year for H-1B visas, and all of the big companies are on board. We've spoken to them about the gold card.
They love it. They love it. They really love it. They need it.
I'm not going to lie. There's nothing funnier to me than ascribing like a moral position to mega corporations, like the moral position that these guys are so woke that they just want like more Indian guys in the country, and that's why they're using H-1B visa as a program, as a way to exploit it, because they just like they hate white people. Also, of course, there's like Indian people living in America as well, but that's besides the point, right? Like they just specifically hate the white guy who was going to get that job, and they just want to replace the white guy with a H-1B visa recipient that is from India or from another Asian country. And not because the H-1B visa structure also uniquely creates a double a second-tier labor force that is reliant on keeping their job so that they can stay in the fucking country. If you want actual parity, if you want H-1B visas to be a real program that's not beneficial for corporate profits, but instead is one that actually is used only when there is real need, you have to do wage parity, as I've said before, and you have to ensure that the threat of deportation is not imminent if they lose their fucking jobs. That's unironically how you're supposed to do it. But of course, God forbid they do that because it's antithetical to white supremacist values.
Anywhere in the world, think of that. And this is going to help. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars. This will be taken in, the gold card will be taken in hundreds of billions of dollars. And companies will be able to keep some people that they need. You know, they need people of expertise, great expertise. And I think it's going to be a fantastic thing. And we're going to take that money and we're going to reduce taxes. We're going to reduce debt. We have a very, very strong country. We assuming everything works out great.
Has he sold a single gold card yet? I'm sure he will.
We have a lawsuit that's inspired by foreign countries that ripped us off for 25
and despots.
Years. But assuming we win that, we hopefully win it. It's in the Supreme Court of the United States. We have a country that no stopping us. We're rich. We'll be rich. We can take care of poor people. We can take care of our military. We can take care of everything. We can take care of beyond the country.
Think about it this way.
Take care of the world.
I wouldn't be able to fucking purchase a Trump gold card, okay? And you think I'm the wealthiest motherfucker on the planet?
Charged us tariffs.
Who the fuck has $5 million laying around?
Any country
oligarchs
in the history of the world, and now we're doing what we have to do. We're taking in billions and billions of dollars at levels that nobody has ever seen, trillions of dollars. And we're using it to reduce debt. We're using it to reduce taxes. The great big beautiful bill is a big tax reduction. It's being paid for by the tariffs, and people are paying a lot less money in taxes. They're being, think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime. It's an unbelievable phenomenon. It really is. It's the golden age. We're making it the golden age. Without the tariffs, it would be impossible. And China, for years, charged us tariffs, and they continue to do it, and so do other countries. Most countries, they charge us. They were ripping. Look, the European Union, as you know, I get along very well with them, but they ripped us off so badly. Nobody's ever seen anything. Now, the European Union is paying us $950 billion, and they're paying us $750 billion to buy our energy, and they're okay with it. They signed the agreement. You know, it's not like anybody forced them to do it. They're okay with us. Tariffs are making our country very rich again, and we'll be able to take care of our debt. We'll be able to take care of our taxes, lower taxes. We'll be able to take care of Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security. We're going to be a rich country again. Without tariffs, we'd be in very big trouble.
H-1B visas are sometimes used by people. Excuse me. H-1Bs are sometimes used by people already in the country.
Yeah, we're paying the tariffs, by the way, but that's besides the point. Obviously, that's a moot point at this point. Nobody gives a shit.
Renewals, first times, the company needs to decide, do they want, is that person valuable enough to have $100,000 a year payment to the government, or they should head home and they should go hire an American. The whole idea, it's annual, and it's for total, it can be a total of 6 years. So $100,000 a year, so either the person is very valuable to the company and America, or they're going to depart and the company's going to hire an American, and that's the point of immigration. Hire Americans and make sure the people coming in are the top people. Stop the nonsense of letting people just come into this country on these visas that were given away for free. President is crystal clear. Valuable people only for America. Stop the nonsense.
And remember, the country, yeah,
fee to America.
The country would rather not have to pay $100,000, but they'd rather. How do you do that? You hire American. So there's an incentive to hire American. But there may be instances where it's better off doing through expertise or whatever it may be. But they're both unbelievable.
I need you to understand one more time, okay? This only makes sense if there is this hidden underlying notion that these companies are wokely trying to substitute the white workforce with like an Asian one, okay? Like that's the only reason why all of these companies, including Twitter, was doing this was specifically because Elon Musk wokely just wanted more Indian coders and not the white ones. Are H-1B visas bad though? Yes, but the reason why it's bad is because it creates an unequal, two-tiered labor structure where these well-educated laborers are exploited more than the domestic market substitutes. That's the only reason why it's a problem. It's supposed to work for people that don't have, it's supposed to work for people that have no equivalent, right? Like you just literally do not have a domestic market substitute. So you are looking at the global labor force for someone to fill that role, okay? The reason why it's fucked up is because the H-1B visa structure relies on people wanting to stay in the country, and the only way that they can continue staying in the country is no matter how hard your boss fucking whips your ass, you have to shut the fuck up, eat it, and keep working, because if you quit your job, you're cooked, you're deported. That's it. That's the way that the H-1B visa creates an unequal structure, an unequal labor structure. Okay, a more exploitable professional labor class. It also leads to lower wages, but not always. And people will point to like how high those wages are in general to the rest of, especially in comparison to like the rest of the labor market. Because people hear like, oh, well, the H-1B visa guys are getting like, they're doing 160 grand a year jobs. Like, that's a crazy good job. What the fuck do you mean? Not realizing that like, you're not comparing that to the other competent sector wages. You're comparing that to the rest of the fucking wages that are the rest of the wages in every other sector. So yeah, of course it looks like it's much better, but basically these guys aren't doing this for fucking wokeness. They're doing it because H-1B visa recipients are happy to be in the United States of America because they want to live here, because they can make more money here as opposed to like wherever they're coming from. And they are more compliant with demands being made by the bosses because their existence on U.S. soil relies on them maintaining their job. Do you understand? You put mayo on a salad? It's not. It's a wrap. I'm making a wrap. Shut the fuck up. You guys don't need to hyperanalyze every single thing that I do. Okay? You don't have to do that. Let me eat in peace. was literally like 1 hour throughout the 1 hour in the day. I can't believe I have backseat eaters, bro. Breaking: Trump administration seeks congressional approval to sell around $6 billion in weapons to Israel. Let's go. More money to Israel. Anyway, we got so much more to talk about, but first, let's do the
moving on.
Far left radical Hasan Pike. Oh, this only has 19,000 views. I'm not even gonna fucking watch it.
More on this from our chief Washington correspondent, John Carlin. John, this is the latest in a series of pretty extraordinary steps the president's team have taken to punish adversaries, silence critics, stifle free speech.
For sure, George. And those were extraordinary words that we just heard from the president.
Miskiv just got banned for joking about Charlie Kirk. What the fuck joke did he make about Charlie Kirk? That's crazy. No one was even thinking about Miskiv. I haven't seen a single clip on my timeline of Miskiv saying some shit. Miskiv is the Jimmy Kimmel of Twitch, it seems. What did Miskiv do or say? I don't understand why he got banned. His title said Charlie Kirk died. There's 0% chance that that's the reason why he got banned. That would be insane. Miskiv on Twitch and all scumbag chat are laughing at the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Disgusting pieces of shit. That's from September 19th. And it's got 180 views. So I doubt that that was the real mover and shaker here. You just created 100 more Miskivs. Yeah. Now that you banned Miskiv, you don't know what you unleashed. You unleashed the radical me. Okay. All right, whatever. It doesn't fucking matter. All right, let's get to it. Trump pushes the administration to go after critics and political rivals.
President overnight on Air Force One, talking about revoking broadcast license, taking networks off the air if he doesn't believe that they have been fair to him. And the week started out with him suing the New York Times and telling me directly that his attorney general might go after reporters if he doesn't like what we have reported. Donald Trump has made it perfectly clear that he would like to use the power of the federal government to silence his critics.
And he's now using the power of the federal government, making a new move against the New York Attorney General who prosecuted him, Letitia James.
George, this is a major escalation of the president's effort to get retribution against his political rivals. ABC News has learned that President Trump is expected to fire a top federal prosecutor for failing to file criminal charges against Letitia James, somebody who is obviously very high on the president's enemies list. The prosecutor is Eric Siebert. He is the U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia, arguably the most important U.S. attorney's office in the country, responsible for the bulk of counterterrorism and espionage cases. And his office has been investigating James for 5 months on allegations of mortgage fraud that have been brought by the administration. He found no evidence to go forward with the prosecution, declined to do so, and now
Canute is blaming you for missing for no reason. Wait, what? Guys, why do you know that? Like, why do you even know that? What is happening? I don't even know what the fuck happened. But also, who cares? I'm less mad at Canute if he even said that. And I'm more mad at you. I'm gonna be honest. I'm more mad that you went there and you were like, ooh, what is he saying? Let's bring it back in here. You know what I mean? Calm down. Touch grass. Chill the fuck out, bro. Who gives a shit? Let's continue.
Now we are told.
Like, think about what we're looking at right now. We're looking at the Trump administration firing an attorney for the administration, a high-profile U.S. attorney, for not investigating one of Trump's enemies that also happens to be the New York Attorney General. Like lock in! Lock the fuck in! We're over here, I'm being like, here's what's going on today in the fascist administration. There's some dumb motherfuckers in here being like, dude, did you hear what this other streamer had to say about another streamer that had to say about you? Like, what? I don't care, man. I'm fucking, dude, we're not doing drama. We're not doing drama with like the XQCs of the world. We're not doing drama with like the fucking Ethan Kleins of the world. I got government ops. Lock the fuck in. I got entire foreign governments and this current one as my motherfucking ops. And you're over here being like, what about this third streamer? Lock in.
That he will be fired. ABC News has learned that the president intends to put somebody else in the U.S. Attorney's office who will more aggressively prosecute the New York Attorney General.
And also the president now going to the Supreme Court with his effort to fire Federal Reserve Board member Lisa Cook.
Yeah, the Federal Reserve Board, long considered independent. He has tried to fire Lisa Cook. 2 separate federal courts have said he does not have the power to do that. Now he's going to the Supreme Court. This is be a major test of presidential power.
Yeah, and the president and his team are raising this issue of mortgage fraud, but of course several members of his own administration have also faced similar questions. No prosecution of them. John Carl, thanks very much.
Once again, I must repeat this, okay? If people don't push back, if institutions don't push back, if they don't actually fucking go to litigation, Trump is not going to stop. Stop complying, stop obeying in advance. There is no reason for you to do so. This admin will straight up take away everything you hold near and dear, and they will be excited to do so if you do not push back. It is incredibly frustrating. Oh. Uh-oh. Axios, Bureau of Labor Statistics postpones key data report that was set for Friday. Oops. Guess the numbers weren't juiced enough. Gotta go back. Find new numbers.
Breaking news, a federal judge is tossing out President Trump's $15 billion defamation lawsuit against the New York Times just days after it was filed. The reason? The judge said it was too long. CNN's Brian Stelter is following these developments. Brian, tell us more.
Yeah, this statement from the federal judge is dripping with derision. He refers to the federal rules of civil procedure and
that's awesome.
Basically says, hey, you've submitted a PR memo, you've submitted an op-ed, not an actual lawsuit, so go back to the drawing board and try again. This was an 85-page lawsuit, although it only has 2 actual claims, 2 counts.
Brian trying to not get sued with that tan. That's so funny. He's like, listen, Mr. President, I love you so much. I have the same patina. Mr. President, look at me. I'm just as orange as you. I fucking love you, man. Please. Mr. President, I'm just covering this shit, man. Please don't yell at me. Do you think New York Times pushes back? Absolutely. Yes. There are certain liberal institutions that will fight back. And I think they already did. Okay. I would have expected more institutions to push back, honestly. Like, I would have expected Colombia to even push back, too. It was wild that they didn't. But I guess they love Israel so fucking much that this was a wonderful opportunity for them to make the necessary pro-Israel changes without being like, oh, we did it ourselves. Like, oh, we were forced to do this thing that we want to do. It is crazy. And in the process, they literally gave the Trump administration academic receivership over Middle Eastern studies. Like, oh my God, it is so unacceptable.
Of defamation by the New York Times and by the book publisher Penguin Random House. An 85-page ruling with all sorts of pro-Trump commentary and many of the boasts that we're used to hearing from the president. You know, when I first read the lawsuit earlier this week, I kind of thought this feels like it was written for an audience of one. It was written to appeal to the president, but not to the court. And essentially, that's what Judge Stephen Merriday is saying in his statement today. He is saying to Trump's legal team, you can go ahead and refile this. You have 28 days to refile, but you've got to cut it down by more than half. He wants this turned back in with 40 pages or fewer. And he is saying that these lawyers have to follow the civil procedures for how a complaint is supposed to work. He says, make it short, make it plain, make it direct. Don't make it sound like a PR stunt.
Well, not the PR stunt part, but cut it in half sounds like one of our editors. Thank you so much, Brian. And we just got a statement from the president's.
Yeah, the PR part does sound like your editors too. It sounds like what Dana. It sounds like what Dana says whenever someone reports accurately on Israel. She's like, "What are you doing? PR for Hamas?"
Legal team. Do you want to read it, or do you want me to go for it? You go
It says
for it.
President Trump will continue to hold the fake news accountable through this powerhouse lawsuit against the Times, its reporters, and Penguin in accordance with the judge's direction on logistics. So it does sound like they will go back and rewrite this and refile it in the next 4 weeks. You know, we spoke with about half a dozen media lawyers and First Amendment experts earlier in the week. They all said that this original complaint was meritless and that it did read more like a PR stunt than a serious case. It is, of course, a very high bar for any public figure to claim defamation and win in court. But Trump did win a lot of headlines from MAGA media this week just for taking on the New York Times. So he's at least achieved a PR victory. Today, however, a little bit of a humiliating response from this federal judge.
All right, Brian, thank you so much for that quick reporting. I want to go to CNN senior legal analyst Ellie Honig. Ellie, what strikes me is obviously the president's legal team. They're telling us that they're not giving up. They'll refile. And unless judges keep throwing this out, one of the goals of the president has been successful with.
For the record, for a lot of people that are saying, wow, this is so whack, I can't believe like a dictator would behave this way, it's because you haven't lived under like a more authoritarian regime than the one that we're experiencing currently. Turks know this. I know this from my own personal experience. Like, one of the first things that Recep Tayyip Erdogan did in a country that already didn't have the First Amendment anyway, like we don't have free speech in Turkey, but one of the first very high-profile prosecutions that Recep Tayyip Erdogan engaged in was against political satirists that actually drew him as an animal, like in jest. So it is actually this stupid usually. Yeah. The political satire magazine called Penguin drew a cartoonist drew him as an animal. Or no, Le Mans as well. Was it Le Mans or Le Maniac? Anyway, regardless, all of these like political cartoons I used to read all the fucking time. But basically, that was a major issue for the Erdogan administration and his pride. And he sued motherfuckers for doing that. And that's just as stupid. It's unique that it's happening here. First dictatorship, kind of nervous. Yeah. If you are in any way, shape, or form connected to the global south, if you lived in any of these countries, you already experienced this shit and you're watching from afar laughing that Americans are beginning to experience the exact same cruel conditions of a despotic leadership, which ironically enough half the time was because of the United States of America's involvement in those respective countries. Okay? But having said that, it is a hallmark of tyrannical administrations as they're moving in the direction of more authoritarian mechanisms of controlling information. So that's where we're at. Of course, I don't know what level of organizing Americans can do against this kind of fascist encroachment. Better quality link for the cover that Erdogan sued Penguin over. Yep, this is it. I literally bought this at the time. I bought this fucking paper. Haftalık Penguin, karikatürist Mustafa Kart, Tayyip Erdoğan'ı kafalı kedi çizdiği için ceza aldı. This is after a cartoonist, Musa Kart, got punished for drawing a cat that had the depiction of the cat's head was a depiction of Recep Tayyip Erdogan. So before you think it's like Americans have guns, global South authoritarianism have monopoly on guns. Okay, Americans have guns, except the ones that have the guns more often than not are the ones who love the authoritarian dictatorship. It's like that hasn't changed anything at all. It's, if anything, they use the guns to do more of the same violence that the administration is doing. They just take matters in their own hands with the guns that they got, man. Isn't it a right for everybody? Oh my God. People from outside the club looking at America, not realizing this is America, okay? Here. This is what the fuck we're up to. That's the best and brightest we got, okay? I can't believe he's a senator. I guess it's the most believable scenario given what America looks like right now. You know? You need a motherfucker who doesn't have processing capabilities. Didn't he have a stroke? Yes. Listen, don't even fucking start. Don't even be like, yo, he's ableist. You're being ableist, okay? I don't want to hear it. Don't make me play it. The worst part about it is the alternative was fucking Dr. Oz, who would also be just as shitty. So, okay, well now you're making me do it.
Got a boy head, John Fetterman. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Fetterman, dad got fentanyl on Miley. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wap Man. I feel like Neff Slitherman. My dope hit like rock.
Where's the Rap Genius interview for RXK nephew? Honestly, where is it?
Van Dam. All Auntie said was God damn. Tell Feta man he can suck my dick. I take that back. I don't want him to do that. I'ma turn Mexican and jump the border. I'ma buy an eighth, turn it to a quarter. Feta man net for traffic your daughter. It's a ransom. Free food stamps. She my type. Only fans and food stamps. Treat my trap like a boot camp. This random dope we don't do stamps. Got a BBL, that shit stink. Hit it once, set on top rank. Off the Remy, they ain't have my drink. Net Feta man doing what they can't. Got a bald head, John Feta. Walk in, get lit at a Democrat party. Get a bitch pregnant at a Republican party. Call Feta man dad got fentanyl Molly. Who the fuck you think you is? Who the hell you thought you was? Nigga bought a church in Pennsylvania off his family drugs. Nigga, you like 6'8". White man can't jump to this day. All your advice is dead dirt. My samples that don't make you dance break. We still trafficking through PA. My dogs in Philly got switches for days. I feel like Neff Ketterman. I feel like Neff Fetty Wap Man.
Can you cover the family drugs one? I don't understand that. I have no idea. Anyway, we are going to talk about tic-tac-toe. Okay, dude. All right, sure. Yeah, there it is. John Fetty Wap Man. Ain't no way. It's not real. Dude. It's not him. God damn it. M-Hut, you gotta stop with this link. I have a responsibility to make sure that people are not being misinformed. It's not John Fetterman. I mean, the video is real. It's just not John Fetterman. It's just like John. This is real as well. But that video is not actually of John Fetterman. Oh my God. Whenever you get an M-HUD streamable link, you know shit's about to pop off, okay? Anyway, developing. TikTok is reportedly escalating a sweeping crackdown on pro-Palestine creators, deleting videos, scrubbing comments, and burying posts about Gaza. In July, it hired Erica Mendel, a former IDF instructor who says her Zionism was shaped during Operation Protective Edge to run hate speech policy with the help from ADL lobbying. A couple weeks later, on September 13th, TikTok introduced an overhaul of its community guidelines, banning users from calling the IDF terrorists and rolling out automated moderation that retroactively wipes posts. Users report Free Palestine comments disappearing in real time and Israeli war crime videos taken down. Oracle, Silver Lake, and Andreessen Horowitz are set to buy 80% of TikTok's U.S. operation, a move likely to make the platform even more aggressive in censoring pro-Palestinian content. One of the insane things about this, and I don't know if it's my own personal anecdote, I don't know how other people are responding to this, but at least on my own personal For You page, I've seen an influx of right-wing commentary, including, but not limited to, ironically enough, a lot of Nick Fuentes takes, but specifically black and brown fans of Nick Fuentes who are talking shit about me, saying I suck and I'm a villain and he is actually the true hero, which has definitely done a number on my conscience a little bit. Like seeing someone be like, we ride at dawn for a dude who thinks you are literally an animal. It just blows my mind. He is straight up said miscegenation is like a white person engaging in bestiality. That is a new kind of brain damage. Careful, Biden? What do you mean? Anyway, it is what it is. But yeah, I have noticed some crazy shit happening. All right, here it is. Israeli corporation Cyberwell is dictating content removed for anti-Semitism on X, Meta, and TikTok using the IHRA Zionist definition. I don't think a Zionist group should get to decide what is and isn't anti-Semitism. Listen to their rep describe what they do.
Cyberwell is the first ever open database of online anti-Semitism, a nonprofit initiative based here in Israel that's really looking at the issue of online Jew hatred through the lens of compliance. Actually, we're a service, if you will, for the social media platforms, helping them enforce their social media policies against anti-Semitism at scale. So Cyberwell now is taking, you mentioned over 10,000 examples that we've reported to social media platforms. Actually, the number is much higher at this point, around 11,500. And we believe those flags have been responsible for removing well over 300,000 pieces of content is what we estimate. Cyberwell is fighting back by taking our high integrity data on what online anti-Semitism is and actually using LLMs and generative AI to really take the brain of our human analysts and identify anti-Semitism accurately online. And we believe that this type of work is not only what's going to be able to help social media platforms automatically flag and remove hate speech that violates their policies, including anti-Semitism, but is a crucial thing to do as we look at the rollout of AI, because all of these large language...
It's just so wild to me that, like, this kind of stuff pretty much never actually silences like neo-Nazis and like people who are genuinely anti-Semitic, and almost always is used against motherfuckers who like actually are just anti-Israel. How is that even possible? I'm beginning to think that they are basically billing this as like some kind of reasonable way to combat extremism and real bigotry. And it has never been used against that at all. It's just like all it does is basically suppress dissent, reasonable criticisms coming from groups that they've declared radicals, oftentimes leftist groups, leftist commentary. Okay? Conspiracy time with Hasan, looking forward to your ban. I like that I am engaging in conspiracy. This is straight up what they are describing that they're doing, by the way. Okay? And not only is she like just straight up talking about how they're like tackling anti-Israel sentiment, but also you are engaging in a conspiracy theory that like I'm gonna get banned in your mind. You are frantically imagining a world where I get banned as well. It's weird because Fuentes is anti-Israel too, so is this just a blow the Trump admin? That's the thing I will never understand. It does kind of feel like he's not as anti-Israel recently since the Charlie Kirk death, but it's kind of making me feel like he's trying to pivot to a more appropriate vector, a more appropriate place. Because he's trying to become like the next Charlie Kirk, it feels like. Taking over the position that Charlie Kirk had. Ironically, one of Charlie Kirk's biggest fears being realized in the aftermath of his untimely demise. But what's interesting is I just never would have thought that a guy who does the classic like Jews are responsible for everything would not salivate at the prospect of blaming Charlie Kirk's assassination on the Jews. Okay? That has been truly shocking. And I think it's because he is, trying to moderate his commentary so he can become like a regime guy. Like, how are you going to say Jews did 9/11, Jews did this, Jews did that, and then not say at a time when like so many right-wingers are saying Israel killed Charlie Kirk, you just don't lean into that conspiracy at all? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Has he made himself scared of Jews for real? No, no. I don't think that's the case. But yeah, his internet footprint is already so fucked up for good reason, because he is an insane anti-Semite. I bet the anti-Semitism database has some Jewish Voice for Peace Twitter accounts. Oh, for sure. How do you know that TikTok Ellison will use Cyberwell? No, I think this person is using Cyberwell as an example. I mean, he's claiming that TikTok is already using Cyberwell. I don't know if that is substantiated. I don't know if like the Israeli corporation Cyberwell is being deployed by TikTok, but I do know that they hired what's her face? Cyberwell, an Israeli intel-linked org, is now working as a trusted partner with all major social media platforms. I guess they're saying that. But this is the person that TikTok personally hired. Anyway, TikTok hired a Zionist censorship czar, Erica Mindell. Mindell's a former IDF instructor and is now employed to run TikTok's hate speech enforcement. The head of the ADL previously said Israel is a TikTok problem. Now a devout Zionist can censor the platform. Here's what she's saying about her own support for Israel. This is from an older video titled Faces of American Jewry. Let's take a look.
After my sophomore year, like many of my friends, I had a summer internship, a Goldman Fellowship at AJC. I came to work each morning as Israel engaged in one of the larger military operations of my lifetime, Tzuk Eitan.
Why would right-wingers be the ones saying it's Israel and most of them support Israel? Young right-wingers don't. And I think that there are numbers to suggest that, first of all, make no mistake, a lot of right-wingers who support Israel also hate Jews, okay? Unless you have ever encountered one of these people, you will never understand it. You're like, what do you mean? Because in our minds, like, support of Israel is connected. It's a lie, but it's connected to this support for Judaism, even though Israel and Judaism are not linked with one another at all. Jews have been around and Judaism has been around for far longer than Israel has existed, right? Israel's been around for what, 100 years? Ridiculous. Not 100 years, 80 years, but, you know, Zionism has been around for like 100 years. So for many people, because this connection exists, they get shocked when you hear about like the average evangelical Zionist opinion, which is very anti-Semitic, but also insanely pro-Israel. Christian evangelical Zionism is one of the most unique, one of the most schizophrenic positions that you can arrive at, because it unironically believes that one must send all the Jews to the desert, to Israel, because they are the chosen sons and daughters of God, so that Jesus Christ can come back to earth and trigger the rapture as Jesus Christ battles the devil's forces in Megiddo. Okay? This is something that millions, almost like, I mean, tens of millions, if not 100 million Americans believe. Okay, maybe not 100 million Americans in general, but like enough Americans believe it that it's like a truly psychotic thing that you would be like, what the fuck are you saying? It's not 100 million. I'm exaggerating. There are Christian Zionists outside of America as well. You have to remember. There are evangelical Christian Zionists that are far 100 million. No, the number is actually around the globe. The number is probably larger than 100 million chatters. What the fuck are you talking about? Hello? Many of you literally are only stuck in the United States of America. Come on, man, you just made that shit up. Dog, explain to me why a fucking International Court of Justice judge literally openly stated that she was put on a mission from God to defend Israel. There are definitely more than 100 million people, 100 million evangelical Christian Zionists around the world. 100%. It's just in the United States of America, it probably isn't 100 million. I said tens of millions, which is true, not 100 million, which is not true. It's crazy because, like, this shit has... Do they also believe in aliens? I don't fucking know. But, I mean, this is basically like believing in an anime and thinking it will be real. What's different than that? And Bigfoot. I mean, guys, here, let me give you a little taste. For those of you who are not... For those of you who have not encountered this this perspective, okay? I said evangelical Zionism is truly a mental illness. Here is U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee. Let's hear what he had to say, okay? At the opening ceremony of the Pilgrimage Road. Marco Rubio was also in attendance. This is in Israel, okay? Let's hear what this brilliant mind had to say. This is a very prominent example of an evangelical Christian Zionist.
What an honor to be here for this incredible ceremony. Mr. Prime Minister, Secretary Rubio, all of the wonderful people who made this possible by their generosity, contributing to something that is historic and something that is a living memorial of what God has done. It was 4,000 years ago here in this city on Mount Moriah where God chose his people. He not only chose a people, but he chose a place. And then he chose for the people in this place a purpose. The people were the Jewish people. The place was Israel. And the purpose was to be a light to the world and to show that we don't have to look for God because he is looking for us.
It's also kind of funny because, like, it's just like, it is philosemitic, yes, of course, but you're just like auto-cucked. Felix says that as a Jew, he should be able to tell these guys, like, what to do, to be his, like, servant. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're so, like, I don't understand this mentality. Like, I just genuinely don't get it. Like, how the fuck do you decide automatically that, like, another group of people are just, like, chosen? It's wrong to think your group of people are chosen already, right? Like, that's already fucking freak shit. But, like, you literally are saying another group of people are chosen. I'm over here trying to combat the superiority complex that people have about, like, Christian nationalism and, like, other white supremacist formations. And this motherfucker has moved beyond it, where he's like, I'm not even the master here, okay? There is someone above me. Between me and God, there is, like, a different group of people. It's the Jews. It's crazy. It's a crazy thing to believe. I don't get it. Bruh, I'm sorry. It's such a unique American take. It is, but it also isn't. The reason why I say that is because there are 78 million evangelical Christians in the United States of America. Not all of them fully subscribe to, you know, the theological justification for the rapture being that, the chosen sons and daughters of God go into Israel. But many of them do. But that's all but a fraction, because evangelical Protestant form of Christianity is super, super invested in constantly bricking people's brains all around the world. So the total number of people that are evangelical Protestant Christians, many of which are ultra-Zionists, is in the hundreds of millions around the world. I mean, in places like Africa, for example, there are countries, if you look at like Nigeria is a good example of this too. There is like, Nigeria is the most pro-Israel country, is one of the most pro-Israel countries on the planet, and has a fuck ton of evangelical Christians. Brazil is another one too. Like, there are a lot of people who believe this shit, a lot more than you would think, because of evangelical missionaries, of course. It is legitimate Christian lore for all Jews to be good, and in Israel for Jesus to come down and rapture the world. Yeah. I come from Messianic Judaism as a non-Jew. Let me tell you, this shit gets fucking insane really quickly. So there are a fuck ton of these people out there. And the reason why I'm bringing these people up is because they're so nutty that, like, you genuinely can't convince them, right? Like, there's no, like, how do you convince a guy who just straight up, dead ass will be like, these are the God's chosen people, like, they have to have Israel? Like, that's like, you got to do like cult deprogramming at that point.
And that is what so separates the long history of why this city is so important. Those of us who are not Jewish, we thank you for giving all of us a foundation of morality and decency and civilization upon which our own faith is built, for without yours, we don't have one. As I often tell my Jewish friends, you can be Jewish, you don't need me. But I cannot be who I am in my faith without the debt of obligation that I owe to you.
Crazy dick eating. Yeah, no, like this is what I mean. I feel like an anti-Zionist Jew bricks this guy, right? Like, he just straight up is like, I am a slave to you, my master. You could probably brick a guy like this by being like, I'm Jewish, I'm practicing. And like, if he saw like a Neturei Karta guy, what does he do in that situation? Like, this is a real conflict for him, right? Because like Neturei Karta guys are, you know, they're very Jewish. Like, they're Orthodox, they're Hasidic, they're wearing the garb, you know what I mean? And they're super anti-Israel. How does that work? Yeah, they get the fur hat when you level up. Means you've had sex. For those of you who didn't know, I'm locked in. I know my lore. It's a baller hat. That and the tefillin is cool. I love the hat. I love the fur hat, and I love the tefillin, because the tefillin is like, one, it always reminds me, I'm Muslim, but it always reminds me of like a tiny Kaaba. Okay, so in my head canon, it feels like they're just wearing a Kaaba on their head. And the other is like, it's cool because it looks like 300, you know, you're like Leonidas. Like, you wear the leather straps on your arms and you look cool, and then you put a tiny Kaaba on your head. Shut the fuck up, Gentile. I don't give a shit. Have you guys, I'm sure you've seen a tefillin before, chatters. This is it. This is why I'm saying it's like I think it has like pieces of paper in it, right? Like Jewish scripture in it, right? Like Jewish writings in the tefillah, in the little Kaaba thing. Piece of the Torah, yeah. Bro, at least close the door on the way out of Jewish people's business. True. And this is the hat that you get when you level up. It's fire. Like if it wasn't awesome inappropriate shit, like I would probably get one. You know what I mean? But I feel like it's kind of messed up. I think it's way sicker. Like, so what happens with this guy in the back, by the way? Because I see the Reddit libertarian hat a lot too. Does that have a significance, chatters? Or does that mean he's just not fucking? He prestiged. I think one of the craziest things that bricks people is that Judaism is such a fucking old religion that this actually is a modern iteration of Judaism. This is something that really bricks people. They don't understand that Orthodox Judaism, specifically like Hasidic Judaism, is unironically a relatively modern phenomena. Did you know that? Isn't that crazy? Because you would assume that this is like the oldest practice, right? Nope, it's not. It's actually a newer version. And what's interesting about it is that because it was a newer evolution of Judaism, that was, I think, it originally started in, I think, Ukraine or somewhere in Eastern Europe. That's the reason why half the gear that they're wearing is not fit for warm weather at all. Yeah, 18th century Ukraine. That's the reason why they got like fur and all this stuff. You know what I mean? It's because you're like, when you see it in Los Angeles, you're like, wait, how are you? Like, that's got to be so hot for you, my man. And it's because it was invented in it was invented in Eastern Europe. Yes, there are like so many sects within Orthodoxy. Each of them have slightest variation in the fit, lol. And the hats are for one tradition, and the fur hats are for Hasidim when they level up. How do you combat anti-Semitism when people bring up the radical side of the Talmud? I don't know. Everyone fucking says they're one religion. It's like thinking that Christians believe that if you make fun of a bald people, 30 bears will maul you. No one fucking believes that. And Talmud, especially, is not even like the Torah. Talmud, Judaism is the most like debate bro religion of all time. Okay? Unlike all religions that are subject to interpretation, Judaism is extra subject to interpretation. And from what I understand, Talmud is supposed to be literally dudes arguing for a fucking century. And it's just like whenever people try to bring up like some misunderstanding of like a surah in the Quran, and then say this is what all Muslims believe, they want to kill all the infidel, like that type of shit. It's the same as like fucking bringing up the Talmud and be like, this is what all Jews believe. There are fundamentalist elements in every fucking religion. Okay, there are fundamentalist elements in every religion. You got Salafist, jihadist dudes. You have different sects in Islam as well, on the Shia side and on the Sunni side. And the same goes for interpretation of the Torah. There are obviously, there's fundamentalist Buddhists. Like there is literally so many different variants. And ultimately, no one, like the overwhelming majority, don't believe in any of that shit. Zionism, in my opinion, is actually one of the easiest ways to talk about like a complete bastardization of an entire religion, a complete bastardized conflation with an entire religion. Zionism has become a civic nationalist religious thing for a lot of Jews that are otherwise secular and don't necessarily give a fuck beyond like having a sense of community. But the singular fixture that that binds a lot of Jews in this regard is the nation state of Israel. It has nothing to actually do with the religion in and of itself. Religion's been around for thousands of years. Zionism has been around for 100. Okay? So when people start bringing up the Talmud as though like Jews abide by these principles and that they're monolithic in general, it's fucking idiotic. Of course they don't. Now, does this mean that there aren't like straight up Jewish supremacist neo-Nazis? And I don't even mean like Zionists. I mean like Jewish Power Party, right? And the Itamar Ben-Gvirs or the Kahanists, for example, which have definitely increased in their numbers. You have a lot of people who are liberal Zionists who basically have become ultra Zionists in the same vein. Yes, but that is once again a specific subsect of the broader religion and its practitioners. It's ridiculous to say all Jews believe this. Zionism, however, is a ethno-religious supremacist ideology. So the more people subscribe to Zionism and believe in Zionism, whether they personally recognize it or not, the more they actually subscribe to the exterminationist policies and the more they subscribe to the supremacist aspects of Zionism as well. This doesn't mean that like every single person is doing the same thing that some of these fucking Kahanist losers are doing, where they say like the goy is cattle or whatever the fuck. Obviously, you know, like your liberals, like Brad Lander is a liberal Zionist. He doesn't believe that the goy are cattle. Okay, like it's just kind of funny to think, but that's what Nazis try to claim. Nazis try to claim that they that all Jews are like this, and that the Jews are monolithic, and they all are up to tricks or whatever the fuck. Okay? Check my last message. I know a rabbi who said they wouldn't officiate an interfaith wedding if the Jewish person isn't a Zionism believer. Like, they'll officiate an interfaith wedding, but the litmus test for them is if you support Zionism or not. A fucking 78-year-old political project is a requirement for a 6,000-year-old religion. Is crazy work. Exactly. Exactly. It is a totally modern iteration built on top of the collective trauma of the Holocaust and thousands of years of pogroms and shit that for a lot of people went from never again means never again for anybody to never again means never again just for Jews. It's a complete bastardization of the religion. Jeffrey fucking Epstein! No! Yeah. How the fuck? You are so fucking stupid. I'm stupid. Ah! Dumbass. Release the files. No, he looks so healthy. You look like a Fallout ghoul, man. Busted, bro. What the fuck's wrong with you? Yeah, here are the Neterai Karta guys.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mike Huckabee would get bricked if he saw one singular Neterai Karta guy. Their basis for also opposing Israel and Zionism, or at least the starting point of their anti-Zionist beliefs, also come from religious text. They are usually also obviously in opposition to the wanton murder, certainly. But like, their understanding is that Judaism, like Jews, are not supposed to have a nation state until the Messiah comes back. And that all of the, I don't know what the Jewish version of heretical would be, but their assessment is that like all the Zionist Jews that are trying to accelerate the nation state project without the Messiah coming back are actually heretical. Like they're non-believers. Yeah, the hats are expensive. They're costly. Each hat costs around $6,000. I've seen people pinkwash their anti-Zionism. That's so funny. Yeah, I mean, they're not woke by any means on any other issue. Not all Orthodox Jews are obviously anti-Israel. There are some Orthodox Jews that are super pro-Israel and some Orthodox Jews that are super anti-Israel. The percentage of Orthodox Jews that are anti-Israel is, of course, much, much smaller than the percentage of Jews that are Orthodox that are pro-Israel, for the record. So remember that. But yeah, I mean, that in and of itself also immediately disproves the notion that like Jews are a monolithic force in their understanding. But it's also extra funny to put that on Jews of all people, because it kind of feels like you've just never met a Jewish person or befriended a Jewish person, or at least multiple Jewish people in general, because not exactly a group of people that hate arguing and find themselves united on issues. Okay? I mean, as we talked about, literally the Talmud is about debate. The people that say this is what it says in the Talmud, like obviously Jews all believe this, have just never met a Jewish person ever in their lives, just in general. Because if you were to talk to a Jewish person about like whatever's in the Talmud, they'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? What? I don't have any idea. But the Talmud itself is also a debate.
For having listened to God and been willing to be obedient to Him when He called you to this place as His people for His eternal, everlasting purpose. And I salute you and join you tonight in the celebration of this wonderful, magnificent, incredible reminder that God never has been finished with Israel, and He never will be. This is the eternal home that He has chosen. God bless you all.
Standing ovation for that. Oh my God. Oh, here's Mark Levin at the Christians United for Israel conference. Here it is. Let's hear what he had to say to all the Christians that are there to celebrate and show unlimited loyalty to Israel. Yeah. Also, the funniest aspect of I mean, let me tell you something, okay? First of all, no Jewish person believes in the fucking rapture, okay? That's number one. Because if they did, they would recognize that it is an inherently anti-Semitic concept anyway, because, as this chatter correctly points out, 144,000 Jews will actually also see heaven during the rapture, because that's the slated number of Jews that will convert to Christianity on the spot. All the other Jews get to burn in eternal damnation, just with the rest of us, okay? With the Catholics, with the fucking Muslims, with the Buddhists. We all go to hell, and it's the most diabetic angry motherfuckers you've ever encountered. They all get sucked up into the heavens with 144,000 Jews that convert on the spot. So obviously, no one fucking believes that, okay, except for the evangelical Christian Zionists. But it is funny that that's enough for. I mean, that inherently anti-Semitic end point is of course allowing people to continue defending Zionism and have an incredibly valuable ally in the United States of America for Zionism. So just go along with it.
This is civilization, as the ambassador said, versus the barbarians. We're fighting the 7th century. And we just beat the crap out of them.
Tua Tagovailoa and Mike McDaniel were saying disgusting things about Charlie Kirk. Can you use your platform to signal boost and get them fired from the Miami Dolphins? Brother, isn't Tua already gonna like fire himself if he just refuses to take the proper medical care of his brain anyway? Just wait out a season. I don't even watch football, and even I know that.
This is a righteous war we're fighting. And let me say this is God's war that we're fighting right now. And if Europe is too stupid to understand, that's their problem. I will remind you, that's where Hitler was born. This is good versus...
Oh, God, I love... Man, these guys are so fucking crazy. It's so funny. Let me remind you of a little guy by the name of Adolf Hitler. This just hit the October 7 notes. Blood libel, Adolf Hitler, Holocaust. That's it. It's done. Okay? No politic here. Getting back to the new Zionist censorship czar, Erica Mendel, former IDF instructor who is now working at TikTok to combat extremism, you know, anti-Zionism, for example. Let's take a look.
After my sophomore year, like many of my friends, I had a summer internship, a Goldman Fellowship at AJC. I came to work each morning as Israel engaged in one of the larger military operations of my lifetime, Tzuk Eitan, Operation Protective Edge. That summer, I realized how impactful my Jewish upbringing and education was. I simultaneously realized how passionate my own Zionist identity had become. I knew the well-being of Jews worldwide and the security of Israel would be issues of lifelong importance to me. I grew up in a traditional Jewish household, but in an untraditional decision, after graduating from Michigan, I made Aliyah and enlisted in the Israel Defense Forces. I spent the next 2 years serving as a Madrichat Shirion, an instructor in the Armored Corps. To many, this might seem like a contradiction. For a woman who identifies as liberal and...
It just blows my mind. Like, it's not even a contradiction. It makes total sense. But it still blows my mind that, like, you live in America and you're like, damn, I saw them fucking smoking Muslims. I saw the apartheid. I saw a creeping genocide. And I was like, that's my shit. I have to go live in the fucking desert. Okay? That is crazy to me. That's a crazy thing to do. The fuck is wrong with you, man? Fuck's wrong with you? I don't understand it. I will never understand it. I genuinely will never be able to fucking understand it, okay? How haven't you been deplatformed yet, you hypocrite piece of shit? You are a scumbag. Do you love Israel? Is Jewry not a slur? No. Of course, it depends on who's using it. It's not a slur at all. It's just it's like saying Jew, okay? It depends on the seasoning you put on it. Nazis also in Nazis, when they talked about Jewish people, would use in the translated works would use international Jewry. So no, it is very offensive. No, I mean, this is what are you talking about? This person that wrote Faces of American Jewry, this is from a literal Jewish group. What are you talking about? They didn't fucking write it as with a negative connotation. You're wrong. Yeah, it's like saying, Christendom, or saying Ummah. The word for Muslims is Ummah, okay? The word for Jews is Jewry. It just means like Jewish people all around the world, like the international Jewry or the American Jewry. Anyway, let me finish this.
Progressive to be a Zionist so committed as to join the IDF. For me, these two identities go hand in hand.
My guest is here, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Oh, this is it. This is the my dog Kaya. I knew you were coming today, and yet I still did not.
I love it. Wow. Are we on TV?
Yep, we're live right now. We got 40,000 people watching. Tim Heidegger, ladies and gentlemen, he's here in the building.
I've got the Meta glasses. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, you're filming. You're filming the outside of my house.
These are the best. They tell me where to go. They tell me what to do.
They're
amazing.
I heard they have a lock-in function where if you're like me, you got ADHD, you get to lock in. You literally tell the Meta glass, like, hey, the person I'm talking to is boring as fuck. Like, can you help me focus on him?
Or it just starts playing Seinfeld episodes or something.
Well, that too.
Well, just
what
quickly,
do you have right there?
I came all the way from Glendale. Mm-hmm. And these are
Jermuk.
These are Armenian. This is Armenian mineral water. It's gonna burn you. Yeah.
I actually don't.
You don't do mineral water?
I don't do mineral water,
What?
but my dad does.
Okay. Well, is this gonna cause problems?
Oh yeah, he's gonna
Really?
disown me.
Okay.
Last time he almost did was when I painted my nails, and he was like, "Are you? You can tell me. Are you gay?"
Yeah.
he was a little worried.
It's good. I'm here to transgender everybody.
Yeah, hell yeah. You're gonna transgender people. You're gonna Armenian people.
We're doing free transgendering this weekend.
Hell yeah.
And that will be compulsory. If you live in California, you'll be required to transition this weekend. Or face penalties.
Well, this is the Antifa headquarters, so welcome.
Okay, well, I can take these back.
No.
I drink these by the
want
gun.
these.
Okay.
No, now that you brought it, I have to keep them.
Okay.
You can put it like on the. I got it. It's heavy. It's heavy. Watch out.
How do you? I'm just gonna take this in for a minute because I
Take it in.
don't. It's also a very unflattering angle for me. I appreciate that.
Wait, really? No,
I think
you
so.
look great.
It's all here. We're all cameras here.
Wait, let's
What does
let's
the crowd
flip it.
say?
Let's flip it. Hold on. This is my.
I don't want to hear what the crowd says.
Wait, we got other cameras. Are you ready?
Give me
You
a
wanna
better
see?
angle.
Wait, we got this. We got all the different angles here.
That's better. The bottom left. Everything's better than the first
bottom
angle I
right. You think the
saw.
bottom right's good?
Yeah.
All right, we'll do that.
Well, maybe. I don't know.
No, hold on. It's fine. That's just
I'm
my.
so vain.
This is my my interview. This is the angle I use for interviews.
Who's the biggest person you've had in this room in terms of
like size wise?
Yeah.
Like fattest?
Yeah.
Or do you mean like I don't know. Stavros Halkias.
That's pretty big. That's pretty big.
Yeah.
Well, thanks for having me. This is exciting.
As far as fame goes, I don't know.
George Clooney?
No. No, George
No,
doesn't.
he wouldn't
George
be-
doesn't fuck with me like that. Well, maybe
Right.
he might, because his wife is woke.
Okay.
I think his wife might have gotten sanctioned by the American state, actually.
Oh, wow.
Because she's a international. She's like, she works for the UN. But yeah,
I want to talk to you real quick though about this Dr. Pepper Zero Sugar Blackberry. That's a bunch of stuff going on there.
Do you want to try it?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want cream soda or do you want Dr. Pepper
I wanna
Zero
try
Sugar Blackberry?
Blackberry, yeah.
Okay. It's really good. I like it a lot.
Hi everybody. Wow, look at everybody's chatting away.
Yeah.
Thanks. All right.
So, what is this? The post Tim made? They're already sending stuff for me
How
to
do you
look
keep-
at.
Oh yeah, I just posted that because I was.
Because you were coming over here, so you were like, I want the people to know this is what I am intending to do.
Well, I just Trump. He keeps saying that. He keeps saying that we want to transgender everybody.
Yeah.
It's like his little refrain.
Well, yeah,
he keeps
I
saying.
love when he goes, everything's transgender.
I know they want to transgender everybody. That's what
Yeah.
he said today. It's like nobody wants to transgender anybody that
Yeah.
doesn't want to be transgender.
Yeah, I feel like that would be a very
It's
complicated.
bananas.
This is a complicated process.
Would you want like a sci-fi movie where like you saw the world the way he sees it for like maybe 24 hours?
You put the glasses on
put the
and
Trump
you
glasses
see
on.
it.
You just see as hell. Everything's hell and crimes out of rampant and people are all cutting each other's genitals off.
I don't know if I want. I feel like that would be scary.
Yeah, it would be a horror movie.
But I had a solution after January 6th. Like if we had a competent government, I had a solution where
there's a man here. Is that
my mom? my dad and my mom are
okay?
Around.
Copy. Hi everybody. I'm your guest host for the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, no, it's. But I had a solution after January 6th. If we were like a competent government, kind of like Brazil, for example, that did their own January 6th on January 20th, I think. And then like, people were properly prosecuted and might be facing prison sentences. But like, if that were to happen to Donald Trump, I had a really good solution. I thought, we just tell him that he's still president. Like we build a White House, like an Oval Office, everything. And it's just constant surveillance, like constant cameras are on him.
Yeah.
And we just make it seem like he's still president
It'd
and
be
he
the
gets to
best.
do the best TV show of all time.
Absolutely. It'd be so easy to do.
But he has no power.
No. That would be a very successful show, and we could easily create his own reality for him if we wanted.
Yeah, he's very easily tricked.
Yeah.
I think. So there's an advantage there. But of course, we didn't do that. Yeah, the Trumpman show, kind of like the Truman Show.
I like that. How do you read? I mean, I'm sure people come in here and how do you read all this stuff?
They say it
got
all the
used to it.
time.
No, I mean, I know, but just when you're looking at the scroll,
I just
you
used to
trained your
seeing
eyes.
everything.
Did you see that demo of those glasses the other day?
Wait, I want to pull it up. Does anyone chatters send me the link of the meta demos?
Because there's this thing where he's walking around on stairs. I feel like if I had that on, I would be. Look at me. You got me
Oh,
up
yeah, I
there.
got you up
look,
here.
Look at this. I think I should be. I should be running for mayor. Do you think I should be?
You look hot. Like you got. You know what? It's the light is hitting
Yeah. Well,
you.
they had I was at this premiere of Him. It's the new movie about the balding pills, Hims. But I don't know. The lights were so bright. I've been on these premiere things before.
Yeah, but you have like a cool look to you because of it, where you're like, oh.
I'm into this. Because now I'm starting to look older. I look like I've got like wrinkles and things.
I feel me too. It just happens.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
I'm okay with it, but it gives me gravitas.
Yeah. No,
And
you
know
look
Todd
like
Glass. You know who Todd Glass is? He's a very funny comedian.
Yeah,
And I
think
had him
so.
on the show, and he was like, I was like, I got to go to this premiere. I don't know what to wear. And he's like, just get a black shirt and a navy blue suit. And that's what I did. So I think I will run for either governor or mayor.
It's a good look.
Or president.
I like it. Oh, here's the meta demo. Someone said,
Oh,
holy
that was the one that just failed. There's one where he's like walking up the stairs, and I just feel like I would fall down the stairs immediately if things were like in front of me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, my like I said, my favorite is the lock-in mode. I saw that one. I was like, this is perfect. Like, this is
Definitely use the help. Hey, Meta, start live AI.
No one really
Starting
wants
live
this,
AI.
right?
I think there's a lot of people that
Yeah?
are really
Oh.
stupid. I hate to say it. I like it comes. I'm not like an elitist by any means. I say I'm a dumb guy all the time.
Yeah.
But I cannot help but think less of someone if I catch them doing like Chat GPT, where I'm like, ugh, really? Like, you didn't want to just Google that?
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
And every aspect of my life where just like AI has been slammed into it has objectively gotten worse. Like you Google something.
The
and
worst
then it's
fucking
like
thing is
AI readout.
You
And
get the email summary.
Yeah.
That takes up half your screen, and it's like, you know, Joe and Steve are suggesting we meet tomorrow and then you're like, I just want to read the email that was sent to me. I don't need this breakdown of it. It's not helpful.
It's also an email. It's not like that long.
No.
The format was already a brief text summary to begin with, and now we're doing a TLDR on an email.
They're desperate to try to find ways to use it, and it's not happening.
I cannot for the life of me understand why you would be so cucked to a piece of tech where you're like, I'm going to let it do the thinking for me.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I feel like it's anti-human.
Yeah, Google was fine. Like, to find things, it was pretty good.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing. But now, finish watching this, because this craps out on this guy.
I love the setup you have here.
Stop. Listen, I don't need the commentary from the computer either.
Always. You're always.
That's cool.
Sycophantic. So sycophantic. I hate that.
So condescending and patronizing.
Yeah, it's what makes people insane, though. That's why they like start. They get like what I don't know what it's called, but they like start hallucinating, and they think they're like the second coming of Jesus Christ. I don't know. It's just like AI psychosis. That's what it's called. Someone in the chat said. Yeah, of course it creates AI psychosis. If you're like alienated, if you're isolated, and you have this like sycophantic chatbot constantly being like, all of your dumbest opinions are actually brilliant.
Yeah.
You're going to lean into that, you know?
There's also this lag that reminds me of when like cell phones first were coming out, and when you're trying to talk to somebody, there's that feeling of like, no, you go ahead. What were you saying? No, it's like, that's what every conversation I've had with these stupid things are. But anyways.
Yeah.
This is the AI stuff. We just turn it off.
How can I help?
Hey, can you help me make a Korean-inspired steak sauce for my steak sandwich here?
You can make a Korean-inspired steak sauce using soy sauce, sesame oil.
What do I do
brown
first?
It's so uncomfortable.
What do I do
got mad.
I know she
She's
shuts down.
Bitch, I was explaining it to you. There's steps to this. Okay, calm down.
You've already combined the base ingredients. So now grate a pear to add to the sauce.
What do I do first?
You've already combined the base ingredients. So now grate the pear and gently combine it with the base sauce.
All right, I think the Wi-Fi might be messed up. Sorry, back to you, Mark. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good.
I love seeing antisocial dudes like Mark Zuckerberg try to do these events themselves instead of like handing it off to some guy you squeezed $100 grand to who is way more capable of doing
Jimmy
it.
Fallon to do it.
Yeah, for sure. You can get Jimmy Kimmel to do it. Seems like he's got some.
Did you see the
time on his hands?
Did you see? Well, we could talk. I'm sure you want to talk about that.
Yeah, of course.
The Jimmy Fallon did like a Google one of these. He did like a Google event.
Oh, he did.
It's really fucked up.
Look, you're a famous Hollywood guy.
Big time.
So I don't want to talk big shit about any of these other guys because you probably golf with them.
No, I talk. I'm an open book.
At the Illuminati seminar that you attend with them.
I'm an amiable guy, but I'm also an honest person, and I talk shit on shit I don't like.
Well, I was going to say
there's
Jimmy
a lot of
Fallon
shit-
is a chatbot.
Yeah, he's a stooge. He's a empty suit.
Yeah.
He's a
Okay, so he's not
he's
he's not going to get mad at you at the.
Oh, he might. I don't know.
At the
I just
Illuminati
don't,
seminar.
I don't care for his sensibilities.
Yeah. Jimmy Kimmel, on the other hand, let's talk about that. Obviously, I am the fedayeen for Jimmy Kimmel. I'm like, I don't care what he's done in the past. I don't care if his like style of comedy is for me or anything like that.
Sure.
From this day on, you know, going forward, I'm a defender of Jimmy Kimmel, and because it's irrelevant to what took place.
Absolutely.
It's ridiculous.
Well, I can say I do know him a little bit. I've, you know, run into. He's always been very nice and whatever. It doesn't really matter what my experience, but from everybody that knows him says the same thing. Like he's a genuinely good dude. And I you know, I'll start on the negative side first. I do understand that this form of, because of people like you and all this different media, the late night talk show model is a dinosaur. It is.
Yeah.
And
sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah, and it is going to. For years I've been thinking this and watching it and being like, when is this going to? How is this going to wind down? And what's going to look like? Because it'll be, it's for me, it's a big part of my childhood. It's a big part of American culture, I think, is the late night talk show. But it's starting to not be clear why it exists, you know?
Yeah.
So, but this, so that's the, whatever, that's going to eventually sort of wind down as all things do, or become different or change. And it always has been changing. But the way this is going down is really fucked up and scary, like I've never seen before. I mean, the FCC guy, what's it, Brandon Carr?
Yeah.
He seems
real demon.
Real demon.
Yeah.
Well, we don't see. Try not to say that stuff because we say it colloquially.
Yeah,
I can't say that
colloquially.
word.
Yeah,
colloquially. But they mean it when they talk about demons, right?
Yeah,
like
they believe it. I think they believe it.
Like we don't believe in demons.
I used to think it was a LARP, but like, you know, I see Mike Huckabee. I don't know if you saw his speech that he delivered in
I haven't
Israel.
paid attention to Mike in a while. I used to love watching Mike.
Mike. He believes it. Like he's the type of dude who is a firm and committed believer in that kind of stuff, I think.
And Teal and all those guys are all like they think about this stuff all the time. But when we say demon, we just mean like bad guy, like a scary guy.
Yeah.
Not from some other realm.
Using hyperbole.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just trying to be careful of like not falling into their traps. But the whole like do it. And everybody on my side of comedy has like posted support and posted our thoughts about it and how crazy it is. And it's just crazy to see how lockstep everybody is on the other side to get in the chat and be like, well, he lied and provided false information. And suddenly, and that fucking Dave Portnoy, all these people are like, well, I'm for free speech, but there are consequences and blah, 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 fucking choking on the fucking Trump's cum. As who can choke on it hardest.
Yeah.
And it's sick.
Yeah, it's like even if he did lie, which he didn't, but even if he did lie, like the FCC cannot dictate whether or not or threaten to pull the broadcasting license of a television network for that reason, because that's a chilling effect on speech. That's a direct First Amendment violation, and the very fact that Nexstar, which was obviously amidst this like major local television broadcasting merger that is also, once again, shouldn't be happening anyway. That would make them
consolidating
$6.8 billion thing that they're doing. That's going to make them own 80% of all local TV networks.
Jesus. But meanwhile, who's watching this crap? Like these, it's just like in doctors' offices, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Like, but I mean, geez, I don't understand. It's not a news show. He's not obligated to. What are we talking about? He's lying. What is the lie?
Yeah.
I mean, I think what he was doing was commenting on, in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, there was plenty of people rushing in there to say, he's got this. They didn't know who it was at first, so even before they knew who it was, it was like, it was this trans person, right? I mean, there's all kinds of shit that I saw right away.
All you need to show is like Nancy Mace before she finds out that the shooter is from good stock, like a Mormon family, versus after, where she went from like we have to kill all transgenders to like we should pray for his soul.
Yeah, and even with what we know, and I still think I don't know where you're at with this. I think we still don't know we don't know most of the story with this dude.
Yeah.
It feels very weird, and I'm very resonant to very cautious to listen to whatever the Justice Department has to say about it, or what the state of Utah.
You don't trust the most trustworthy man, Cash Money Patel?
No.
Yeah, he's just like he could be telling me the most normal thing, and I'd be like, that's not like when he came up on stage, I was like, did you kill this guy? Like you seem suspicious.
I know. I'll be Cash Patel. You ask me if McDonald's sells French fries.
Mr. Patel, does McDonald's sell French fries?
What do you mean? I mean, like I said, I've told you this. They do. And if you don't think they do, then go fucking look and find out for yourself. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good impression. But
no, you have to be like 40% more suspicious.
Eyes bugged. Yeah.
It's like always like this.
Yeah.
It was also too direct of an answer. That's the other thing.
Right.
It'd be like, what's McDonald's?
McDonald's.
What's McDonald's? But
I don't know. I think what I was saying is like, and then when you actually look at what he said, it's sort of like, well, in a way, this kid, if it is there he is. The narrative is like, well, he does come from a MAGA family, right?
Yeah.
He was raised. He was. You know, that's his people and the gun culture and everything.
The governor, Spencer Cox, was like,
he's one of ours.
Yeah, he was like, I really was praying for the last 72 hours that he was Mexican. He didn't say that, but I don't know.
But
sorry.
I mean, where are we at?
He didn't literally say that, okay? I'm exaggerating. Right. Please don't throw me in Antifa prison.
But where are we at? Because you have all these people that are, you know, the people under Trump that are trying to make it this, you know, they're nitpicking about whether it was a lie and the FCC and all that. But then Trump's own words where he's like, we got him, folks, and we're coming after more. And it's like, if you look at his words, they're the words of a psycho, like psychotic person that's so clear. And that's what's so frustrating about the time we're in right now. Because there's that clip that kind of goes around every once in a while of Bo Burnham. Have you seen that clip? And it's from like 10 years ago or something.
Many Bo Burnham clips. Which one?
Well,
is it?
It's him going, Donald Trump? That's it was back in the first election. He just keeps saying it.
Oh, yeah.
Like, him? Donald Trump. I keep having to process that this is the guy that we're listening to. Look at what he said.
Adam Friedland said,
oh, man.
At Jimmy Fallon, it's just you and me now, brother. Yeah.
Adam's funny, and I did his show. It hasn't come out yet because
you did?
Well, yeah,
nice.
But he stacks them.
Yeah, he does.
He did an interview with Jimmy Carter that's going to come out in a couple.
For a second, I thought you were being serious. Yeah, he's he famously, it took them like a year and a half to finally release my episode, and you know, by that point it was like not even relevant half the shit that we were talking about.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. He's terrible. Hate that guy.
Well,
hate that guy.
I think he's getting a little too much attention right now. I think that's
I don't like it. I don't like it. It should be on me.
It's between the two of you, right? That's the last two standing.
He's the millennial Jon Stewart, and I'm the Joe Rogan of the left.
Meanwhile, I'm over here, maybe better than both of you combined.
100%.
Doing office hours live every Thursday, and I don't get in these New York Times profiles.
Yeah, you're not getting remotely enough death threats right now. Let's bring those up.
How are you?
Oh, I mean, it's fine.
It's coming in, right?
Yeah.
I was getting them, back in 2015 and 16.
Yeah.
And that was an interesting time where it was like, I was thinking about it today, like the 4chan was raging hard.
Oh, yeah.
And I didn't know anything about it.
Well,
and
now
suddenly,
it's Twitter. Now it's like...
Oh, okay. See, I'm off Twitter now.
Oh, yeah. It basically went from like, deeper, darker corners of the internet
Yeah.
Where at least there was a little bit of shame in like the other sides of the internet where people, you know, congregated.
Right.
To just like shamelessly doing that in real time, in broad daylight. And obviously one of my ops, like I got many of them.
Yeah.
I got State of Israel, the United States government, Customs and Border Patrol.
Yeah.
And of course now Elon Musk.
Right.
And he's been really, really coming after me. And I wanted to show you
like
this.
him
nonstop.
him personally, because he's on this.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this is cool.
Let me show you.
Well, they're bringing him in front of Congress, right, along with all the other tech giants to talk about this, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's just weird. They were talking about like where extremism is
I
fomented.
know, and it's like one of these guys is not like the other or something.
Yeah, and they brought Twitch in specifically because I have the suspicion that they brought Twitch in specifically because they thought, you know, this is a good opportunity to like yell at the Twitch CEO for platforming me.
Yeah,
because that's been like a project.
And that's
been, like,
where
a
you do
sideline
you
project.
only broadcast? You're only broadcasting on Twitch. Is that
I only
correct?
live stream on Twitch, but I'm on all the social media platforms and also on YouTube as well.
Right, but not live.
But I don't live stream on there.
Right.
Yeah, but does anyone in the chat have like one of the takes from Elon Musk? I want to show it real quick if we can find it.
What's so bad about you? I don't know. I don't like I said. I mean, I'm sure we disagree with on things, but I don't know. Like I don't sit here and watch you for 8 hours a day.
I'm a dangerous radical terrorist,
Right.
both on the Antifa front, which is new. Well,
Yeah.
I guess they used to say
I
that
have
in
to
2016.
talk to you about the Antifa meeting on Sunday.
Yeah.
If there's any way we can push that till 3 to 3.
I'll show you
in the
I
secret
did say-
headquarters.
I did make a joke about that.
Yeah.
I did make a joke about that originally on NBC last night, and the anchor got like actually worried.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah.
I think everybody's very worried. I mean, did you see Jon Stewart last night?
I
or
didn't.
whatever?
I wanted to. I've been meaning
It was
to watch
very
it.
funny. I thought it was really good. They played it like they were North Korea state news, you know, like just like praising him and all that stuff. It was pretty good.
Well, so here's just a couple of them. In the past week, he's been like nonstop boosting people, saying like I'm doing incitement to murder, reposting certain tweets and stuff like that. And but one of the funniest things is like he keeps adding Jeff Bezos. Who's like
he's not looking at any of this.
I don't think he's on Twitter. Like I don't think he's like spending any moment on Twitter being
Why don't
like,
you call the guy? You got him probably in your phone, right? You give Elon Musk can call Jeff Bezos.
Yeah.
Meet in their secret
Yeah.
dungeon.
I'm on his like he says I need to be deplatformed from Twitch, but like I'm on his platform.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Like,
and he hasn't suspended you.
Yeah, but
right?
I mean I hope he doesn't, because I still use it for a lot of my work. But the one that I think is really funny, the one that I thought was really funny is like one of the people, like all the people that he's like responding to are really fucking, they're like really lame. They're all like right-wing weirdos,
Yeah.
right?
Or like don't exist at all. maybe.
But one of them that he keeps responding to is really funny because he's like a pedophile Nazi. Let me see if I can find it. That's the one I was looking for, Chad.
Chuck Schumer?
God, he fucking no. Where the heck is it? There's like he tweets so much. Oh my god.
Wow, he's on a rage right now.
I do love it because he's like, he basically shows the whole concept that like CEOs work really hard. It's just fucking bullshit. You know?
It bugs me when you hear these people talk about him like, well, he is a genius. He is. I'm like, I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think that was a bunch of good PR for a while there. I had this thought while you're looking for that, because, I mean, back to the actual incident with Charlie Kirk. Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
picture
this
up
is
there.
one of them. But there is the, I can't even find it. Never mind. I was not talking about Grums, dude. I was talking about the lolicon. You guys are the worst.
This idea of the violent left, right? That everyone's talking about. The violent left.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, wasn't Charlie Kirk's entire, like, business model or the structure of his whole career was going and like debating these leftists?
Yeah, I was supposed to debate.
Yeah, and so
Yeah.
like, well, it was like he kind of, I mean, ended unfortunately, of course, but like there was evidence constantly that there was a way to have conversation with these people. Like that was his entire model.
They've decided like they're no longer talking.
Right.
You know?
It's just because this one wacko.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It's I'm sorry. You're
No,
in the
I mean, it's
middle
all
of that,
good. This
you
is
know?
like, I've been dealing with this quite a bit already. I specifically have been, I was specifically dealing with this already for the past 2 years since October 7 with like ADL and a lot of like advocacy groups, which is crazy because like, it hasn't really worked on their end as well, but they haven't really stopped. Like they've just been pushing it no matter what. And I think like, now the Trump administration bullying platforms might actually do it for them finally.
Yeah.
But it's been really interesting because like at first it was the ADL and a lot of these like advocacy groups that were pro-Israel, and now they're handshaking with neo-Nazis and like Holocaust deniers who are doing the exact same thing.
What's an example of that? Like
this one is what I was looking at. So this is some account with like an anime drawn pedophile PFP. He's like, Hassan Piker has been allowed to stay on Twitch while making calls to violence and violating their terms of service because DJ Clancy is his friend. Twitch is owned by Amazon, a major contractor with the Department of War. He asked hundreds of thousands of viewers to commit murder. This never happened, of course.
Right.
But then you look at his other tweets and it's like the Jews don't want this to happen.
Oh my God. What a mess.
He's just, and it's always like,
is that hentai?
Yeah, that's what it is.
You have to understand, I am an old man that doesn't understand things as they are now.
I'm sorry for beaming this to you, but here he is saying that the Jews took away his, I guess he wants to like have sex with his sister or something. Like, I think that's what this is.
It's
I know,
such
right?
a mess that with now with the Candace Owens stuff where she's getting in there.
Candace Owens has been there for a
unbelievable.
minute. So she's been there for a minute. And what I always found to be really funny about that was that, like, you know David Horowitz, right?
Yeah, I know the name. Remind me.
So
how I
he's
should know
like
him.
this. He used to be. I think he was a trot. He was a Marxist-Leninist early in his days. But then he became this like vicious Islamophobe. And a massive hate monger, right? But he was a very pivotal figure for the modern American conservative movement. And
yes,
he was a trot. Yeah. So initially it was David Horowitz that plucked Candace Owens, that found Candace Owens. And then it was the Daily Wire that actually made Candace Owens like this prominent fixture.
Right.
And basically what's interesting about that is that Candace Owens was anti-Semitic the entire time.
Right.
But
where's her anti-Semitism come from?
I don't even know what it was. Like, I don't know what caused her to be anti-Semitic. I think it could have been like maybe some black Israelite stuff that she was like leaning into potentially.
Right.
But I don't know.
We don't need to speculate.
Yeah, but she's always been like a grifter, right?
Right.
And what's interesting is like, she famously once said like Hitler just wanted to make Germany great, you know, but then when Hitler became a globalist is when it became a problem. You know, that was a crazy thing to say. But like, Ben Shapiro hired her after
knowing all that,
right? So clearly he didn't have an issue with her anti-Semitism, but then she also, and at the time she was pro-Israel, of course. And when she became anti-Israel and anti-Semitic is when Ben Shapiro fired her.
Right.
So she's been on this like vengeance quest ever since then, and she's just like really tuned it up, like tuned up the anti-Semitism.
The conspiracy stuff is so fun when she's like, putting the numbers together. Did you see that clip where she's like, she's trying to? I don't really understand what she's talking about, but all these numbers that she found for this one secret military base, and she's doing like numerology stuff.
That's my favorite type of
and it's French, and the thing with the wife where she's calling the wife a man. Oh
yeah.
It's
Which is
glorious.
just like, she's just French. Like, that's not,
I know.
That's just, she's French, you know? That's it. But basically, she's been going crazy over like, Israel did this, Israel did this, Israel did this.
Yeah.
And talking about the discontent that like some of the Zionist donors had in Turning Point USA, which I think there's truth to that reporting, like because it's clear that Charlie Kirk was frustrated by people being arrogant and fucking annoying to him, even though he's like.
And he was critical. I guess wasn't he critical of the Iran bombing? And he was a little
not really.
No.
Like this is really funny for me, at least, because like this is something that's close and personal for me, because this was what I was going to debate him on.
Yeah,
because it's a massive wedge right now between institutional Republicans and the base, especially the younger part of the base.
Yeah,
because they don't like Israel, and some of them obviously don't like Israel
for the wrong reasons,
for anti-Semitic reasons.
Right. But also, there's isolationist types.
Exactly.
They don't want They don't want America coming into foreign policy.
Yeah. So I was going to debate him on this because he's like super pro-Israel.
Right.
But now
you can't.
Now I can't. But also now everyone is basically ascribing their own version of events to the situation.
Right.
And it's like I'm not. I don't like Israel. I hate Israel.
Right.
Okay. It's not a secret. Secret's out.
Right.
Okay. And
you don't hate you don't hate the average guy growing up there. Of course, you hate the way that you hate the government policies.
I hate Zionism. I think Zionism is a fascist ideology. We can debate on that if you
no,
you disagree. I don't know.
I'm not in the position to debate that.
But
I'm probably with you, but I would not want to get into a debate with you because I don't have the knowledge.
Well, I'll just say it like Sam Cedar and I are very much aligned on this.
I love Sam, and I have a long-running joke of not getting along with Sam, but that's a bit.
Yeah, no, I know. you guys are buddies. But what I was saying is, like, as someone who is a firm and committed like op of Israel, right? I've been so conflicted this past week because on the one hand, it's like I want to clear up misinformation,
right?
And there's obviously like anti-Semitism associated with it as well. But on the other hand, I'm watching these Republicans like literally also arrive at this conclusion that like Israel is bad,
right?
So it's been very conflicting. I'm like I'm just watching them fight, and I'm like, well, I want to.
Aren't we in Aren't we on this like forever quest of common ground on anything? And is that a place of common ground? I don't know.
But my frustration with it is, if you arrive at the correct solution, but the way you arrived at it is just like hallucinations,
right?
Then I don't know if it's like super productive,
right?
And I worry about that. And I do think that a lot of like the ADL has like coming after someone like myself who has like actively combated anti-Semitism for years and years and never really stopped doing that,
right?
Has created an environment where like the most forward-facing voices that are seemingly critical of Israel are the likes of, Nick Fuentes or Candace Owens,
right?
Or numerous other people.
I mean, I know it's showbiz, but I thought Hannah Einbinder,
she's dope.
She's terrific, and she did the thing at the speech, but I think what was even more important was after they were asking her about it, and she as a Jew was saying how it's her responsibility because she doesn't want Israel's policies to represent Jews of the world, because that's just one little like slice of the pie there.
Yeah.
And when you do learn about the history of Zionism and how it was kind of this sect, it was kind of a, just like any ism of the 20th century, it was just one way it went, where it was very hotly debated amongst Jews in the early part of the 20th century. It was not this foregone conclusion. That's fascinating history.
Yeah, as is the case with most things that people debate on, which is why it's like the notion of like the monolithic nature of like the international jury and the way that like Nazis presented is so funny, because it's like I think Israel wishes that was the case.
Yeah,
like if that was the case, then they wouldn't fail so spectacularly, and especially right now, where you have like an entire generation of American Jews that are like, I don't care about this at all. This is terrible.
Yeah.
And they're freaking out. That's why they want to like ban TikTok and stuff.
Well, it's funny, like the vision they have of this kind of global Jewish controlling everything thing is so comical. But then the thing in London the other day where we had that big state dinner with everybody in the tuxedos and the gold plates, and it's all the tech titans. Like that's actually real. That's happening.
Yeah.
And it's like flaunted, and it's like right in front of everybody.
Yeah.
And all those people around that table are deciding what's going to happen in the world in the next 10 years.
Exactly. That's what's so frustrating about it is like I keep explaining to people like, yes, there is a group of people, okay, that control the planet, whether it be the media, whether it be the government,
tech.
They're not like doing this at the behest of Judaism or one singular group of people. They're just capitalists. And they're not doing it in like cigar-filled rooms. They're doing it in broad daylight. They're doing it in front of you. It's called the Davos Summit. You know what I mean? Like, but these guys have to. That's the thing that is like so frustrating. Is like they always want to. They always want to like have a grand narrative, a grand conspiracy that somehow loops back to like one singular group of people that are doing this evil because they're like purely evil or something. And it's like, no, they just want to make money.
Like,
for sure. They want to hold on to
hold on to it as long as they can and make sure that they're close. I think one thing never gets talked about is how hard it is to think about people outside of your own immediate circle and immediate time frame. So all those people are just like us in a way, but they have much more power, and they want to try to keep it and make sure that nothing happens to them and nothing happens to the people that they actually know. And it's very hard to think beyond that and think about other people and their well-being. And it's rare when you have actual people, Bernie or whoever, who's like actually trying to make things better for other people. I was going to ask you a question, if you don't mind, if like, just because I'm curious, like you're going to do this debate with him. Have you debated him before?
Charlie, yes, I did. I debated.
So what is it like before and after the debate? Like, is it civil? Is it like an acknowledgement of we are two people?
I mean, he was very cordial. But I've never fully understood like why people. Like, I'm not an asshole. I'm not going to be like, fuck you. Like, you came up to me at the DNC when I was there, and like, he tried to like shake my hand. Mostly because he dab me up. I didn't dab him up, but like, I gave him a little handshake. But I'm not going to, I'm not going to like hang out with the guy afterwards, right?
Because sometimes that gets the idea. I remember a congressman I met, I won't say who. Maybe I could. Who knows? I know I go to a couple like fundraise or whatever. And he's like, the thing people don't get is like, we're walking around Congress, Ted Cruz, he's like, hey, that was pretty good. You really got me on TV last night. Like, it treats it like a sport. It's like, we're like, but he's like, dude, you're like ruining people's lives.
You're a bad person. Wait, I had a very similar experience when I went for one of the White House press dinners, like the weekend.
Right, the correspondence
dinner. Correspondence dinner, like weekend events. Like I hate Washington, D.C. I love the people of D.C., but like I feel like it's such a evil. There's so much evil there, when I just feel it in the air almost. But when I went there, I remember this was Trump 1. Like we're at one of these events, right? And all these people, all the stars are here. I think it was Breitbart that famously said, even though he's a fucking scumbag himself, he's like, Hollywood for ugly people.
I got a Breitbart story for you when you're done with this stuff.
Oh wow, okay. Well, short. So it is Hollywood for ugly people, and I saw it with my own two eyes, because like all these people that duke it out on TV, duke it out on camera, were all doing grab ass and drinking, and the room stopped when I think it was like Sean Spicer at the time that walked in, and everyone was like, oh, Sean Spicer is here, and I was just like, that's an evil guy.
I know.
What do you mean?
It's funny to see them in real life, though. I remember Vic and I were at the debate, the debate last couple summers ago in Wisconsin, and all the news people were setting up out front. We were just there doing a show, and we were just like parked right in front of where this was going on, and we saw Sean Spicer, and it is kind of like you are seeing like a celebrity or something, because you've just been seeing them on TV. But he was standing on like an apple box to get, and we went over and we're just goofing on him, like just treating him like a clown. But really quick, when what's the thing?
You're saying Breitbart.
Breitbart.
Story.
What was it called when everybody was protesting Wall Street?
Occupy Wall Street.
There you go. Occupy was going on in L.A. And I was down there and saw Breitbart himself.
Oh wow.
Andrew Breitbart. And it was like a block away, and I would, Andrew, he turned around, I go fuck yourself. That felt good.
Yeah. No, sometimes you got to do that.
Yeah, sometimes you can be mad at people, but
sometimes you gotta let it rip.
Yeah, I mean, you could get heated and get hot.
Cocaine after that.
Yeah,
probably.
Yeah, he didn't. He was gone a couple weeks later. I don't know if that sent him off, but he was gone. Yeah,
damn.
I could have pushed.
See, there goes the violent left.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you pushed him over the edge. Nah, I think he was just wasn't it? Didn't he die like literally doing too much coke or something?
I don't know
remember
the details.
I don't know the details either. I'm just. He would have wanted us to make up his death.
Yeah, it's a lot. A lot of it's for show, and I appreciate you. Like, first of all, talking about that. Yeah, you don't want to just go
Andrew
like
Breitbart clogged the toilet with kidney stones. Okay,
I don't know about that.
M HUD. I mean, maybe. I remember something related to a toilet, but I don't know.
Do people have any questions for me?
Yeah, you guys got any questions?
I mean, that's kind of the way to ruin a show, you know?
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Can you guess where I'm going tonight? This is pretty big news for me and my crowd, my family.
Well, it's like a well, you got the hokas on, so you're ready to walk.
Okay. There's a bit of entertainment tonight. The live entertainment tonight.
Oh, live entertainment. Okay.
What would a guy like me be doing on a Friday night for some live entertainment?
A comedy show?
No, I don't find comedy entertaining.
Okay.
My job.
Okay.
Someone want to guess?
Hollywood Bowl. Someone says strip club. I don't think this is a strip club. What is it? A concert.
It is a concert.
Okay. It's someone said 9 Inch Nails.
9 Inch Nails is correct.
Wow. You're going to a 9 Inch Nails concert.
I'm so excited. I'm not really a fan, but I appreciate the artistry of those guys, and I want to just feel the experience.
That's cool.
I want to get dark.
My favorite 9 Inch Nails song is not even a 9 Inch Nails song, or the version of it I like is I think it's Hurt, Johnny Cash version.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah, I think it's one of those instances where like the song took on a new, like the song basically became Johnny Cash's very own.
Yes, he owns.
Normie alert. Okay, everybody, calm down. I'm not like a big music guy. Okay, you know I don't listen to music.
But isn't it cool that doesn't your audience think it's cool that I'm going to see 9 Inch Nails?
They think you're dope for that. Wait, Trent Reznor's 9 Inch.
I think I'm wearing the wrong kind of jeans for the occasion.
Yeah, I can fit you up if you want.
I need your help. I need to get fit and big and swole.
I'll get you fitted up. You're in great shape.
Oh, really? I feel I feel better than I used to feel, but
you got some biceps on you.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you look good.
I'm almost 50 years old. I feel like I look pretty good for 50.
Yeah. It's the Hollywood.
I take a lot of pills and
adrenochrome.
I never did the Ozempic. When I lost more weight than I had. Like I gained some weight back, but everyone's like Ozempic. I never did it. I was not allowed to. I would have done it. I'm not shaming anybody.
I think I want to do it. If I ever get fat again, I'm gonna immediately boom.
I don't know. I mean, they say there's some bad side effects to it, but who knows?
Yeah.
But it's like $1,000 a month. I don't have $1,000 a month to do that.
We gotta pump up the subs on your shows.
Yes. Well, everyone should subscribe to Office Hours Live. Patreon.com/Office Hours Live. We could use 40,000 new subscribers this afternoon. Get off Chapo Trap House. Drop that.
Stop watching those guys. Those guys are fake. That's what you got to do. You got to start beef with them.
Yeah.
And just be like, they've been
embezzling. They've been sending money to the Israeli government.
That's awesome. No, you gotta hit him with you're more left than they are.
I'm crazy left.
You should be like, they are actually betraying the Maoist revolution that is imminent.
Yeah.
And they've also betrayed even Marxist-Leninist principles. They're revisionists, and then their audience will stop paying attention to them.
Vic and Doug they're actually working in the cornfields now, and we have a collective where we just
hell yeah.
I don't know.
Damn, the business is not going well. That's why you need the subs.
No, it's everywhere. We love everybody.
Yeah, I was on the live show of Office Hours 4 years ago.
Is that an actual guy? Is that Hassan Piker over there? Is that Hassan Piker? Oh my God, it is.
And Vic knew who you were.
Yeah.
Vic called you out and asked you to translate. What did you? There was somebody
it was a Turkish guy.
Vic got scammed by a Turkish guy.
Yeah.
And he was like translating for you. Do you have it?
It was a Turkish.
What?
Wow. Right?
It's Hassan.
You're Hassan. You're Hassan Piker.
Are you? Can you
get on the microphone?
Do you speak Turkish? I guess.
Whoa, somebody knows you. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was big.
Oh, wow.
I was so much fatter back then. It was crazy.
But also the hair and everything?
Yeah. I was hurt. I'm going to be honest. This was like...
It was not a good time?
This was not a good time. We're talking... This is January 1st, 2022. So this was... I was a thick boy. I was going through a lot.
Yeah. Well, this is also the special where Tim Robinson came out and did, which became kind of like a nice little viral thing where it's like, go back to your old shit.
Yeah.
And that's all anyone says to me now. Cash grab. And it's, you know, they're doing it in jest. It's like, I like the old shit back in the playground.
Yeah.
But, well,
he's a big deal, Tim.
Yeah, I know. Listen, I don't know who anybody is.
No one
okay?
fainted
So I don't know,
when we
but-
walked out.
See, I
He
didn't
looked
know
at
who
me
you
like I
are.
was about to attack him.
Yeah, it was a little scary, man.
I'm sorry.
Well, thanks for coming down and helping us out here.
Yeah, it's from the end of 2021, right? Yeah, it's from... This is the
it's Christmas 2021.
Yeah, Christmas 2021.
Are you allowed to? You're an anti-Christmas guy, right? Where war on Christmas is starting.
Yeah, me and Uncle Sam.
Yeah,
we hate Christmas.
I think at our Antifa meeting on Sunday, let's talk about how we're disrupting Christmas this year. Don't forget. Put it on the
Of
agenda.
course. Wait, one of the things I wanted to actually talk to you about that I find really funny and so pathetic, actually, is
not my career. I hope.
No. Of course not. No, it's the ways in which, in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting, what the conservatives have like paid attention to, what they've decided to basically push the buttons on in order to get like random people fired. And one of the things they've done is they're now attacking Starbucks, because like the first thing that they think of, I guess, when they think of like
when you
woke,
say what's your name, and there's like Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
And so some people are not writing that.
Yeah, which, by the way, I don't even believe that happened.
Right.
For the record. But
if I worked at
basically-
Starbucks, I don't want to speak for anybody that works at Starbucks, I would just write the name. Who gives a shit?
Yeah,
I just want
exactly.
to get through my shift.
But basically, they were like, we got the corporation to bow down to our demands. And I was thinking like this is it. Like, this is what the conservative movement is all about. Because like they've won everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
They humiliated the Democrats. They won.
Yeah.
Right? They control everything. And beyond that, Donald Trump is like eroding what remains of, I guess, like constitutional norms and protections, right?
Yeah.
And the only thing they have right now is the only thing they want, rather, is just like for people to say, you're cool. Actually, I love that your ideas are racist.
Yeah.
I'm
And that's
racist
never going to
too.
happen.
Yeah.
It's never going to happen.
It's so stupid. And they're like celebrating this
This is
stuff.
an update from Starbucks.
Yeah, they're like,
yeah,
look
it's like,
at
how do you
this.
get, I just see up there, I see Rudy Giuliani. It's like, if you're a young man, how do you get jazzed about seeing Rudy Giuliani? Like, that's the media you're going to be consuming when they start calling everybody.
Yeah.
You know?
That's what they want. They're like, yeah, Jimmy, put Rudy Giuliani in place of Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I guess I saw like Tim Dillon and some of these guys were coming out and saying this is kind of fucked up.
Yeah.
Those guys didn't know. I mean, did they not know what they were getting into last year when they were just like, what the hell? Like, where did they just drop down from Mars?
Look, I talk to these guys all the time as well, and I don't understand it. Like, they definitely are feeling it now. I mean, Andrew Schultz pulled the parachute cord like a couple months prior to this.
Yes.
And everyone was dunking on him. And it's just, but this kind of goes along with what we were talking about here, which is like, for so many people, they just wanted to say like slurs.
Yeah.
Without having like, I don't know, someone with a septum piercing be like, don't do that.
Yeah, yeah.
And for them, it's like, this was it. Like, that's what they thought they were getting.
Yeah, I mean, all that shit was just read the room, like evolve to a place where people aren't going to feel shitty from what you're saying, and you can still do it.
Yeah.
It was never a point, I don't know, tell me a point where people got, like, things were canceled because of what they said. It just, I mean, sure, someone will have an example, but...
Yeah, they're using, now the one they're using is, I think, Rosie O'Donnell. I believe that was the one where she was on like an Ambien trip or something, and she went like super racist on Twitter.
Not Rosie O'Donnell. Roseanne.
Roseanne Barr.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. There's the one time.
Yeah, but that happened under Trump. Like, they're like, yeah, remember Roseanne Barr? And it's like, first of all, that like she clearly was experiencing mental distress.
Right.
And secondly, not Rosie O'Donnell. I apologize to Rosie O'Donnell, who doesn't even live here.
Should not be
more.
a citizen, by the way.
Yeah, she's not.
I think her citizen should be revoked.
You
Can you
and
imagine?
You and Trump both.
I know, but like, I just, again, back to that Bo Burnham thing. Like, what are we fucking doing? He's going on his official channels. The president of the United States, of the country of which I was born and raised, is a 50-year-old man. The president of that country, that I've known 7 presidents or whatever, not personally, but have experienced their kind of the loftiness of that office, and so the respect that the world has for that. He's telling us through official channels that Rosie O'Donnell, his nemesis from the 90s, in New York gossip circles, her citizen should be revoked.
Yeah.
It's bananas, and I can't wait to shame the right for the rest of their lives for playing with this guy in the playground. They can never be forgiven or forgotten for this.
Well, you know, that's the positive outlook.
For years, you and I, sorry to interrupt, you're a young man. As in your 90s, I hope you're reminding whoever's around left that goes, you were for that guy?
Yeah.
The guy that was shitting in his pants?
Well, we'll see. Like I said, let's see where things go, because I do feel like while, you know, there's a lot of jokes on the one hand, I do think that the administration, albeit very weak and doesn't have this like popular mandate that they claim that they do, is very actively taking the initiative to almost
post-Trump
ensure that there is no post-Trump.
Right.
It feels like.
Well,
sometimes.
you mean like Trump will eventually go of natural causes, we assume, but there will be a structure in place to be a more efficient Trumpism. I mean, it might even just call it Trump. It's just Trump. That's the word that we talk about, but it's J.D. Vance pulling the levers or whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, and then Peter Thiel pulling the levers for J.D.
I like
Vance.
him though. I like that guy.
You have to say that.
I like Peter Thiel.
Anytime
He has
you're
some interesting
anytime
thoughts
you're
on
on
the
your phone, you
Antichrist.
should just be like, I love Peter Thiel. I love the state of Israel.
He seems
They're
like a
doing
normal
so
guy.
Good.
If you listen to him, he seems like a normal guy.
Yeah, he seems so human.
Yeah.
That's what I like about him. His human quality.
He doesn't seem like a sweaty guy.
Yeah. He made fucking Ross Douthat look normal.
I know.
Like, that's an insane accomplishment.
Yeah. I saw that. Ross was like, oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. But I do that sometimes. I'm just walking around the house and I'll just be like, man, I really love Donald Trump, the CIA, and Peter Thiel. Bunch of great guys. You just got to do that.
It's weird. I remember like years ago when we first started talking about privacy. I think it was like, you know, with Snowden, and there was this idea, like the post-Iraq war idea. I think it was kind of a new thing that we were all like processing. Like, and I remember, I think Howard Stern said this. He was like, I don't really care if you can see what I'm doing because I'm not doing anything interesting. You know, like that feeling of being like, really, they're not really listening. They're not really listening to me. Like that seems like sci-fi. Nope. And even if they are, what are they going to do? They're benign, and that feels very naive right now.
Oh yeah, no. It turns out that is one of the craziest parts about this is that like that's part of the reason why I think like, Alex Jones is like a psyop, like this sophisticated.
What are you talking about?
Because for every like one true thing he says, he has like 100 insane things.
Yeah.
So then you associate the true thing that he's saying with the insanity.
Right.
Because he was right about like government mass surveillance.
Sure.
And then he would be like, Obama smells like sulfur, which is, you know, that's not true. Right.
Well, why wouldn't, if you had power and the technology now exists, why wouldn't you start, you know, going down that road? It seems like a natural thing for a totalitarian. If Hitler had it, he would use it as much as he could.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
The KGB would use it if they had it.
Yeah.
That's what we're dealing with.
Yeah, to make sure that everyone was a brave patriot who was working for the USSR appropriately.
Yeah.
That's what they would do. But it's like we talk about China and like what kind of crazy stuff's happening in China, and it's like, but we're doing it here. Like,
we're already doing it.
The things that
here.
we fantasize about China doing to its own citizens, we're literally doing here, and we're like, no, it's good.
Yeah, yeah,
it's
have
good.
Have you talked about those Chinese electric cars on this show?
Oh, I love the Chinese electric
unbelievable
cars. Oh, they're awesome.
They look.
I'm
so
going to
cool.
China in November.
Oh wow.
Yeah, maybe I'll stay there. I don't know.
Some of the, I mean, I don't know. I'm very curious about like the interior of China, like the mountainous regions of China. I think that's like very unexplored. We just don't hear about it.
No, people go.
Yeah.
Now, I think like the only part that is less explored, because like even Xinjiang is now like totally open to tourism, but the only place that is like still very hard to get to both physically and also hard to get to for like, I think a little bit of suppression purposes is Tibet. But beyond that, like there are a lot of people that go. There's a lot of quirked up white boys that go and explore like rural China.
And they're
stuff.
interested. The people are interested to talk and
oh yeah,
they're friendly. I'm sure.
Yeah, they just like at least the videos I watch, they look at you like you're an alien.
Right.
But,
yeah.
You know
what's interesting? I was thinking about that. Like in the beginning, the first month or so, there was so much crazy. There's still so much craziness, of course, but it does seem to be like they're just throwing stuff at the wall. Like we don't hear much about this Canadian state anymore.
Yeah.
Remember that?
We were gonna annex it.
And Iceland or no, Greenland, I mean.
Yeah.
And they backed off of Chicago for now. Like so, there is some hope that we keep like fighting back on stuff. And this Jimmy Kimmel news seems to be very motivating people to get out there, and all sorts of people are coming out. So I think it is important to stay engaged and become active, peacefully. And
because they're not strong. Like I was talking about this before.
They don't have the numbers.
They don't have the numbers, and they're not strong. Because like if they were strong, they wouldn't feel the need to do this level of like suppression of dissent.
Yeah.
Because like if you're strong, if you're confident enough in your movement, if you're confident enough in like what you're presenting, you don't need to do this stuff.
Yeah.
The greatest example of this is America, with the exception of the Cold War, when the McCarthyism was happening.
Yeah.
That's when it felt weak. And that's why they were like, we have to suppress any sort of like socialist or communist allegiances in the country.
Yeah.
And in the aftermath of that, once they won the Cold War, right? Once America won the Cold War,
right,
we have full-blown freedom of speech again.
Yeah,
Because that's what you do when you're dominating, because you are not fearful. I use myself as an example because like for many years, people will be like, people to the left of me would be like,
there's people to the left of you?
I don't think there are, but they seem to think so.
Sure, of course.
But basically they would say like, oh, you're controlled opposition, like you're just sheepdogging everyone back to the Democratic Party, all this stuff.
Right.
And they would present the fact that I had a platform as a reason for why I was not seen as a danger. And I was like, yeah, exactly. They don't see me as a danger because there is no like broad socialist movement in this country that is like presenting a danger to capital accumulation yet.
Right.
But the moment that it does become a danger is the moment that like they will most likely come after my platform, even if I am making money for Amazon, which is what I'm doing right now. Right?
Yeah.
So we're there now. It seems like it's coming to that. It's coming to that conclusion.
I mean, how important is Magdani's election to you to see that there can be a petri dish or a laboratory?
Oh, it's great.
Like if that, I mean, assuming he can get anything done within the, Byzantine establishment of New York City politics, or government, I should say, that might be a problem, right?
Yeah.
But if he doesn't flame, if he isn't,
I think that's going to be a major. The real estate developers and
the moneyed
like
interests,
Wall Street and the cops, especially, are going to be a major issue.
He's got to figure that out, and if he can, and not make not create disaster or whatever, like run a competent city. I mean, you know what drives me back to Trump and his crazy vision of the world. If you were in New York recently, right? Because I saw you on Sam's show. Like, you're there, you're walking around, going like, "Place is great.
It's awesome."
Yeah, like everything's humming. People are out, and
even with everyone's in charge.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, and I always have to say, of course, there are problems. Of course, there's inequities. There's all sorts of issues that we could talk about dealing with, but the picture of this dystopian hell zone where, like, you know, Trump's saying it's a disaster. It's like, it's crazy town to talk about that if you go to New York and walk around.
Well, the even better example, in my opinion, is what I saw in Detroit. I went to Detroit for the Palestine People's Conference, and I spoke there. And I went to Hamtramck, I went to Dearborn, and I, traversed the streets of Detroit.
Yeah.
And you would think, from the way that Republicans presented,
right, it's on fire.
It's like literally just like a hellhole.
Beirut from the 1980s or something.
It's just like a bombed out, hollowed out shell.
Yeah.
And it's so funny because it's like, no, it's fucking beautiful.
Yeah. I was there.
Amazing.
I was there earlier this year, and you know, it was like before the show.
And same with Southside Chicago too. We went down there, and even my Uber driver was like, you got to avoid groups of 4. If you see black people, you should avoid them. And I was like, the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Yeah.
And we went to a block party where they were doing a back to school drive.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. But you would think there's just dudes, like the way Trump talks about it, there's dudes getting shot up.
Yeah, it's Mogadishu.
Every moment.
It's roaming gangs of machine wielding pickup truck. But I guess if he can, you know, competently run New York for a year, and do something that makes people feel good about electing him, I mean, then we just go everywhere and say, there's another way. There's another way.
Yeah.
You know, it's not Chuck Schumer. It's not the old guard of the Democratic government or the Democratic Party. And you don't have to go into this dark place where these lunatics are, these fundamentalists.
So you asked me initially, like, has Zoran made things a little bit easier? And the answer is absolutely yes. So we were, like, myself, the Chapo boys, a couple other people, like, very quickly were like, oh, this is the guy. It was a crowded primary, but we were like, that's the guy. He's one of ours, right?
Yeah.
And I don't even think they thought that they would actually win by such numbers in the primaries. I thought that they would be, like, very competitive. But basically, after the Zoran victory, it has been so easy to just point to him instead of constantly having to do this back and forth where I explain the theory behind, like, the most basic component of democracy, which is give people something that they fucking want.
Yeah. And in some cases need.
Yeah.
And I think it's important, maybe for some advice or whatever, is to, like, distinct, because you have even Bill Maher coming out and who's I'm not a fan of. Yeah. He's a communist, and they keep calling him a communist.
Yeah.
I think it's really important that people are educated to understand the differences between communism and socialism and democratic socialism. Like, these are very important distinctions.
Yeah.
Because the word communist has such a, you know, the history of that word and to most normal people is really an easy way to turn people off. And it's just not true, right? I mean, if you look at what he wants to do, it's just not. That's not what he's talking about.
But ultimately, like, it's not even, like, I always say, people call me a communist. I don't care about, like, people calling me a communist at all, because I always say, like, it's an earnest final goal to arrive at, like, a moneyless, classless, stateless society, like Star Trek.
Right. It's a little utopian in vision.
But it's, like, not a bad goal to try to pursue.
Right.
Like, and yet, I mean, and also we've never had, like, that goal. We've never had that implemented ever
anywhere. Yeah.
Unless we're talking about, like, I guess, primitive accumulation, but but that's never been a thing, right? So,
but you should almost, like, put them on the defensive to be like, have you not gone to college? Have you not learned about what words mean? Like,
the thing I used to always do is present Norway, because, like, Norway's a social democracy.
Yeah.
With some socialization, some nationalization initiatives, like their entire extraction industry is nationalized, from the forestry all the way to their oil and gas industry, right? So I would always be like, okay, well, what about Norway? Now I even do it with China, actually, because China, after many, many years of getting a very bad rap, is especially with the Trump administration's
Yeah.
like mishandling of like global trade and all this stuff has made Americans like reconsider what they previously thought China was like.
Yeah.
And that whiplash that they experience from like what it actually is like, and not like a peasant run backwater country in the way that it was presented, has caused people to go, maybe this stuff isn't so bad.
Yeah.
But basically what I used to do is I'd be like, okay, Norway, like you're saying everything is socialism. What about Norway? They'd be like, Norway's not socialist. And I'd be like, okay, let's implement the policies of Norway. Then if it's not socialist.
Well, I spent a little time over there recently, last year, a couple years ago, and something really clicked with me. I think it was actually in Denmark, but it applied to Norway too. Was the people there were like, well, of course, this stuff, that these minerals or the oil, whatever it is, it's ours.
Yeah.
And it's ours to to sell and to use the money for us.
Yeah.
So I think it is important to find a way to talk about collectivism in a way that's like, this is our stuff.
Yeah.
I'm an American citizen, and that it's different than a Norwegian because, you know, that's a smaller sample size of people, and we have a much more diverse group of people.
I know, but
and
economy scale.
Yeah, but
So-
we have to find a way to find like me as a German American, like from Germanic descent, Irish descent, European descent, and the Venezuelan whose family moved here in the 80s or something like that. Like, we should be talking to each other like, how cool, we're both Americans.
Yeah.
We should share the wealth of America together, right?
Yeah.
And not worry about our ethnic heritage, but that we have a common goal of having a good, strong country that takes care of the people inside the boundaries of the country. That's why I'm running for mayor of Glendale.
Mayor of Glendale. Okay.
That's not going to happen because
you could run for
very
mayor of
not
Los
Armenian.
Angeles. You could do it. Feel like,
well, now we've got trouble because you're gonna, if you start platforming me as an official,
you should do it.
They're gonna
I mean,
look into
hey,
my.
look, I got one.
They're gonna start pulling up old Tim and Eric clips. It's gonna sink my race.
No, it
very
don't
quickly.
matter. I got one. Look, numbers on the board. I'm at a 100% success rating.
All right,
currently.
you put me on city council, and then we'll start from there.
Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see. But I mean, it's not the current administration in LA is not great. So it's not the best. Oh God, what do you think about Gavin Newsom?
He's something. I mean, definite serial killer vibes.
Oh yeah.
I guess I like that there's somebody pushing back loudly and with humor. I think it's not like, you know, I'm a picky humor guy, so I'm not the best judge, but it's a pretty funny idea to just tweet like Trump, I think.
Yeah. I think people are gonna get annoyed because like the more serious things get, the more they're gonna be like, okay, we get it, Gavin. You're tweeting just
he
like
flames
Trump.
out too
Just
early.
fucking do something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I don't buy him. I think he's I don't.
Oh, he just wants to. Yeah, he just wants to win.
Been terrible for California.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
It's interesting because on the one hand, I know some people that have worked with him closely on like criminal justice reform, specifically like the prisoner release stuff that he did, and it was literally because our prison system is so draconian and overfilling.
Right.
Like the population is out of control. The prison population in California. So we had to do this like this reform provision, and everybody yelled at him for it. I'm like, that's one of the only good things he's done.
Right.
Meanwhile, he's just like vetoing Medicare for all in the state of California. He's personally clearing homeless camps.
Right. So who's the big national figure that you would maybe be excited about at this point? Is it too hard to say?
I feel like it definitely is. It is too hard to. It's too early, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I have an automatic no
I don't want to
billionaires.
put you on the spot.
I have an automatic no
Pritzker?
billionaires position, but like Pritzker's kind of all right. Like he's.
We're gonna have to. I'll tell you a weird one. Maybe it's not weird, but I really like Jon Stewart.
A lot of people are saying that.
Like,
I think he'd be cool.
Why the fuck not? At this point, it's just sort of like, let's try something else. Like,
yeah,
I think he's very smart and he's very funny. He seems like a good guy from, like the work he does with the 9/11 stuff.
Yeah,
like, fucking, I would die to see him, because every time I see him like talk about an issue, he's very well spoken on it, you know. And I think he's probably, you know, I don't know. I think he would be entertaining, and I don't know. He probably has no interest in it, so it's kind of a fun fantasy
I mean,
thought.
he didn't even want to keep doing the Daily Show.
I know.
I mean, he just wants to like take care of his animals in New Jersey or
But
something.
I don't know if we're going to find it in like Congress or in the government at this point. It feels very,
But to be fair, you're not wrong. I mean, he could do it. There's some people that have like disappointed me in recent in the aftermath of the election. Like I thought Tim Walz could be a good person for this.
They've marked him. They've ruined. They've just
yeah.
like it would be such an uphill thing for him.
Because he had so much promise when he was
Yeah.
picked as the VP, and then they just like back pocketed him. And I think like I just keep seeing in my mind the first question that they asked on that fucking debate, the VP debate, where he mostly agreed with JD Vance, which was gross.
Yeah.
But the first question was, would you let Israel do a first strike in Iran? And he was like, yes, we would let Israel do a nuclear first strike
I
on
forgot
Iran.
about that.
And I was just like, what
Why
the
do you-
fuck are you saying?
It's so easy to not answer that question.
It's so easy to be like, why are you asking me this question?
Yeah.
What are you fucking insane?
Yeah.
Like, what? How is this a question right now? Like, and
I hate.
It was just like, yeah, he supported Israel's expansion. Like he's just said a lot of stuff. Like these guys are so bad on foreign policy.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I really appreciate Zoran, because like him taking this like uncompromising stance in an issue that is very black and white,
right,
gained him unimaginable favor across party lines.
Yeah.
And it made everybody go, oh, you can say that.
Yeah, and
Like,
you sound like a normal person.
Yeah. I'm so glad that he did that, because that was one of the best moments, at least for me.
Yeah, that was the thing. I think that's why we have Trump, is because the one thing that's sort of that he's so gifted at, that Trump was so gifted at from the beginning, is he sounds insane, but he sounds much crazier now. But 10 years ago, he talked like a regular guy in a weird way that was like, didn't sound like everybody else, and he spoke from the hip, and he was contradicting himself all over the place and saying crazy shit, but it was like whatever was on his mind.
Yeah.
Like, remember that one interview when he was like, so would you make it like, would women go to jail for getting an abortion? He's like, I guess so.
Yeah.
And you're like,
of course I remember that.
He's like, I haven't thought about it. He's like, you haven't thought about that. You're just winging all this.
No, but the reason why he said that is because that was an honest position.
Right.
That is honestly the Republican position.
Because it's like, well, 1 + 2 = 3. So yeah, I guess they will.
Yeah, and then everyone was like, dumbass, you're not supposed to say that. You're not supposed to say it out loud. No, you're supposed to say the doctors are the bad guys in this. Like someone has to be a bad guy, but it's the evil doctors, not the women. My favorite moments from like 2016, obviously, that I think were kind of like the reverse bizarro, like Zoran saying, I'm the mayor of New York, I want to stay in New York.
Yeah.
Was like when he was on stage and he was like, I'm a billionaire, I paid for all of you guys.
Right, yeah.
And everyone was like, is he allowed to say that?
Yeah, I mean, those debates, those were some of the greatest things ever, with Jeb Bush up there getting just slaughtered by him.
Yeah.
And, there was a sick, like, watching this happening in real time. Like, I can't believe this is happening. But, of course, he's not going to win. We're gonna have this Hillary Clinton who's going to be whatever.
Yeah.
But then here we are. What time is it? I should probably go to Nine Inch Nails. Well, I have to go all the way back to Glendale and then go to the Forum.
All right.
Which,
well,
if your audience knows,
where I live in the greater West Hollywood region,
and it's on a Friday, I'm sacrificing so much to come here.
Yeah, you are going to be in a lot of traffic, low key.
For sure.
That is about to be cooked. All right. Well,
that's
thank
okay.
You so
what
much.
else are you going to do? Listen,
Thank
this
you so
was a
much for
pleasure.
coming on. This was amazing.
I'm glad we got to hang.
Hell yeah. And I'll be on office hours or whatever.
Yeah, it would be awesome to have you come in. It's bring back whatever.
People will most likely yell at you now because we collaborated. I have like a bunch of.
Who's mad? Who would
ashamed people who are pro-Israel but ashamed of being pro-Israel. They love being like, we're pro-Palestine, but Hasan loves terrorism.
Well, you know what I find people say a lot is, I'm really disappointed.
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, you have every right to be disappointed in life, and you're going to be disappointed, and things will disappoint you, and you'll have bad times, and you will not like things that people do. for the rest of your life.
It's true.
And so I accept the disappointment if that's coming, but you're a reasonable guy from what I can tell.
It'll be a loud minority.
Yeah.
That try to greatly
Come at me.
Yeah.
Come at
but
me.
it probably won't even happen. Who knows?
No, I love you all, and I wish everybody a great weekend. And go Eagles. They're playing football on Sunday. I'm a big Eagles fan. So
Okay.
there you go.
Birds.
Go Birds.
All right. Thank you so much.
I'm just gonna see myself out.
No, I got you. I'll walk you out. Hold on. Let me just fix some stuff up here. Okay. All right, chat. We got here. I'll play this. I'll go to back to the Jimmy Kimmel
raising the stakes in the
suspension
showdown with the broadcasters
for now,
after ABC took Jimmy Kimmel's late night show off the air.
Thanks, everybody.
Now, Jimmy Kimmel is on indefinite suspension following strong reaction to his comments about the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Hollywood writers protested outside his studio yesterday, calling his suspension an attack on free speech. Jonathan Vigliotti has more on how the other late night hosts are responding. There was a lot of solidarity on late night TV last night. Jonathan, good morning to you.
And Gail, good morning to you. Many in the entertainment industry are showing their support for Jimmy Kimmel. Reaction pouring in from late night icons, including Jon Stewart, who normally hosts his show on Monday nights.
We have another fun, hilarious, administration-compliant show.
Daily Show host Jon Stewart returned to host his show on his day off to deliver sarcastic praise of President Trump.
Some naysayers may argue that this administration's speech concerns are merely a cynical ploy. Some people would say that. Not me, though. I think it's great.
As he and other late-night comedians addressed ABC's suspension of Jimmy Kimmel Live on their own airwaves.
Tonight, we are all Jimmy Kimmel. I still have a show, though, right?
A lot of people are worried that we won't keep saying what we want to say or that we'll be censored. But I'm going to cover the president's trip to the UK just like I normally would. And he
looked incredibly handsome.
I've always admired and respected Mr. Trump. And if you've ever seen me say anything negative about him, that's just AI.
Late-night legend David Letterman offered this rebuke.
You can't go around firing somebody because you're fearful or trying to suck up to an authoritarian.
Kimmel's show was taken off the air Wednesday over his comments after the arrest of the man accused of assassinating conservative activist Charlie Kirk.
My mom and dad are giving Tim baklava right now. he made the mistake of using the restroom, and immediately they ambushed him, and they're like, "You have to have some baklava. You have to." Anne, let him leave. He has to go. Okay, I'm just saying, don't. No, not at all. I'm just saying you have to leave, so don't be polite, because they will keep talking. Okay, all right. Y'all are Turkish, nothing like some 9 Inch Nails and baklava. Çok fazla yemesin abi, ağır gelir. Yesin oğlum, baklava ağır gelir mi lan? Saçmalama oğlum, baklava. Biz ne deriz? Bir baklava yesin geçer. Bir baklava yeriz geçer. In Turkey we say you eat one baklava and it will heal you. Who is that guy? Didn't want to be rude. That's crazy. He's a comedy legend. Him and Eric show. Ironically, Trent Reznor and Jon Stewart 30 years ago, almost to the day. Oh my God. That's crazy. Is he naked? What's happening there? I'm worried. Am I going to get banned for this? This is crazy. Bye. Make My Week, which was sidelined by Fascism 3 times. Thanks for having Tim on. Made my week. Yeah. Yeah, no, he's the man. White boy link up for the ages. Yep. So yeah, that was I don't know. What's a good way to introduce for people that don't know who Tim Heidegger is? Tim and Eric, awesome show, great job. Like that's just, he is a generationally relevant absurdist comedian, like an absurdist comic. What is this? Father and son? For people that don't know,
my name is Jason. I'm 26 years old, and I live here with my dad, Roy. Well, he's my stepdad. He took me in after my mom died about 2 years ago when she was bit by a bird.
My name's Roy Ginger, 39, pizza delivery man, driver. I married Sharon on the 4th of July when I was...
Oh my God, he looks like Kyle Kalinske. Oh my God.
...30 and she was 40. Ex-friend of mine would say that I have a propensity towards older women, marriage-wise, sexually. I inherited Jay, I suppose you'd say. He's my son. I love him very much.
My real dad died at childbirth. He had a weak heart. Roy says, your dad had a shit heart. He's not a man. He was a helicopter pilot, and that's the reason I love helicopters and whirly birds. I love the way they sound, and I'm pretty much an expert on helicopters. That and magic tricks. I love magic, but not as much as helicopters, but I'm really good at magic too.
Jay he's physically, he's fine. He's a handsome, tall, good-looking kid. It's just emotionally, he's touched. He's an emotionally disturbed boy, man. All right, get it while it's hot. How was your day?
I was good. I am replacing the lower motor on this Anderson B6, and I added a 30-minute battery so I can have a longer fly time.
Yeah.
You're not even listening to me, are you?
Jay, I'm trying here, but this copter shit's boring the hell out of me. You gotta give me something else.
Thanks for caring about my favorite hobby, Dad. I really appreciate it.
Come on, I'm trying as hard as I can here. I'm sorry your mom got bit by a bird and now she's dead and we're stuck living in this house together, okay? That's not the way I pictured it going.
Don't you dare talk about my mom.
Jesus Christ, Jay! You just sit in that room and play with your toys.
These aren't toys, they're whirly birds.
Yes, they are toys.
It's not a toy,
Fuck
Dad.
you, it's a toy. The fuck is wrong with you? Why don't you grow up? This is a toy!
Dad, stop!
Oh, look at me. I'm JJ. I'm a little flake dick.
No!
I'm your dumb dead dad pilot flying around saving people's lives.
Shut up.
Fuck you!
I hate you! I hate you!
Look how tall Eric is.
Come in.
Hey.
Hey.
Jay, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to be a good dad. I don't know. You know, I'm winging this.
Yeah, I'm trying too, but it doesn't seem like you care at all about
Jay, I do care. I just can't stand watching you not apply yourself here. All right, look at your old man. He's working 60 hours a week delivering pies all over town. I'm not sitting in here just playing around with some planes.
They're whirly birds, Dad.
Whirly birds, whatever. Well, listen, why don't you come on down to Mama Noodles? I'll get you a job. They're always looking for delivery boys.
Dad, you know I can't drive. I'm scared of that honky horn.
That's a good point. Lord, you blessed me with a weird stepson. Tell you what, give me a good night hug. Work on this shit tomorrow. Come here. Oh, that reminds me, tryouts are coming up next week, so I want to get you started working on your rap.
We're gonna do that again?
Yeah, we're doing it again, Jay, okay? And this time we're gonna win. We're gonna go in there and we're gonna get the cover. Now, were you in this or what?
Okay, then.
We're gonna win.
I feel like this is how Will is with Austin. I feel like this chat 75% of the chat immediately experienced whiplash because it felt like they were looking into a mirror about reflecting on their own personal interests that their step parents don't pay attention to. I saw a bit of myself in there as well, like when I try to talk about politics on the Fear End podcast and get yelled at. But anyway, for those of you who don't know, like I said, he is a very, I mean, that show is obviously very impactful for virtually, I would say, every person that has done comedy in my generation. Like anyone that's like anyone that is like at this from the millennial generation or even like elder Gen Z would probably been impacted, been inspired to a certain degree by Tim and Eric. And yeah, there's rarely ever clips that you can point to from comedy shows that still hit 15 years after the fact. That's why I think like Tim and Eric is good, or The Whitest Kids You Know is another good one as well, another good example. And especially at a time when like a lot of modern comedy has been just absolute ass, because it's been completely fucking, not to get all elephants graveyard here, but it's been completely fucking dominated by like Joe Rogan acolytes who are simply just trying to get a leg up by sucking up to Joe Rogan. That like there is not a lot of great sketch material anymore, which you would expect is you would expect there to be far better sketch material now, especially with like short form comedy being so readily accessible. Yeah, Tim Robinson is the exception for sure. Tim Robinson, also friend of Tim Heidegger, and was on Office Hours. So anyway, there's tons of great comics where they get drowned out. Seems like everyone's sucking Joe Rogan's cock. Yeah, for sure. Stav has been owning all those guys in the funniest ways. Watch this clip.
September 5th, and then September 11th, theater at MSG, and then September 27th, Saudi Arabia with. Oh, you baby, you fucking pieces! You're all fucking pieces of shit of Stone Sam.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Jessica Kirson's getting it first, right? What the hell? She's not leaving, I'll tell you that. It's gonna be hard to do crowd work with that burqa.
Everyone doing all the people cleaning your sheets are just Filipino slaves. Yeah. They're doing it too, right?
I am.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. October 8th. I figured the 7th would have been important, so I'm doing the 8th.
What? Jesus, it takes place on October 7th. You guys are in Riyadh on October 7th.
I realize that. I'm on the 8th. I'm there on the 8th.
They're doing this massive comedy tour in Riyadh, which I haven't really talked about, but yes, my goat is going to be there as well, from what I understand. Is not, no, not Bill Maher, my other goat, my actual goat, Bill Burr. For shame. Tim Dillon got fired from it yesterday. Why? Because he made a joking post about loving Israel unconditionally. Oh no. Oh no. He said, what did he say? He said fuck Trump, or he said Trump is coming after free speech, and then simultaneously said I love Israel unconditionally. No, he made a slave joke. Oh. Wait, this is so funny because he made a similar joke to what Stavros is making right now about like kafala, or like about the slave labor that Saudi Arabia employs or uses, right? But in my mind, I'm thinking Saudi Arabia is actually woke now, and they actually fired him because he made like an anti-black slavery joke, and Saudi Arabia was like, this is unacceptable. Yes, he said the slaves still probably have pride looking up at the skyscrapers at their work. Oh, no. Okay, so it wasn't. It was the Stavros style joke that he made. Okay. And not that like Saudi Arabia is woke now. Saudi Arabia's like, here in Saudi Arabia, we take chattel slavery and we reflect on it very poorly. How dare you?
What is going on? You're going to be doing remembrance posts from Saudi Arabia? Yeah, from Saudi Arabian airspace?
Sound good. Hold on.
Chicago, September 5th, and then September.
Anyway, it's disappointing that Tim is funny when he LARPs as right wing, but also sincerely seems right wing. Wait, oh, Tim Dillon? Did you not say a few weeks ago you were trying to get Marin on? I would love to get Marin on. I asked Sam to link me up with Marin, but I never pushed for it, and he probably forgot, and it's all good. I can ask him again, but I don't want to be annoying. You guys don't know this, but I used to be a huge What the Fuck fan. It's funny because I used to start my broadcast by saying, what the fucking ears, what the fuck buddies, what's going on? Like, I literally used to do that. It's kind of embarrassing. Back in the day, that's how I used to start the stream. It's cringe. I shouldn't have admitted that. Yeah, I was a what the fucker. You fucking nerd. I don't think you guys understand. I'm a fucking real like, if there is one thing that I'm a legitimate fan of, it's comedy. And it's always been the case, which is why maybe I don't take it to the level the Elephant Graveyards does, but like, I also am very frustrated with the way like that modern comedy has evolved. That's like the only thing that I consistently enjoyed in my life. That's why seeing someone like Dave Chappelle fall from fucking grace and become a hack because he got like the transgender brain virus, the anti-woke, anti-trans brain virus was like so sad to see. That's why I also still hold a lot of respect for Bill Burr in spite of his recent thing that he may or may not be doing in Riyadh. What do you think of Flight of the Conchords? They're great. I put up with listening to Bill Burr talking about sports on his pod for so many years, lol. Is that also why you secretly love Bill Maher? I hate Bill Maher. I've always hated Bill Maher. Anyway. Did you see this insane take on Chris Hayes' shows last night? Yes, I did. It is one of the most abysmal takes I've ever heard. I've been meaning to actually hit him up for this because it's one of the craziest things I heard. Ben Smith, editor-in-chief of Semaphore, just said Mahmoud Khalil is in some ways less vulnerable than Jimmy Kimmel. Chris Hayes brushed it off by saying, well, he's being deported, but anyway, yeah, I can't believe I just watched this.
You're all right. They see no distinction. I think that's right. And I also think, I think actually what you saw with Mahmoud Khalil is that in some ways he is less vulnerable than Jimmy Kimmel. The people who are most vulnerable are the employees of big, consolidated mega corporations. Right, yeah. Although he's about to get deported. Who are very exposed to...
He's about to get deported. Like, I think what Ben was trying to say, I'm not going to immediately assume that he was... I think what he was trying to say is that there is like the Constitution that is supposed to defend, like the First Amendment is a pretty apt protection for Mahmoud Khalil. Maybe he was trying to say that. I don't fucking know. The left is being too woke. No, that's insane because it's actually at the heart of the contention that I wanted to address, which is that a lot of people unironically bracket off pro-Palestinian censorship as something totally fucking separate. A lot of liberals are doing this. A lot of liberals have been doing this. And it's so fucking annoying. And it's for two reasons. One, because a lot of liberals are also kind of on board, especially when Brandon was doing it, with whatever the fuck Israel was doing, or at least like didn't care about it enough to make a big fuss about it. And they kind of see like any kind of anti-Israel sentiment as like, oh, they're just like, you know, fucking things up. They are the reason why we lost or whatever, right? But also, I think they just look at like immigration enforcement as a separate thing, not realizing that Trump was expanding the permission structure for undermining the First Amendment, as I fucking pointed out at the time, by starting the conversation on the basis of immigration enforcement. I literally explained this when it was happening. I said over and over again, liberals set the stage for Trump to fucking dunk on the First Amendment, okay? Liberals set the stage by criminalizing pro-Palestinian advocacy, 3,500 people getting arrested on college campuses for peacefully protesting against the genocide, okay? That's number one. And then Trump came in and took advantage of the fake concerns that were swirling around in an effort to discourage people from speaking out against Israel that Democrats absolutely created. That environment was created under the Democrats. And the Republicans went into this media landscape and basically said, oh, the Democrats are pussies. They don't want to do nothing about this. I'm going to tackle anti-Semitism. It was never about anti-Semitism. It was fucking bullshit. Okay? It was fucking bullshit. So Trump came in and first kickstarted the process by going after Mahmoud Khalil and Öztürk and numerous others, Mohsen Mahdawi, and he did it through the immigration enforcement side, when in fact it had nothing to do with immigration enforcement at all. It was everything. It had everything to do with like a group of people that were, I guess, more vulnerable than natural-born U.S. citizens, and he wanted to single-handedly revoke people's visas and attack people for the crime of speaking out against a foreign nation state. So there is a direct line from Biden's ridiculous policies of enforcing speech and criminalizing pro-Palestinian advocacy to Donald Trump coming in and using said advocacy or using said criminal enforcement and greatly expanding on it on the basis of immigration enforcement, all the way to fucking Jimmy Kimmel. So people that don't understand that, liberals that don't recognize that, are fucking deluding themselves. Okay, this is how it works. There is a consistent expansion of the permission structure. There's a consistent expansion of what you can get away with doing. That's how fascism evolves. That's how fascism grows. Okay? Just something to consider here. Yeah. This is why when Adam Schiff says Kimmel, Colbert, suits against the New York Times, blah, 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 Yusuf Munayyer clearly states, you literally co-sponsored anti-boycott legislation. You literally enabled this moment by undercutting free speech norms. To which this person says, Zionism was a hardened tungsten tip of the authoritarian projectile that was fired into the American institutions. It was liberal piercing. Straight up. But make no mistake, for the liberals that are pissed off about Jimmy Kimmel, but like were noticeably absent from the conversation when it came to Mahmoud Khalil, and that conversation is still ongoing. The Trump administration yesterday, alongside the Jimmy Kimmel news, literally had an immigration judge issue a deportation order for Mahmoud Khalil still, okay, to Syria. So that's still ongoing, right? There's a court case that's still going on. So basically, for liberals that care about Jimmy Kimmel but don't care about Mahmoud Khalil or all the fucking pro-Palestinian advocacy, this is your opportunity to educate them. This is your opportunity to make them connect the fucking dots that international fascism wears many faces, but it's still an international movement, okay? Fascists in Israel that are Zionists, that are of Jewish background, are not experiencing a point of marginalization when they're doing their ethnic superiority infused fascist agenda and their settler colonial occupation and genocide. Okay, they're doing the same shit. You understand? So this is your opportunity to basically explain to people, like, no, these things are not actually different. You feel me? Yeah. Meanwhile, here's my little time slot on NBC. I'm gonna play this. Hassan Piker mocks Trump's fascist admin on NBC, says, as Antifa headquarters CEO, I guess, is a movement, an act, an ideology. A lot of our grandparents, as a matter of fact, engaged in organized anti-fascist action in World War II. Also pointed out, it's not new. He has tried to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization in the past. And I'm not exactly certain what legal limitations exist there. But one thing I can say as the Antifa headquarters CEO, I guess, is that anti-fascism is a movement. It's an act. It's an ideology. It's not an organized structure. It's not an organization. So therefore, there is no real way to potentially prosecute this group as a domestic terror group. Now, of course, there's also the other unconstitutional element here, which is that you're not supposed to go after and target domestic political organizations in general. This country has rarely ever prosecuted the Ku Klux Klan. This country has rarely ever prosecuted numerous far-right groups that have actually successfully pulled off targeted acts of domestic terror. And therefore, not only is anti-fascism not a cohesive, organized group that you could tackle, it also is, even if it was, it would still be unconstitutional to go after it in this way.
Yeah, Hasan, yeah, I mean, I just all of a sudden flash forward and I'm like, oh no, seeing this clip where you're saying I'm the CEO of Antifa, like being played in, I don't know, some court somewhere or some congressional hearing. Let's hope, who knows what's going to happen in the future, but, just to clarify the record here, how do you define Antifa, and do you see yourself as part of an organization called Antifa?
No, that was a joke, of course. Like I said, there's no organized unit. Anti-fascism, like I said, is an action. I do engage in anti-fascist action, and I'm sure many of us have done so. If you call out someone who is behaving like a white supremacist, that's still technically someone engaging in an anti-fascist action in that moment. And as far as organized anti-fascist action goes, a lot of our grandparents, as a matter of fact, engaged in organized anti-fascist action in World War II. So you done goofed. I done goofed up. Oh, here's another fantastic move. New, the Pentagon told journals it will require them to pledge they won't gather any information, even unclassified, that hasn't been expressly authorized for release, and will revoke the press credentials of those who do not obey. This is something that already was a handshake, but it's cool that they're just openly admitting what they want. I mean, they're saying no journalism allowed. Like, that's an insane, that is a fucking insane thing to put in writing. Okay? Where's the sign-up sheet, Mr. CEO? It's called subscribing to the Hasanabi broadcast. The Piker Broadcasting Service is the Antifa headquarters. Wait, he actually got banned for a Charlie Kirk joke? Wait, what the fuck?
Yo, what's up?
Pluto, I didn't do anything wrong. Why did I get banned?
Because of
Yes.
the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Wait, what'd I say?
You hold on, let me look at it real quick. I'll tell you exactly. The guidelines say glorifying, endorsing, or expressing approval of a person's past or current traumatic events, and you said some things in a VOD, I don't know if it was yesterday or what it was, that was basically making light of his death. You know, you said things like...
Pluto, literally everyone does that for everything on Twitch. What?
I mean, apparently across the line when you talked about how you're glad he's dead.
I didn't. I was making a small joke.
Yeah, and then you went on to say, you know, I'm kidding, or am I kidding, or am I? You know, like you kind of...
Bro, you've got to be kidding me, Pluto. In the middle of my sponsor, really?
Yeah.
Bro.
You are eligible for an appeal, which I...
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's... Well, it turns out he's the CEO of Antifa. Not me. Comedy's illegal again? I mean... This is a convo with his partner manager that got leaked because his stream stayed live in the mini player after he was banned. Wait, what? Wait, why didn't you guys tell me that? I didn't fucking know. I shouldn't have seen this. I shouldn't have watched that. I hope they don't fucking ban me next. Well, I guess like people were, everybody's seen it now. Well, regardless. I know Zach Boosie posted it. I know. But I can see why Twitch wouldn't be. X reacted to it too. I just can see why Twitch wouldn't be fond of that kind of footage being out there. You know what I mean? I told you not to comment, dummy. Well, regardless, I'm sure it's fine. I mean, it was an accident. All right, so. In some ways I do. Hasan, by the way, immediate response. Hasan's still not banned, by the way. What the fuck is this? A fucking joke? No, because I play when I was driving. They fucking ban me during my sponsor. They take, and Hasan gets banned on his day off, and they ban me live. I'm in the middle of my fucking sponsor. Wait, what the fuck? Why is he bringing me up? Yeah, dude. I'm very careful about this sort of stuff. That's the reason why they have to fucking go all the way back to like 2018 to be like, see, he was violent or some shit. God damn. Yeah, why you say fuck me for, bro? God damn. And there's like people in the fucking replies being like, whoa, Hasan is still not banned. Yeah, I wonder why I'm still not banned, especially because of something like this. Okay? What was the last live ban you've seen? I got banned I got banned live for live reacting to a thing. I got like copy strike before. It's happened a couple times. I got banned by fucking Nazis, ironically enough. Gavin McGinnis got me clapped before. Is it 7 days or permanent? No, it's probably 7 days, which you can appeal, obviously. And maybe even get a lower sentence. Yeah, the reason why I haven't gotten banned about Charlie Kirk or making light of Charlie Kirk's death is because I haven't done that. Because obviously, like if I had, trust me, people would have been fucking blasting it all over the goddamn internet. Anyway. is so crazy. Like, I mean, I think it's like, to be fair, for the record, like, regardless of what Miski was saying, like, his reaction is kind of funny. His reaction is kind of funny to that because, like, he literally is like, what do you mean? We make jokes about everything, right? And he's not wrong. Let's be real. The reason why the reason why it's happening is because there is like a heightened environment of tension right now, and everyone is out. Like, the knives are out. People don't even want to fucking like grieve Charlie Kirk or mourn Charlie Kirk. They don't give a fuck about that at all. They just want to punish people that they think are not sufficiently pro-Republican, Republican agenda, pro-Donald Trump. That's what this is, right? That's what this is. So that's precisely the reason why, like, for someone like Miskiv, who is oblivious to that kind of shit, because he's oblivious to everything, he thinks, bro thinks jokes are allowed, okay? Is not. It's not. Obviously, you can still be, like, sincere about your assessment of what Charlie Kirk has said and what his like output was, as I have been, right? That's within the confines of reason. But under normal circumstances, you absolutely would be able to make fun of that, okay? And it's so funny because like Miskiv is not like a woke guy at all. And he's just like an apolitical guy who thought this, just like everything else, is allowed. And unfortunately, what a lot of people don't realize is that in this new media environment that we're in, you can't do that. Like, it's just straight up. Republicans will fucking destroy you. They will destroy you. Yeah, big mistake. Bro thought jokes were allowed. Big mistake. Jokes not allowed. But now, of course, people will turn around and be like, well, Hasan did this, Hasan did that, in order to just like, once again, bring everything back to another person that is completely unrelated to the issue, so they can make like 100 videos about discourse, 100 videos about like Twitch is so inconsistent, blah, 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 all this shit. Ugh. It's so fucking annoying. It's gotten to a point where I feel like there's a lot of people who fucking hate Twitch and they just exclusively hate watch Twitch. You know what I mean? Where they just like sit around and wait for any opportunity to just like attack Twitch. Some of which are doing it because they are getting paid by Kick and other, or like Kick personally, right? I'm sure there are some people like that. And they've taken over the Livestream Fail subreddit, and that's all they fucking do. They just sit around. Like, I see stuff on the LSF subreddit sometimes because it shows up on my fucking main page, and it's crazy because like something that is a international news, right? Like the David situation, right? He's a streamer, and you know, new updates about something like David will get like 3,000 upvotes. And then there will be like an old ass fucking video of me that they're trying to fucking relitigate to be like, oh, Hasan being violent or some shit. That guy's like 7,000 upvotes. And it's like very obvious that these guys just like consistently fucking brigade this goddamn subreddit, and they don't care about anything. At this point, the subreddit does not care about anything but like fuck Hasan, and it's so wild. It's so wild, and it has no motion really, but it don't matter. I see it with like all the anti-Kai stuff too. Like there is an initiative, even on Twitter as well, to like constantly fucking farm anti-Kai clips in the same way that they do, in the same way that they were doing to me for years and years and years. I think it's a byproduct of just like becoming such a big media figure. No matter what, there's always going to be people who fucking hate you, sometimes for good reasons, sometimes for bad reasons. But then there's also, I think, like an inorganic attempt to smear someone and like destroy their reputation to the best of their ability. So that is, and no matter who we're talking about, like you can You can present someone in a false framing regardless of, they could be the best person on the planet, and you can still present them in a false framing over and over again. If you do it consistently, people that only see the false framing are going to start developing negative associations and negative attitudes about you, no matter who it is. It's just, it is what it is. Right? Like, I even saw that with people that were, all due respect, is it giving people crap on you? Why do you complain about it constantly? Wait, what? This is not even about me. What the fuck? I'm just using one example. I was talking about an entirely separate example. I was literally about to use this as a jump off point. Why? What? Are you okay? I mean, I'm a Twitch streamer. This is my stream, so obviously I'm using my own personal experience in this field, right? But ultimately, no matter what you do, there's like always going to be fucking people that present you in a false light. And one example I will use is like immediately after the Davis stuff came out. Immediately people were like fucking ripping into Ludwig and Jason, right? Because they didn't fully know what the situation was. No one really did. And they were judging off of the fact that like the law enforcement had not decided that David was even a fucking suspect. Like, he did 5 extra tour spots before new information came out that tied him directly to the victim, right? But that didn't stop people from making it seem after the fact as though they were speaking on David in such like light terms before the fact, right? Yeah, nobody knew his girlfriend was a child and a victim. So that's what they were doing. And it happens all the time. It happens to everybody, right? And I did find it interesting that like Ludwig received that level of animosity for something that was totally beyond his control, and it's something that happens to me all the time. So, you know, maybe he's a little bit more understanding, which is, by the way, speaking of the Davis stuff, oh my God, the fact that like they still do not have him as a suspect or a person of interest is mind-boggling to me. Someone was saying that like it was his security or something. Like, are there updates on that? He has officially finally canceled his tour. Amid investigation into 15-year-old girl's death, Celeste Rivas' brother said the family struggling to cope with her death. I'm just trying to stay positive, Matthew Rivas said. Singer David canceled the remainder of his U.S. tour amid an investigation into the death of a 15-year-old girl whose decomposed remains were found last week in the trunk of his Tesla. Venues in San Francisco and Los Angeles announced the tour cancellation on Friday. The romantic homicide singer, 20, was on his Withered World tour and was scheduled to perform Friday at the Warfield and Saturday at the Greek Theater. A link to the event appears to have been removed from the theater's website. Warfield lists the show as canceled according to the singer's website. He's been scheduled to perform overseas, but many other shows now also has been canceled. The musician, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, has not publicly commented on the canceled tour. His spokesperson said in a statement last week that he was fully cooperating with the authorities. An attorney for Burke has not responded to repeated calls and emails for comment. Los Angeles police have not named a person of interest or a suspect, as the case is considered a death investigation, not murder. The remains were discovered September 8th in the trunk of the singer's Tesla at a Los Angeles impound lot after police received a call about a foul odor coming from the vehicle. They had, did they also search
This morning,
his home
authorities
recently?
urgently looking for clues in the death of Celeste Rivas, a 15-year-old girl who went missing more than a year ago. Her remains found inside a Tesla registered to the critically acclaimed singer, David. Investigators executing a search warrant at the home rented by the 20-year-old singer in the Hollywood Hills. Officers seen removing several items, including a computer, according to authorities.
I guess, like, the fact that it's not considered a murder yet is only because of how decomposed the body was. And because I'm not an expert on this stuff. I don't know. I'm not like a fucking criminology major or anything, but I assume there is a reason for it, right? And that reason must be because the body was so decomposed that they haven't been able to nail down exactly what took place. Because if I remember correctly, initially they thought that it was a dismembered body, and now I don't even know if that's the case either. Like, I don't know if it was a dismembered body or if it was just a decomposed body so much so that it was dismembered. So, well, the dismembered body didn't dismember itself. No, I thought, oh, it was dismembered. I thought it was. Well, regardless, they're trying to pin down, I think, exactly what it was. But the body doesn't get in the car. No, guys, I know it's a murder. What are we talking about? You're yelling at me like I'm the authorities. I'm with you. I think it's fucking crazy that they initially started with it's murder, and then they went with we have to rescind this until we conduct our investigation and figure out exactly what it was. I'm not the fucking expert. I think it's crazy. What are we talking about? Okay? Chad is like making it seem as though I'm the fucking police commissioner or something. And I'm just like, no, we can't say it's murder yet. No, I'm just trying to fucking understand what the reason is. I'm trying to also figure it out. It doesn't make any fucking sense to me, especially because I'm not a cop. I'm no big city lawyer, but I probably would have apprehended David by now. Like a long time ago, actually. I would have been like, we found a body in your fucking car, dog. Sorry, no more tour spots. We have to figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, it was his car. Even if someone else did it, I would still assume, once again, I would still assume that you might have had something to do with it. It's a healthy amount of scrutiny to apply in the situation. Okay? It's like, not only is that a healthy amount of scrutiny to apply in the situation, it's also a healthy assumption to make that this was a fucking murder. Obviously, there is no natural cause where you wind up in the frunk of a Tesla. But I guess like maybe they think OD and then like hiding the body or something, and that's the reason. Efendim. Peki. Bu ne ya? Peki, tamam. My dad is giving me little post-it notes about all the groceries I must purchase. Frunk is a front trunk. Teslas have a front trunk.
The skyrocketing career of the artist born David Anthony Burke now at a standstill. A performance at the Grammy Museum next week no longer listed on their website. He's not been charged with any crime and has yet to make a public statement. Rivas's body was found in the trunk of an impounded Tesla registered to the singer. At this time, investigators still working to determine a cause of death. The teenager grew up in this Southern California neighborhood of Lake Elsinore.
She always quiet, nice. She come in like if she buy like a chips, soda, and leave.
The medical examiner says she had a tattoo reading "shh" on her index finger. David had the same one, a popular design.
I feel like I saw a tattoo of her finger somewhere that also said David on it, but like I guess maybe that's not the case. But the mother did say that she had a shush tattoo and also was dating a dude named David.
Among performers,
one would need to get to the bottom of that to see if in fact she had some sort of relationship with him. That's still.
Yeah, let's get this 858-year-old former FBI special agent to talk on this. Yeah, dude, we know that already. Why is the media so far behind on this? Sometimes I feel like I'm the one who's like maybe leaning too much into conspiracy because like I have this perhaps false notion in the back of my mind that these guys wouldn't be dropping the ball on this because this is like somewhat of a high profile incident, right? But god damn, dude, like what are we doing? Yes, you can't get outflanked by fucking XQC. Good morning, America. You cannot drop the ball and allow the ball to be picked up by a dude who eats his fucking toenails on camera, okay? In the middle of eating his fucking toenails on camera, he cracked the goddamn case better than these motherfuckers have. How is that possible? Actually, how is that fucking possible? There's also the fact that she's like super underage. What tattoo artist is gonna tattoo someone who's like 12, dude? You know what I mean? Jesus Christ.
If in fact she had some sort of relationship with him. That still doesn't mean that he harmed her, but it would give you a lot more information as to circumstances of her having interactions with him, and in particular, interactions with his vehicle.
Well, David canceled a tour stop in Seattle, but tickets are still available for his concerts tonight in California.
What?
Okay, Ken.
That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I know kids can get tattoos with parental consent, but I'm just saying, like, in the absence of that, tattoo machines are super easy to get behind, to be honest. Yo, pull up to the concert? What do you want me to do? Do a citizen's arrest? By the power vested in me by Admiralty Maritime Court, I hereby sentence you to prison, David Anthony Burke. I'm just going to roll up. And then his security's going to beat my ass. Yeah. After I'm done with David, I'll take care of Benjamin Netanyahu in the same way. I'll walk up to him and be like, this is a citizen's arrest, sir. You are a war criminal. Just get fucking 360 no scope by a fucking Elbit Systems drone that's whirling around. CEO of Antifa arrests singer-songwriter David. I think there might be more to the story. It's really weird they have not arrested him. They already searched his house and doesn't seem like they got everything. Sure, the police are incompetent, but they're also very racist, so there has to be a reason they haven't arrested him yet. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it, bro. I do not get it at all. It makes no damn sense. And yes, I am the first guy to be like, these guys suck at their fucking jobs. But like, do they suck this bad at their jobs? I can't believe that. I cannot believe that because it makes me feel like societal collapse is already here. Do you understand? Like, I can't be a part of a world where I'm under the notion that the police are so under the opinion that the police are so fucking bad at their jobs that they're like that they're just like flubbing an investigation this hard when it's just like basically hitting them in the head. Law, give the cops a week, they will have charges. Have you fools never... Brother, this is not a like racketeering charge for a money laundering operation, okay? This is a potential pedophile, murderer, kidnapper. Like, they don't really... Police oftentimes are truly incompetent, but they're not that incompetent. Like, this is the thing. This is the thing that they're supposed to do. You're comparing Raja Jackson's arrest that came a month after he live stream assaulted someone to, again, a pedophile murder. Okay? The murder of a child by allegedly a pedophile kidnapper. That is, these two things are not on the same fucking planet. Okay? Alleged. It's the triple Monty, man. What are we talking about? This is the thing. When police talk about how important, when people talk about how important it is to have policing in this fucking country, they use extreme examples. The extreme examples they use is this. Like, literally, this is the example people use when talking about why police are very important to have, okay? They go, well, what if there's a pedophile kidnapper who murders his victim? That's what they point to. It's all three of the major things. Anyway, True Detective. Now that's proper detective work. The police should watch this show. Oh my God. Okay, dude. Thanks, chatter. But yeah. Also, the other side, the other thing is, like, if the police don't act expeditiously on this, and the media is also dropping the ball, that creates an environment of uncertainty. And then there's like a bunch of fucking misinformation that flies around too, because people take matters in their own hands. That's part of the reason why these institutions have to obviously do their jobs, what they're tasked with doing. That's not good either, you know? We Did It Reddit is like the worst possible outcome here, because then you might accidentally fucking end up blaming like a random person for a heinous crime. Anyway, let's do it. Jon Stewart's post-Kimmel primer on free speech in the glorious Trump era.
From Comedy Central, it's the all-new government-approved Daily Show. With your patriotically obedient host, Jon Stewart.
My name is Jon Stewart, and welcome to the Daily Show on, I'm going to guess, Monday. I don't know. We have another fun, hilarious, administration-compliant show. Doing? Shut up. Blow this for us. So we're coming to you tonight from a real shithole. The crime-ridden cesspool that is New York City. It is a tremendous disaster, like no one's ever seen before. Someone's National Guard should invade this place, am I right? Shut the f*** up! If you felt a little off these past couple of days, it's probably because our great father has not been home. For father has been gracing England with his legendary warmth and radiance. Gaze upon him. with a gait even more majestic than that of the royal horses that pranced before him. He wowed the English with charm, intelligence, and an undeniable sexual charisma that filled their air like a pheromone-packed London fog. And as part of this historic trip, the perfectly tinted Trump dazzled his hosts at dinner with a demonstration of unmatched oratory skill.
A fifth of all of humanity speaks, writes, thinks, and prays in the language born on these isles and perfected in the pages of Shakespeare and Dickens and Tolkien, Lewis, Orwell, and Kipling. Incredible people.
My mom made me watch this. It was hella drawn out. Ain't no way British or American hog, because this is hog variety seasoning. There's no there's no way a person that is not a hog is watching this. Is either an American hog or someone who loves royalty. Right?
He didn't have to look down once. Completely off book, as he name-checked his favorite authors from the top of his head. Trump employing restraint, not to quote verbatim these great authors. Our president has devoured voraciously. Incredible people indeed. I'll tell you whose client list Trump's name is on: Dewey Decimals. But of course, as great as those authors are.
Oh, you meant this shit. Oh, your mom. Oh, you meant your mom made you watch The Daily Show. Oh, my mistake. I thought you said your mom made you watch the original full Donald Trump visits the Royal Highness shit. My mistake. I misunderstood. Oh my God, it has 7.6 million views. Oh my God. Bro, this is lib catnip is right, dude. Holy fuck. Liberals are so desperate for like a mainline, mainstream guy to just fucking say anything. It is so obvious that people just want someone to just be like, this is stupid, this is wrong, what the fuck are we doing? And they're not getting it from anybody. And this is the role that Jon Stewart unironically played at the peak of his career. I was one of those people. I love Jon Stewart. Like, I loved watching Jon Stewart pop off, you know? I was like, wow, what a brave truth teller. He's really giving it to both sides. You could have been their guy. No, of course I can't be their guy. First of all, I'm not mainstream. Secondly, there's no way. I'm way more radical than Jon Stewart is. Are you kidding me? I would get fucking fired 3 seconds into any mainstream media position I have. What are you talking about?
There can only be one most tremendous author in the English language. And I think we know that that author begins with the T and ends in T. Oh, how fortune has smiled upon us, for that very scribe is also our dear leader.
We're joined by history and fate, and by love and language. We're like two notes in one chord, or two verses of the same poem, each beautiful on its own, but really meant to be played together.
The whole room is enthralled. That's resting interest's face. It was is a most beautiful recitation, Mr. President. It brings me to tears almost as much as your favorite poem about that man from Nantucket. And the variety of things that man can do that rhyme with tucket.
I'm gonna keep it a $1.50. I'm skipping this shit. I'm skipping the Trump UK tour. I don't care about Trump in the UK. Obama spoke out in support of misgive. This commentary offers a clear, powerful statement of why freedom of speech is the heart of democracy and must be defended, whether the speaker is Charlie or Jimmy Kirk, MAGA supporters or MAGA opponents. Okay. They hate to hate it to the guy, but that's funny. That's a funny retweet. That's not bad. Thanks, Obama.
That wasn't smart either. Now, the visit to England couldn't have gone better for our president. Finally, a country affording our great leader the respect and deference that any sun god would command.
We saw the dismissal of a very well-known chat show host in America last night, Mr. Kimmel. Is free speech more under attack in Britain or America?
How dare you, sir! How dare you, sir! What outfit are you with, sir? The Antifa Herald Tribune? Why, I wouldn't even line my parents' cage with your rag. There's a very reasonable explanation for what befell this scallywag, Kimball.
Well, Jimmy Kimmel was fired because he had bad ratings more than anything else, and he said a horrible thing about a great gentleman known as Charlie Kirk. And Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. So, you know, you can call that free speech or not.
Shut the up! Yay! You may call it free speech in jolly old England, but in America we have a little something called the First Amendment. And let me tell you how it works. There's something called a talent-o-meter. It's a completely scientific instrument that is kept on the president's desk. And it tells the president when a performer's TQ, talent quotient.
Oh my God. I don't care. You missed the funny part where Trump said Azerbaijan and Albania. Go back to the end of the UK thing. He talked about all the wars he ended. I don't care. Okay, he said the wrong thing. Let's just move on. Let's just move along.
Measured mostly by niceness to the president.
We're not going back. We're not going back. We're not going
certain
back.
level, at which point the FCC must be notified to threaten the acquisition prospects for billion-dollar mergers of network affiliates. These affiliates are then asked to give ultimatums to the even larger megacorporation that controls the flow of state-approved content, or the FCC can just choose to threaten those licenses directly. It's basic science. Read your Constitution! Read it! Look! There are certain rules of free speech that we must all abide by. But in case anyone needs a refresher, we're going to go over the rules again.
He does not have a right to have a television show where he lies his ass off to the American people.
Well, there are repercussions to spreading lies.
Exactly. And even though 2 months ago, our president, because of his grand ability to see the future, it's a curse, somehow knew that Kimball would be next, as he explicitly...
You seem predisposed to hating on the entire show before you watched it. What is going on, man? What's happening? I like Jon Stewart. Okay? Can we calm down? Can we... I can't even fucking enjoy this video because there are liberals in here who are literally yelling at me because I'm not sufficiently enjoying it. People want to know why you're not laughing is all. because I've said half of the shit that he has said already. This is part of the reason why I can't watch Jon Stewart usually, because I've already reacted to literally everything that he puts in a 20-minute video or a 10-minute video. And I've already cracked my fucking jokes on it. So for me to be able to laugh at something like this, it has to be above and fucking beyond. Okay? It has to be some shit that I've not heard of. Liberals want to do the reverse Trump thing, where it's like instead of getting banned for not sufficiently mourning Charlie Kirk, I get banned for not sufficiently laughing. You have not demonstrated the proper amount of laughter and joy on this state-mandated Jon Stewart broadcast, which, by the way, I would love to live in that world. Objectively better world than whatever the fuck we're experiencing currently. Okay? Yes. Who was it? Was it Robespierre? Who said, I dream to live in a world where they put my head at the guillotine for not being a radical? It's like that. It's kind of like that. I want to live in a world where people basically say, like, yeah. Proud Han. Oh, yeah. I want to live in a world where there is so much left domination that basically they're like, you are not laughing at the state mandated Jon Stewart episode. You're going to prison. Yes. Where they I am seen as reactionary. I am seen as reactionary for not laughing at the state mandated Jon Stewart broadcast.
He said, you can't just make things up on television. People cannot just go on television and mislead viewers with made-up crap.
Millions of illegal aliens that Boris Czar Harris brought into the country will be voting.
The bottom line is this. There is massive voter fraud. Global warming is a hoax.
Crime is at an all-time high right now.
50 million on condoms in Gaza.
They're taking people's pets and killing them and eating them.
On January 6, 2 years ago, the overwhelming majority were peaceful. They were orderly and meek. These were not insurrectionists. They were sightseers.
All true!
Boo! See, is that a good reaction? Boo, boo!
Oh, your lordship. I do not know whence these peasants come. That last roll of clips, all true. Especially that last one about sightseers, because technically, anything you see is a sight. Even if that is you punching a cop, I see. Therefore, I am sightseeing.
Oh,
but of course, even before this, Jason.
Oh God, please stop! Don't get mad at me. I'm laughing.
Jason Kringle's situation at ABC. There were plenty of other people in America exercising their free speech incorrectly. So here's some examples of things you cannot say about your political opponents.
You can't call someone who you disagree with a fascist.
Leaders cannot call their political opponents Nazis and fascists and enemies of the state.
How horrible and dangerous it is to view people with whom we disagree as somehow being less than human.
Thank you. You can't say fascist. You can't say enemy of the state. You can't say less than human. These are simple rules that any responsible member of a society can easily follow.
The Democrats, they're fascists. Joe Biden, he's an enemy of the state. It's a very demonic party. Nancy Pelosi said, please don't call them animals.
The thing is, you can't call an actual fascist a fascist. Or you can't call someone who is directionally to your right a fascist, because then there's an element of truth in that statement, right? So when Donald Trump calls Joe Biden a fascist, everybody knows that's not the case. If I call Joe Biden a fascist, that's illegal, right? Because I'm calling him a fascist because of his genocide support in Gaza. So then that's a different take. You know what I mean? Then it's like, whoa, hold on now. What the fuck do you mean? Now we got to take it seriously. Fuck you. Trump gets to do that all the time. He can do that to whoever he wants to because he's an actual fascist. Yeah, it's like, what do you call it when the Groypers call Charlie Kirk a fascist? It's just, I don't even know what to say about that. Because, like, post-World War II defeat, neo-Nazis are obviously going to be different than pre-World War II neo-Nazis, where they could just be like, where they could present Nazism as a positive thing. But in the aftermath of World War II, everyone's like, oh, you guys kind of fucking did a lot of bad stuff. Oh, you kind of cooked the term, right? Pre-World War II Nazis, sorry. Pre-World War II neo-Nazis is funny. God, I'm so stupid. Listen, my brain is fucking fried, okay? I don't think fascists think of themselves as fascists. That's the thing. Well, it's because when the OG fascists thought of themselves as fascists, that was not a term that had a, at the time, false association by broader subsects of Italian or German society. It wasn't a dirty word. I don't think any fascists think of themselves as fascists. That's the thing, especially nowadays. A lot of people just use it as a meaningless pejorative for their ideological opponents instead of actual right-wing authoritarian definition. No, I'm saying at the time, it was a positive term for fascists. Now, post-World War II, that's why I was saying, now post-World War II, neo-Nazis and all these other people, they can't, you know, they can't self-describe as what they actually are.
Animals, they're human beings. I said, no, they're animals. Of course, I think she's an animal, too. You want to know the truth?
Technically correct. She's not a mineral.
Like, I'm going to be honest with you. I think a lot more people would be, a lot more fascists in America would be pro-Israel if they did not associate Israel with what they consider to be like anti-white sentiment. Like in modern day, the understandable false logical through line for modern day fascism is that you're supposed to be pro-Israel. They're fascist too, right? But I think a lot of neo-Nazis still hold on to the old gripes that the original Nazis held on to with respect to like Jewish control and all these other like insane conspiracy theories. And that's the reason why they attack Israel and attack Jews in general, because you got to have like a common enemy, right? You got to have this like story wrapped up in a bow. And the bow is Jewish all the time. Which is why I always say, when I hear like a neo-Nazi shitting on Israel, it almost feels like it's coming from a place of jealousy. Jealousy that they don't get to do Israel for white people in America, and anger and resentment directed back to Jewish people because in their minds they've thought Jews are the reason why they can't do that for white people in America. That's what it is. So in many ways, it's like fascist infighting.
Anyway, he said that a long time.
Are you saying neo-Nazis conflate Judaism with Israel? That's just unfair, dog. No, I am definitely saying that. Yes, I say it all the time. Both neo-Nazis do this, and also people like Jake Tapper do this as well. Yes.
time ago, back when I was doing a semester abroad in Abu Dhabi. You know what? It's not really about the specific words. It's about having a basic sense of humanity.
People on the left are much likelier to defend and celebrate political violence. This is not a both sides problem.
The First Amendment, though, does not protect entertainers who say crass or thoughtless things, as Jimmy Kimmel did.
Thank you. Thank both of you. Or I think we only have to be nice to one of you. You know, it is true. I do. Point taken. Only a bad person would celebrate violence or make crass jokes about it.
Nancy Pelosi, well, she's got protection when she's in D.C. Apparently her house doesn't have a lot of protection.
Donald Trump Jr. shared an image of a hammer and a pair of underwear that had the caption, "Got my Paul Pelosi Halloween costume ready."
Well, maybe Paul Pelosi.
Yeah, Republicans are so violent that they're violent to Mike Pence. They wanted to hang Mike Pence. A registered Republican shot Donald Trump's ear. Thomas Crooks was a registered Republican. I cannot understand how anyone in this fucking country can still maintain with a serious demeanor this false assertion that it is actually the violent left that's always doing violence. It's like, brother, what are you saying? We are not living in the same fucking reality, dude. We are not living in the same fucking reality. It blows my goddamn mind. Republicans not only, like the far right, not only attack marginalized groups, marginalized communities deliberately and openly say they're doing it because they're Nazis, they're doing this because they're right-wing, they're doing this because they think a great replacement is happening, they're doing this because they're like, I love Donald Trump and he is my man and he told me that this is what I must do. I am his strongest soldier. And after all of that, these motherfuckers still turn around and go, nah, they're leftists, brother. It's crazy. It's crazy that the right is so violent that they're violent to themselves sometimes, where they're just like, it's not enough.
He needs the hammer instead of the metal.
Well, sometimes I feel like I'm one of the fucking few media figures that's just like looking at all this shit and being like, what are you saying? Because I never hear this on mainstream news. I never hear CNN or MSNBC even, or any number of different like liberal outlets go, what the fuck is this statement, brother? What are you saying? That political violence is a both sides issue at best? Like, that's the most we hear. The most we hear from legacy publishers and mainstream media is this fake both sides actually bullshit. Like any kind of pushback to a Republican senator or a Republican politician or a Republican fucking governor or a Republican spokesperson is at most someone going, hold on now, violence is not just a left-wing thing. Right-wingers do it too. Like, as though it's a footnote, as though like sometimes the right also is violent. Please, like, what are you saying? Just say the fucking truth. Oh my God, say the fucking truth. I don't understand it. It's like, this is not like remotely 50-50, guys. What the fuck? And a major issue here is that when you let them get away with this straightforward lie, okay, or when you only offer like a marginal pushback and be like, well, the right does violence too, then you've already given up. You've given up on the truth. You have given up on the fucking truth. And now you're farming your own audience into literally believing this false notion. So of course they're going to be more susceptible to Republican framing. When you don't turn around and say, no, the Minneapolis shooter was not a fucking leftist, you baboon. That person literally had prominent white nationalists painted all over his gun. What the fuck are you saying this was a leftist? No, it's very clear. No leftist is going to be like, oh, I love Anders Breivik. What are you, fucking stupid? What are you saying? It blows my fucking mind when people just can get away with just like a straightforward, fake, nonsensical bullshit narrative. And Jimmy Kimmel himself was at most lightly implying that the dude could have perhaps been fucking MAGA. He didn't even say it outright. He just said they tried to say it wasn't one of their guy the entire weekend, which is true. They did do that. Okay? Like the punishments that are coming for Jimothy Kimmel for not even fucking straight up being like, this guy is MAGA, which, by the way, again, if Jimmy Kimmel says that guy is MAGA, all of a sudden, for the first time, the Charlie Kirk shooter is MAGA, if he said that, okay, straight up, that would be one of the only instances where someone has done the role reversal of what Republicans do every fucking day. And he didn't even say that. He should have. I think he should have said that. I think he should have come out and he would have been like, this guy's MAGA. He loves Donald Trump. He voted for Donald Trump illegally. What are you going to do about it? Guess what? I'm doing exactly what the fucking Republicans do all the goddamn time. That's what he should have said. What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay. It seems like it's not a problem when the right does it.
Oh, all right. Rachel, good to see you.
Like, the right has completely captured the market on lying so hard that they're lying to one another at this point. They're lying in a direction that actually harms the overall narrative that they're trying to concoct in the aftermath of the Charlie Kirk shooting. What I mean by this is Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, and numerous other right-wingers straight up instantly after this assassination turned around and was like, nah, it's not trans people actually that you should be blaming. It's fucking Israel, okay? And now they're fighting amongst themselves. It's kind of like, it's the same thing that I was talking about with respect to right's proclivity to violence, where they get so violent that they start doing violence to one another. They're so good at just constantly fucking lying that they're basically lying in their own on their own side at this point, like ruining the narrative that they're trying to design. Because obviously the establishment Republicans wanted to use this as an opportunity to stamp out leftist opposition and immediately claim this was Trantifa, trans Antifa over and over and over again. And they couldn't get that narrative across because, unfortunately for them, I guess, despite Spencer Cox's numerous moments of prayer over the course of the 72 fucking hours, it was one of their guys, as Spencer Cox said, right? So immediately, half the right was like, this is not sufficiently shitting on trans people. And then the other half of the right was like, this is not sufficiently shitting on Israel and the Jews. And that's where we're at right now. They're just fucking creating misinformation chaos amongst themselves now. They can't even fucking figure out one narrative to lean into so they can manipulate the public. Awesome. What an incredible moment in time.
No, stop! And by the way, there were consequences. This gentleman had to leave television. I'm not sure where he went, but I'm sure it's not some prestigious, consequential position he's not remotely qualified for. Listen, these two could learn a lesson from our dear president, who, like Santa, knows that we are all God's children and would never. That is what Santa is, right? God's children. Is that? I'm not so up on the lore. I know he's good, but the president knows we're all God's children, and the president would never make light of a politically motivated attack.
Will stand up to crazy Nancy Pelosi who ruined San Francisco. How's her husband doing, by the way? Anybody know?
You see, that's how it's done. You stop in the middle of a speech to inquire
Chomsky's brain,
about
thank you for the
condition
50 bones. Chomsky's brain no longer woke of the day.
of an 82-year-old man who was attacked with a hammer in his own home. He has a fractured skull, Mr. President, but thank you for asking. Your kindness is only outshined by your manliness. So I don't know who this Johnny Drimmel live ABC character is, but the point is, our great administration has laid out very clear rules on free speech. Now, some naysayers may argue that this administration's speech concerns are merely a cynical ploy, a thin gruel of a ruse, a smokescreen to obscure an unprecedented consolidation of power and unitary intimidation, principleless and coldly antithetical to any experiment in a constitutional republic governance. Some people would say that. Not me, though. I think it's great. For more, we go to our correspondents who are live at the Donald Ham Monument. Very much appreciate it. Very much appreciate you joining us. Guys, you know.
Skip. I mean, they got friend of the show up there, you know what I mean? But in any case, yeah. All right, that's good. That's good stuff. That's good stuff. It is good. I liked it. Why aren't you clapping? Oh, God, now everyone's saying it's the best part. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. Are you ready? We're doing a little bit more parapolitics, okay? Are you ready for this? Okay. Slightly odd. Not to add fuel to the conspiracy fire. Ooh. But slightly odd. In April, Charlie Kirk appears on Bill Maher's Club Random. That's not the odd part. It opens with a discussion of Kirk having to have security. However, on Maher's channel, the part where they both discuss using Israelis for their security is edited out. It remains on Kirk's YouTube channel, however.
Of course, it was wedged between the two giant Israeli bodyguards the whole way.
If you want security, the Israelis know what they're doing.
Exactly. So it was not the vacation I planned, but...
No, no, this is not breadcrumbs, okay? It's... Let's just say, if you are hiring private security... the likelihood that a guy that you're going to have that has either been an IDF veteran, including Taylor Swift's own fucking bodyguard for the record, or any number of different, like, or people who have, like, at least trained alongside the IDF is a given almost. So this is probably one of the least suspicious things. That's not true. That was stadium security. Oh, really? This guy put an end to the Israel conspiracy. Yeah, I mean, I know. I said something along these lines as well. People are already spreading conspiracies, but Israel clearly didn't kill Charlie Kirk. He was surrounded by children. Not a single one was harmed. Yeah, it's on a school campus. Like, that's Israel's favorite area to bomb. Why you keep flashing Maria Ressa video? Seems kind of relevant. No, I'm not flashing it. Okay, maybe I'm accidentally flashing it. I'm not anymore. Kamala Harris is opening quotes to her book, 107 Days. The amount of energy necessary to refute bullshit is an order of magnitude bigger than to produce it. That's literally my line. It takes a minute to tell a lie and an hour to tell the truth. Or, I got loyalty, got royalty inside my DNA. I was born like this. Kendrick Lamar DNA. Oh my God. Violence is carried out on both sides. The difference is that both sides justify why they do it. The left sees it as necessary to expose injustice, while the right, no, not expose injustice. The left sees it as a necessity to defend against injustice, while the right sees it as necessary to maintain order. To say that it only comes from one side is to fall into the right simplistic thinking. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that if one side of the ideological spectrum is responsible for the large share of political violence that we're talking about, right? The large share of political violence, then it's ridiculous to just hit the both sides narratives. What we are talking about is just statistics. Okay? What we are talking about is statistics. We're not talking about like whether violence ever happens from the left or not. Of course there is. I recognize that. I am the one who said, for example, the Israeli embassy shooter was an act of left-wing violence. Okay? That was an act of left-wing violence. That is true. That is appropriate to bracket under left-wing political violence because that's precisely what it was. But for every instance like that, there is a fucking 100 right-wingers that go into a goddamn school and say, I'm doing this because I'm a far-right militant and I've been chosen by God to kill black people. That's lit. That's it. Okay? That's it. That's all I'm saying. So when people look to this fucking landscape and still turn around and go, well, I don't know, both sides are responsible for fucking violence, blah, 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 you're just lying. You're lying. Okay? That's lit? Man, shut up. I said that's it, okay? Oh, God, clip that. You're a fucking idiot. Stop. Clip that, lol. Oh, that's gonna get clipped. Theory of violence aside, the vast majority of political violence in the U.S. comes from the right. Other than anarchists in the late 19th and early 20th century, leftists are not typically solitary, adventurous attackers. Leftist violence is more organized, and we don't have that here. Yes, there is no organization. There is no militant. There is no labor militancy, okay? There is no labor militancy in this country anymore. And even in that instance, like that level of violence is something that we take for fucking granted now. It led to a bunch of liberties that we literally enjoy all the way from like OSHA down to the fucking weekend, okay? And it wasn't adventurous. It was militant labor organizing. The closest that ever exists with the Black Panther Party, yes, that's another example as well. Here, that's an example that is actually seen as a negative in the United States of America in reflection of the past, because America is a white supremacist country, of course. So any kind of black liberation is going to be seen in a negative fashion, even when white people do it at the behest of black people, like John Brown, considered a terrorist. Even to this day, people don't have a positive opinion of it, except for I saw that Shane Gillis TikTok that landed on my For You page where he was glazing my boy. Okay? He was glazing John Brown, the good reverend, a man with a mission from God. The radical abolitionist John Brown, also regarded as a terrorist, who, of course, very much took matters into his own hand when he saw the completely unjustifiable chattel slavery in practice and said, this is the most un-Christian thing that I have ever seen in my entire life, and I'm going to do something about it. And boy, did he do something. Oh, yeah, he did. What is this? Woke 2.0 is going to go so hard? Yeah. If you don't think there's a return to woke happening, this is Shane Gillis and Theo Vaughn talking about radical abolitionist John Brown.
They're going to rise up if I let... John Brown did that.
Did he really?
Yeah, that's how he sparked the Civil War in America. He was like, I'm going to start a... He thought, rightfully so, that slavery was... he was very religious, and he was like, this is the gravest sin.
Mm-hmm. John Brown's raid on Harper's Ferry.
Yeah, he was like, if I go take the armory at Harper's Ferry, all the slaves from all the area are going to...
Someone give me a good TikTok John Brown edit right now. Do it. There's so many good TikTok edits. The one from the movie, I think it was Ethan Hawke. please. Hurry, chat.
Join us, and not many of them did. Almost none.
So he's a white guy or black guy?
He was a honky.
But his last name was Brown.
He gets a lot of credit in the black community.
Does he really?
I mean, he fucking
like this.
He started.
My name is Captain John Brown.
I already like this.
And I am here in the name of the great Redeemer, the King of Kings, the man of the Holy Trinity. And I hereby order you to get in his holy name. Get, for he is on the side of justice, and you are on the side of chains.
iMovie edit, whatever, dude. It still goes hard. Shut the fuck up. Frederick Douglass did supply him with a volunteer soldier. Well, he was maybe a little too swagged out as a white boy, even for Frederick Douglass's taste. Okay, because he was like, I don't know about this, man.
And they hung him. He's from Kansas or some shit. Yeah.
Wow. So he really was trying his
Or he was
best.
just
huh?
out in Kansas. He might.
And
be,
who hung him? The whites?
Yeah, the honkies got him.
God.
He's buried in the mountains in New York. How do you pronounce this? I don't know how to pronounce that word.
Adirondack.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Everyone.
Adirondack.
Yeah, he was a big.
Maybe it goes hard if you're libbed up. Saying John Brown goes hard if you're libbed up is so funny because John Brown is a pivotal historic figure. Okay, as a radical abolitionist, he was a pivotal historic figure. Okay, in American history, and virtually every part of American history either barely covers him or covers him in a negative fashion. Nobody in America thinks a guy like John Brown is a good guy, unfortunately. Okay? People are going to cancel him for being too Christian. I'm a Reddit atheist, and maybe he should have engaged in atheism before he engaged in the act of radical abolition, taking matters into his own hands. I was taught in school in New York State that he was insane. Okay, to be fair, love the guy. As you guys know, I am a big fan. Okay, I did a whole merch line with hunter pattern camo called John Brown Hunting Club. I will say he was a little bit insane for sure. Okay, he was definitely a little insane. You can't, to do the stuff that he was doing, he was definitely, you know, mad props, but he was fucking crazy. Okay. I'm telling you, even Frederick Douglass was like, you're out of your mind a little bit.
He was getting after it though. Before he did that, he was killing all the Southern sympathizers.
Slave owners, sympathizers.
Yeah, in Kansas, him and his sons were macheteing people. Pretty good guy though.
Him and his sons were macheteing people. Pretty good guy though. Yeah, John Brown is the OG quirked up white boy. The thing is, like, I think John Brown is like the maximalist position of like, it is by no measure of mental sanity to be well adjusted to a sick society, right? Because while he was a little bit insane, so is the practice of chattel slavery. You know what I mean? Like, Do you see what I mean? Like, what's more insane? Guy who went nutty mode and thought God had destined him, God had put him on this earth to violently remove the chains off of those who were unjustifiably enslaved, or the practice of chattel slavery, where you literally put human beings in chains and sold them and raped them violently and consider the practice breeding, you know? Also, another version of a guy who was right but too early, if you really think about it.
Police steady watching me. Every day they clocking me. Red alert on the day.
All the John Brown edits you guys are sending me, I already fucking bookmarked and liked.
I keep that Glock on me, and they ain't looking for no trouble. I'm just looking out for me, cause I done did shit the niggas ain't talking about, no rapping beef. Boy, I'm talking tragedy, massive, casualties, shit that I can't even remember. Bet they remember me. Shit that happened later December. I bring that winter heat. Niggas down the whole October, the real Halloween. Back to back funerals is them or us.
It's true. Did you watch the Ethan? No, I did not watch the Ethan Hawke show about him.
You stand for the Lord. The Lord
But now
will
I
stand for
definitely,
you.
now I know what I'm watching tonight.
Everybody got God on their side in the war. Trouble is, God ain't telling nobody who he's for.
My name is Captain John Brown. And I am here in the name of the great King of Kings.
Aura. John Brown had aura.
The Holy Redeemer, the man of Trinity. Because he is on the side of justice. And you are on the side of change.
Whatever he believed, he believed. Didn't matter if it was true or not. The old man was nuttier than a squirrel turd.
For a shameless hypocrisy, America reigns without a rival. Amen! Amen! John, go. Get out. Lunatic. Onion, you've been reading the Bible?
Not too much, Captain, but I've been thinking it's golly way.
We can work with that. You stand for the Lord will stand for you.
The good Reverend. I didn't learn about this in school. Yeah, no, John Brown's revolt is one of the major events that kicked the Civil War to begin with. Even though the way people present it is like, oh, everyone universally condemned his actions, but I have read enough that suggests that his execution was a pivotal moment. No, his execution was absolutely a pivotal moment for a lot of people. Like it almost forced a lot of the liberals' hands into taking action. Chat's about to say spoilers. Yes. Guys, I don't know if you know this, but a civil war took place in the country. I know. Spoiler alert. I grew up in Texas and was taught that John Brown was a traitor. Okay, dude. Well, yeah, that's Texas. Oh my God, bro. This guy's still sending me Macklemore edits, bro. Stop, chatter. I admire your tenacity, but why don't you apply it to something positive? Since yesterday, he has not let up. He will not give up. He's like, no, man, your eyes, okay? Your eyes locked in on this Macklemore music video. You have to watch it. Hasan, you're so mean. Maybe he's a kid, dude. Wait, no child is coming in here to consistently fucking copy paste Macklemore music videos. What kid? It's more likely that it's Macklemore himself that is doing that under a sock account than an actual child. What child listens to Hins Hall, dude?
This is the court that would sentence him to hang.
Yeah. Had I intervened on behalf of the rich, it would have been deemed worthy of reward rather than punishment. John Brown's final speech before his execution by the slave state of Virginia for his actions at Harper's Ferry.
In the first place, I deny everything but what I have all along admitted. The design on my part to free the slaves. Had I so interfered in behalf of the rich?
Bro, I'm going crazy. I feel like back then people just had way more aura, dude. Is it because they just didn't have a lot of opportunity to say shit? So when they put pen to paper, it was crazy? Because like nowadays, no motherfucker is this poetic. What is it? Like, what is it? You just got more time to think because you're bored. There's no TV, so you have to read, right? Like, that's what it is. No brain rot. Because, like, think about it. Think about it, bro. He was lighting the fucking paper on fire with his words. This only hits if you went to school, man. Wait, what? No, this hits for everybody. Come on. Like, just think about the sequence of words that he's putting in front of one another, right? Is selection bias? You're looking back at some of the coolest people in history, Dumby. Okay, brother. But ultimately, I feel like, one, there is no this kind of person anymore, it feels like. Like, very rarely do you see guys like this. And secondly, even someone who plays a role such as this one is not, yeah, he said, someone said everyone's Kendrick Lamar. Okay, you can't make a comparison to Ta-Nehisi Coates. That's his job, man. That's not John Brown's job. Do you not understand? Yeah, okay. Yeah, Ta-Nehisi Coates, great writer. No shit. That's what he does. This man was a reverend and a farmer.
Powerful, the intelligent, the so-called great, or any of that class has suffered and sacrificed what I have in this interference, it would have been all right. And every man in this courtroom would have deemed it an act worthy of reward rather than punishment. I believe that to have interfered, as I have done, as I have always freely admitted I have done, was not wrong, but right. Now, if it is deemed necessary that I should forfeit my life for the furtherance of the ends of justice, and mingle my blood with the blood of my children, and with the blood of millions in this slave country, whose rights are disregarded by wicked, cruel, and unjust enactments I submit, so let it be done.
Yeah, he did have sons die for the cause. He had a lot. He hit a bunch of them though. He's popping them out. Yeah, he fucked. Back in the day, you would think that he was fucking for farmhands. Turns out he had other designs, bro. He was building a militia with his penis. He was building a fucking abolitionist militia with his seed, bro. Oh, but when Elon does it, you complain? Yeah, because he's fucking wackadoo and lame and the exact opposite of John Brown. Ideologically, he's the exact opposite in every way, shape, and form. He didn't even fuck. He's mailing his cum to these women, okay? How dare you make a comparison to John Brown and fucking Elon Musk, who is UPS, FedEx overnighting his cummies in a fucking vial to these random like Twitter reply guys and shit. Get out of here. Wish you would mail your cum to me. This is why we can't be as poetic as John Brown. I'm gonna be honest. This is why. This is why we can't. Take a second off. Anyway. All right, that's all for me for today. We had some good times in here, okay? Here, I'll leave you with a edit in a similar vein. Another John from a different John. All right, everybody, love you all. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? Hopefully nothing collapses, you know? Peace.